Mm-hmm.
and you're always like, man, that's terrible. I feel for those, but
Yeah.
you never really associate that's my life in the future. You never
Yeah.
think that's going to be my kid.
Cancer and my son's name in one sentence. I'm like, what?
That's not going to happen.
But you don't realize how much now that he's sick, like how many kids around here do have it,
Mm-hmm.
and the families that you meet and everything. And I remember them telling us as soon as we walked in, they said, or after I kind of settled down, they picked me up. Everybody came around me. My oncologist, Dr. Mixon, actually got on his knees right beside me and just kind of went to my level because I was kind of still sitting in the ground, was like, hey, we're family. We're going to be here for you every step of the way. I remember Jennifer being on the other side of me. And then Jackie, she takes blood in the children's area, children's oncology. And just everybody was around me, just like, I just felt like somebody was like a blanket just came over me.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, we're here for you. We're your family. We're going to get you through this. And they go ahead, when you first get diagnosed with leukemia, they go ahead and put you in for 4 weeks. You have to do, that's your induction period for chemo.
When you say in, is that in? You like just you already
induction, like they
okay.
have different
Gotcha.
level. They have like a roadmap of different things that you do, like induction, consolidation. They do like they have different things of like different chemos that they take. Interim maintenance, like they have the different roadmap. My son was high risk and he was a little bit older and he did not have favorable genes. So some of his stuff took a little bit longer. Some of his chemo was a little bit higher because he was a lot older. He did have a complication from one of his chemo drugs. So he actually did have to have surgery. He had a cyst the size of a cantaloupe on his pancreas.
Now, how far were you into the process when that happened?
Because we found that out. He had severe pancreatitis and the cyst grew. We found that out May 3rd because May 1st and May 2nd, we came in for a blood transfusion, platelet transfusion. My son has had at least 30 blood transfusions, at least 30 platelet transfusions, just because when your numbers are so low, that's why I always tell people to donate. When your numbers are so low, that's the only thing that can help you is a blood transfusion or a platelet transfusion because your body's not producing it. And so we started our hospital journey, but it was within between the end of January and May 2nd is when we found out about the cyst. And then he had his surgery July 17th, a surgery they have never done before. And we kind of had to work through trying to figure out how to do it.
Well, let me interject a little bit because I want to keep us on track.
Yeah.
But I also want to kind of say this is where we're going to start interweaving some stories of Lana's Love and the YCAP folks, right? Because if I'm not mistaken, the story you were telling me beforehand, not only was it a pretty major surgery, they'd had to talk with you like it's very risky.
Yes, it was a very, very risky surgery.
But let's go ahead now and start talking, and we're going to keep going through the journey, but I want to go ahead now and start pulling in Lana's Love because you found Lana's Love first through this, this diagnosis. Had Lana's Love already reached out to you? They were there. Is that when you said Jennifer? Was that
day one?
They were there. So before we keep going after that surgery, I want to talk about what happened when he was in that surgery in the waiting room. I want to do, but can you just tell people an overview because people may be tuning in and out of how active Lana's Love is on a daily basis? Because I didn't even know this until we were talking. I knew they were there a lot.
Yeah.
But talk a little bit about Jennifer, but just the organization itself. What does it look like on a daily basis? I found this.
So they have like the 5th floor of the hospital is children's oncology and blood disorders. They actually have, the hospital, of course, has like their nurses. They have their child life. They're amazing. They have counselors, but I mean, they don't have the fact that they have Lana's Love. Lana's Love, actually, there's a craft room at Lana's Love that all the kids can come into and play games. They can play with toys. There's all different kinds of toys, all kinds of different crafts that Lana's Love puts together. Jennifer's in the hospital every single day, Monday through Friday. She's there past her hours that she probably doesn't even have to be there, but she's there because she cares about the kids. We each have our own child, but she takes on each and every one of those children as her own. She checks on them. She knows their favorite color. I'm pretty sure most of those kids love her more than they love their own parent. So you would come into the oncology room. You'd see her walk around. She'd be checking on all the rooms. She'd walk in. Hey, you want a milkshake? Hey, what would you like today? You'd like this? What kind of snack are you in the mood for? Anything you want. You've been thinking about a toy that you really wanted or anything. She goes out of her way to make sure to put a smile on your face.
Tell everybody the story of the Uno real quick. I thought that was pretty.
So when you walk into the craft room, there's a table. And every time I walk in, she's either in there. There was 4 little kids. They were all getting chemo in their little poles, just sitting there. And chemo days are hard days. The kids feel sick. They're throwing up. My son actually had his little vomit bag right beside him, and they're all playing Uno. And they're like just laughing and making jokes, and they love Jennifer. They could sit there and talk with her, and she just sits there and just enjoys her time. It's like she just loves those kids like her own, and they're all just having fun and playing, and just they're either having snacks or they're just making conversation. She's asking how their day is. They feel so comfortable with her, kind of like she's just another mom to them.
Okay, so let's do this too. I want to also address one of the things that I like about what they do is they try to make the world for your kids, the kids who are sick, or siblings, or the moms or the dads, whatever the family structure may look like. They try to make it look as normal as possible for that family. Because if you do have siblings, it's easy for that sibling to get, hey, everybody in the family has to deal with this, right? If you're mom or dad, you're a mom or dad, and you don't really date night anymore, or you don't really have girls' night out anymore because you've got this number one priority. But you were telling me how you met a lot of good people through the moms groups, and they have the family days and the mom. Can you tell everybody a little bit about that? Because again, when people give money, I want them to know how the money actually impacts real people.
And that's the thing is Lena's Love doesn't, even when you go on their website, you don't even see half of the things they do. When they're in those hospital rooms with the kids, one thing they do every Tuesday, they bring dinner. They bring dinner to all the kids that are in the hospital. They ask the kids, what are you in the mood? One time somebody was in the mood for Olive Garden. They went and got their entire family Olive Garden. All the kids, they bring dinner every Tuesday. They come in with their little cart and they just bring everybody dinner that's inpatient. They'll bring snacks. They'll bring anything that they need.
Well, we're going to get to the moms group, but the story you told me that I liked was the one that was it your son that won the Cheetos?
Yes.
Yes. So back to the point, your son wanted Cheetos, and what was it, like 11 o'clock at night?
He was like, he was getting chemo, and I was like, I had all these snacks, and he's like, I want Cheetos. The hospital doesn't have Cheetos. I said, Elijah, you're fine. He ended up, Jennifer had texted me, hey, how's he doing? Because he had been kind of feeling sick. He wasn't really eating. I was like, he's fine. He just won't stop talking about these dang Cheetos. And it's like 8 p.m. She's probably at home in her pajamas. And he's like, I really want Cheetos. Guess what? Within an hour, Jennifer's there dropping off Cheetos and Pringles and all the cheddar snacks that he'd like, Walmart bags of them. I was just like, my mouth dropped.
Yeah.
That's how much they care. That's how much they go out of their way. Or even, like I said, like a lot of things people don't see. A lot of those moms, a lot of those families, I would have never met them if it wasn't for Lena's Love.
So the moms group is pretty important for you because, again, you're focused on your child and work. And trying to balance the two. Plus, that doesn't count all the emotional stuff you're going through. What is the moms group, and how did that impact you?
So the moms group, we meet once a month, and we all they either take us out to eat or we go and meet at Jennifer's house, and we just it's just a time where we're not all looked at as moms that have kids with cancer. We're all just moms that just want to kind of disconnect and just have fun with friends. And that's what these moms are to me. Or we can talk about anything and everything. We don't just come in and cry and talk about our kids. We talk about everything that's going on at home. We talk about different things that are going on with our kids, their milestones. Even if sometimes like our kids are taking a certain medicine, it's making, hey, what did you do for milestones? Hey, what did you do for this? Or how's your child doing at this sport? Or just like, they're just like a comfort blanket. Like I would not have had that if it wasn't for Lena's Love, getting us all together. They take the time out to sit there and talk with us and just bring all the moms together. Because no, the hospital doesn't. No one else does that. Lena's Love does that.
And even your friends, a lot of times, have good intentions. I've had friends. We talked yesterday on the phone who have gone through similar situations as you have, and you're trying the best you can, but it's still. Also, you don't want to burden your friend who's going through that to bring me up to speed on how it is. Yeah. Like on the basics. When you walk into a room like that, there's certain things you don't have to say because you're all going through it. So you can kind of start dealing you can talk about just girl stuff or kid stuff.
You can open up about anything because each and every one of us in that room have held our children's hand before and thought we were not walking out of this hospital with our kids.
Yeah.
We could have lost our kids.
And that's unspoken. That's the part of that you don't. That's what I was trying to explain. A lot of my friends, I did not know how to relate to that. So my friend had other friends he had to go find, other guys, dads, that were going through that.
And we don't have anybody, and that's what Lena's love provides for us. They just, I don't think they realize just everything that they had gone through so much, and anybody else would have just disconnected, and they took that pain and just did something to honor their daughter. And they made such an impact. They make an impact. Us and the moms will sit there and talk about them without even them there, just how amazing they are and how lucky we are to have them on our worst days, on our happy days, on any day. They're always there. Like they love us like family. They're a family that we will never lose. They will always be there. It doesn't matter what time it is. It doesn't matter what day it is. It doesn't matter if they're on vacation. They look out for each and every one of us.
I hate to do this because your story warrants more, but for time's sake, I want to kind of ask you 2 quick questions, and then we're going to talk about YCAP a little bit. So after the main surgery, the bad surgery that your son had, and there was so many chemo treatments involved, so much, how is he doing now? What's his?
He is doing amazing. He's in 7th grade. He was out of school for a year and a half. He went back to school, has straight A's, has great grades. He wants to be an astronomer. Just the other day, he told me he thinks he might want to be a pilot.
Oh, wow.
He's taller than me now. He's 13 years old.
Okay.
Whereas men's 10 and a half. He is a grown boy. So mature, so smart. I'm so lucky that he is where he's at right now.
Well, so we can kind of do a little equal time. Let's spend 5 minutes or so on the YCAP side of this. He gets through this. To your point, he's been out of school for a year and a half at this now, and so he's missed a lot. You'd been already active in YMCA, and then you saw this booth. You found out more about YCAP, and so let's just go ahead and start from the point that he's at YCAP. Tell me what YCAP brought to the table for your son and how they've impacted not just him, but you too.
So my son has always kind of been part of the YMCA program, and we did the after-school care. So when my son got diagnosed, he was, like I said, out of school for a year and a half, so he wasn't going to aftercare. He was going to the Y. And they actually always just kind of kept in touch with us all the time. Whenever he was first diagnosed, his counselors from the YMCA program came to the hospital and brought him gifts and all the things that he would want, snacks and everything that he liked. They went out of their way. Even Ruby, that's a part of the after-school program. We always see her right there when we're walking to YCAP. She called on us, checked on us. Even now, like when she saw us when he was back, he started YCAP, she had tears in her eyes that he was back at the YMCA. And so when we started, he started 6th grade, and I was learning about the YCAP program, and that's whenever the teachers were Miss Taylor and Mr. Case, and that's what they call him, Mr. and Miss. That's how
this is the Cleveland, right?
This is the Cleveland, yes.
Yeah, there's one, just so everybody knows, there's one downtown, which is the one I started helping with a little bit. They opened one up in Cleveland years ago, and so that's the one you're going through now. Okay.
And my son hasn't really had like a male figure in his life. And I always kind of wanted to get him in a Big Brothers program. And I started learning more about the YCAP. And then whenever I came up to the booth and they just started talking to me about it, they just felt so welcoming. And I told them, I said, my son is still in treatment. My son is they're like, that's perfectly fine. Make us a list. Let us everything we need, anything and everything we need to know. We'll go. They weren't scared. They weren't worried. They were bringing him in with open arms. They wanted him to come and experience what YCAP was. And just him starting YCAP is probably one of the reasons why his grades are as good as they are. The reason why he has such a good attitude, the reason Kaysen, one of the teachers there, he is amazing with him. He's like such an amazing male role model. He acts like the dad of all of them. He's there. He's the type of person that he would probably still be there, even if he didn't get
yeah, he's not going to do that, Andy. No, he's not volunteering. He's still playing. Well, but real quick, let me just interject. I said this to you before. Tommy and Andy, whether it's the central location or the one up in Cleveland, I think that's what attracts people to work there, because I have experienced that through almost everyone that I've come in touch with that works in the program. So that's why I think these kind of stories are important, because this is an example of literally hundreds, if not thousands, over the last 20-something, 30-something years of kids and families that someone, maybe a different name 5 years ago, 10 years ago, but there's a kid out there who was impacted by somebody who had that same attitude. And that's why I think giving to these programs, because he may come or go, but the program draws people in that wants to give back like that. And that's what I like.
It's just the things that they provide for the kids. They provide a safe space. They provide fun time, tutoring. My son, he passed his swim test. They do free swim lessons. They give the families you can go to the YMCA, and they give them a membership and be able to go enjoy time at the YMCA with their children, be able to go swimming. They do my son is taking Spanish there right now.
Didn't you say also rock
He's
climbing?
Playing ukulele.
Ukulele and rock climbing, right?
Yes, they did a camp. They do a camp. They take the kids, the counselors take the kids to a camp for a few days, and they do all the fun things. They do all these experiences that the kids may not be able to do or have somebody to take them. I just wish there was more people would speak out and just say what YCAP does for them, because my son comes in smiling, happy, so happy to go there, and just them to be there for him and take him in and help him with everything, especially everything that he has gone through.
And to your point, when I say this, when Andy's on with me, because I say they always do stuff for family members too, and they do if the family needs it. But the best help, I'll just speak from a parent's point of view. I've had 3 kids. Everybody struggles with different stuff, right? Every kid's different. But when anyone walks in and helps your child, because I've been trying, I have a limited skill set. That when I say run alongside the family help, that helps a mom or dad more than anything, because that just takes the pressure off of you and me. When I see someone else stepping in and saying and speaking into my kid's life, all of a sudden I go, thank God. If you can get through to them, great. Or if you can help with that, great. It allows me the little bandwidth to kind of not have to always be spent, because it can be tiring. It can be very tiring. So you have these people walking in and helping your kid. That's the biggest help they can give you.
It's an amazing program.
Yeah.
And they have helped me so much just in my son's just being positive about himself. They make the kids, you don't even have to, they just make the kids feel so good about themselves, so positive, to know that life is going to somebody's always going to be there for them, and they're going to be there for them, and they're going to make their days better. And they're going to, on a day that they're sad, they all sit in a group.
Yeah.
And they let them open up and talk about anything and everything that they want to. They give them that safe space to let them know how they're feeling and to help them, to make them feel better, or help them if they have a problem and help them feel included. Or if there's a bully at school, they just feel open to talk to them.
They talk to teachers too. They help talk to teachers and the administration to make sure.
They have a piece of paper that all the teachers fill out. And that piece of paper, each class, they bring it to YCAP. And they bring it in every day, and it says what homework they have to do, what they have to work on, how they're doing. And they read that paper, and they sit with each child. They take their time to sit with each child and make sure all of them they're like, hey, did you do this test? Hey, you've got this homework assignment. Hey, you've got this project. They remember these things.
And that's happening while you're working
so much.
And that a lot of times happens while the mom or the dad's working.
Yeah, because I'm working in the morning. If it wasn't for YCAP, I wouldn't be able to take care of my son.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to go to work and take care of my son, because it's just me and my son, and my mom helps me a lot, but I don't have anybody else to help me. And YCAP is why I can work and take care of my son, and my son can come home with a smile on his face and tell me the stories and the fun things that they did and learned, and just the fun adventures that they have.
Well, what we're going to do is, because of, I'm going to run this, it's about 20 minutes long. I'm going to run it a couple times during the broadcast. So if you're watching this, do me a huge favor. If you want to give it to both the programs, you can see it on the screen. It's text the word podcast to 44834. Share this link with folks. I don't know what time you're watching this, but we're not finishing till 5 o'clock Saturday morning. And I hope by this time, I hope it's early. We've already hit our goal of $15,000. But with that being said, I want to make sure we wrap this one up and say thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
No, you're more than welcome. I'm glad your son is doing well. I'm glad you're doing well. And maybe we will do part 3 of this next year. We're getting you back on. Maybe we can bring your son in with us, and we'll just have you actual as a guest, and you can just take up a whole hour. We'll sit here and spend some time. That'd be good.
I just want people to know how these kids are feeling. I could take a picture of my son, and if you just see his smiling face, because of these 2 programs that help him so much, and who you're giving to and the families that you are helping, and what both of these, YCAP and Lana's Love, does for our family. It makes such a big impact that's going to sit with us for the rest of our lives. And people, the community coming together and helping has helped my family, has helped many families, helped so many people that they haven't met. They could be walking by them on the street and then not even realize that they actually helped them. And they're the reason why their child is smiling today and here today and feels comforted and loved. So I want to say thank you to everyone.
That's awesome. Stay tuned with us. There's going to be some great guests coming up after this. And if they're not great, then don't tell them. Just we'll act like they're going to be great guests. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody. We'll be right back. Don't go. Don't bye. I didn't say bye. Stay right there. We're good. We're good. There we go. Huh. There we go. Yep. Yep, we're all good now. Supposedly. Yep. All right, everybody. We're sounding good now. I'm going to turn it off. Hold on one second. We are sounding good, and if we're not sounding good, people will tell us. This is the second annual Pod-A-Thon. We're raising money for Lana's Love, the YCAP organization. I'm not going to guarantee that will not be the only technical hiccup we have today, because for 24 hours, things like that happen. I will say, I need to say thank you tell you at 8-hour marks, we're going to have to restart every time. We just have to restart it. Facebook won't let you go live more than 8 hours at a time. We did this last year. Don't go away. It'll be the same links. We'll republish them. But around 1 o'clock today and around 9 o'clock tonight, we'll just have to fire it back up. Also, I got to say thank you to some folks early this morning. We've had some coffee been brought to us by the Grindhead Coffee folks. And I'll go through all my sponsors in a minute, because this thing can't happen without sponsors. Yes, we absolutely needed them. But I do want to go ahead and say hi to everybody with Cole and Andy. How you guys doing this morning?
We're here.
Yeah.
Ready to roll.
Ready to roll.
Ready to roll?
Ready to roll.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Well, I'm just glad that you didn't wear your Tennessee orange and your all YCAP today. I like that. He didn't start any trouble. Are you you're a Tennessee fan too?
No.
Did you just ask me that? Come on. Go Dogs,
Oh, man, we got the trilogy in here.
That's right.
Yeah.
Bama Dogs, and man, I didn't know that, or it might have affected what we were doing.
Yeah.
All right, let's start this thing off right. If you want to give to this program today or to this podcast, it's 44834. You can text the word podcast. It takes you to the link. I've already done it. I know quite a few other people have already done it. So feel free to do that. Do me a huge favor, though. And I think what would be good is I'm going to step out and check the audio, but this gives you guys time. And let's start with Andy. Andy, do 3 or 4 minutes. What does YCAP do? And as soon as he does, Cole, you go. And I wouldn't do this normally, but I trust you guys to be able to talk.
All right.
So YCAP Youth Community Action Project, we started in 1998. There in the late 90s, there was a crisis for middle school kids at truancy. It was a big problem in Hamilton County. And it just so happened that my dad was doing some work for Erlanger at the time, and was also involved in juvenile court a little bit on some court cases. And from there, juvenile court decided to start figuring out, hey, we've got to figure out a way to go after these kids that are, truant in school, and maybe provide some services. So anyway, long story short, partnered with the YMCA and launched YCAP in 1998. And the first year, I think the budget was like $40,000, and they worked with like 12 kids. And then fast forward to today, and we're just shy of $1 million budget, and have 2 sites and work with about 50 kids a day. But yeah, so the kids that we serve are referred to us through different resources: juvenile court, principals, guidance counselors, teachers. But kids are just beginning to act out. So in a sentence, it's early intervention, prevention. About 90% of the kids that we serve don't have a father. A lot of them are in state custody or live with grandparents. And so our staff every day, they go into the schools. They're, checking on these kids, making sure that from an academic standpoint that we're helping close those gaps. And then also in the afternoons, we pick them up, and then we have them from the time they're out of school until 7 in the evening, Monday through Thursday. And it's very structured. Every day is the same, right? Kids want structure. And so we provide a menu of services to essentially give them the opportunities to be better versions of themselves.
Yeah, I'll jump in, and thanks for letting me step out. Everything looks good and sounds good. Technical hiccup was over. But if you were watching the video before we went live with Yulia, it's like Julia with a Y.
Yep.
Very unique situation. And the reason this is a good transition over you, Cole, is because you reached out to me earlier this week and said, hey, this family's been helped by both organizations, first through Lana's Love and then through YCAP. And so she came in and spoke to the specifics. Sometimes it's, you know about data. You say, we're at the hospital every day. We help kids every day. But when you have somebody comes in and puts a name to the organizations, it helps a bunch. And she spoke very highly of you too at Lana's Love.
Yeah. No, I thought it was really cool when Andy texts that out, and I'm like, and he's like, yeah, and like kind of explained Elijah. And I'm like, no, I know Elijah. Like he's the man. And Yulia. I mean, and they've been really big cheerleaders and advocates for Lana's Love, and as I'm hearing the same with YCAP. Before I jump into Lana's Love, though, I do want to say that YCAP, when Andy and I first met a few years ago, I was like, wow, this is something that I can get behind to win in the gym. And, so we've been involved at some, especially with y'all's garden and some things. What y'all are doing and some of the life skills that y'all are teaching over there are so important. And the boxing gym resonated with me because my dad grew up boxing and everything. But when we went out to the garden and I was really seeing all that and talking with you guys, obviously like that touches our business, but it touched, I had my granddad that showed me all that, and y'all showing those skills that, not many people see at all anymore, I mean, in a lot of work, a lot of instances, don't have that, but y'all are just such a great cause, and we're happy to be right here next to you. And Clint, thanks for putting this on. But but Lana's Love. So when my sister passed away, I was 16 years old. My brother was 19, had just went off to college, and she was 11 years old. My parents decided at that point that they were going to start Lana's Love organization. And part of what Lana's Love does is we not only love on the kid, but we love on the whole family. And, and so in that, we try to give everybody really, and, I'm a business guy, so I bring up networking, things like that. We really, there's been this community and network that's come out of Lana's Love over the years where, we love on the whole family and we have fun events for the whole family, but you have brothers and sisters that can meet other brothers and sisters. You have parents that can meet other parents at the dad's nights, the mom's nights, or just at the family events. And
you real quick, you talked about that. She was like the mom event. She goes, you get sucked into this silo where it's just you and everything around you is and that should be the way it is. But
right.
You get to walk in this room with other family members or moms, especially for her, and there's this common ground that you don't have. There's some things you just don't have to say because your friends are going to ask you how you're doing. You got to revisit it a lot. But when you walk in, if you want to talk about your kid, you can. Right. You want to talk about, but you can also just talk about mom stuff.
Well, and that was one of the things that kind of helped birth Lana's Love is we were with a group that went to Disney World every year out of New York when Lana was getting treatment out there. And there was a gentleman that took a group of children and their families to Disney World from the Ronald McDonald House. And it was the first time in my life I'd actually been around people that were actually dealing with that, because you would have people that were like, trying to compare, and everybody tries to compare their life situation to that. And I'm like, it's different when it's, your sibling and, and you're also, I mean, you're in a situation where, your parents are focusing on that as they should. And you kind of feel, kind of alone in the world, but I mean, not in a way that, not in like a selfish, well, I'm all alone. It's like, there was something though that resonated there. And that's one of the reasons why for me, I'm like, we have to create this, for these families. And I'm really happy that my parents did that at the time and Holly and Jennifer did. But yeah, when we do, and one of the things that I'd want to put an emphasis on today, because we are raising money that, we talked about that $250, dollar mark to help sponsor an hour.
Yeah.
But if you donate $250, I was like, how can we quantify that? And 2 weeks ago, we were at our skeet shooting tournament for Lana's Love, and Jennifer, she fed all the families. There were 11 families in the clinic that night, and I was like, we were texting back and forth. I'm like, how much was it? She was like, it was just under $250. So $250, you can feed, 11 children and usually their parents that are in the hospital, a good, nice meal while they're going through something like that.
She said something on the video, and me and Andy talk about this too, try to quantify the money. Where does it go? Like the wood shop, how much does it sponsor? I was trying to break it down last year. But she was talking about the thing this is a word I think everybody might miss. And by the way, everybody, I will be checking my text messages because this is how guests and people appear or correspond with me. That's just the way it goes. But she said something to what you've said and he said every day, which I think we miss consistency. She was talking about how Jennifer or somebody is there every day. If she goes, I walk in, someone from Lana's Love's there. She comes home or she's talking to her son. She's coming home from YCAP. Her son's coming home from YCAP. Every day, that consistency that you were talking about, I don't mean this in a bad way because I'm guilty. I like to help people, but I don't have the bandwidth all the time to do it every day. So I'll bring you a dinner when you're sick, right? I step in and that little spike of generosity, that's great. But these things that you guys are dealing with in these separate organizations are not one-time events for these folks. I mean, and so that's what I like about it is we're not going to come and just help. We're going to come and run along. But her son's in remission and she still gets messages from everybody. And I just think that kind of stuff goes unchecked. And so when somebody goes, all I can give is $50, I'm like, yeah, but that $50 just.
I will say when Andy said, our budget's $1 million, I'm like, I can tell you right now, they spread that budget out.
Oh, yeah.
And y'all are diligent about, each and every dime. I mean, I know that about you, but I mean, you can see that when you said that, I was like, y'all are stretching that out. And we do the same thing at Lana's Love. And I mean, Jennifer and Holly that, I mean, they're so good about that. And they're the ones that are always there. But some of the time, that $250, I'm like, wow, how did you do that? They're like, well, we knew that this was, a deal or something. I mean, like we're always looking for that. But, so, I mean, you can know that, your dollars are
and they're local.
Stretched and they're kept local.
I will say too, to your point, and I love people that can give though, because a lot of people don't have the bandwidth to do every day. We've talked about that too. People don't have money. He'll have people come down and clean I want to do this though. I want to wrap this time you're with me into other stuff. The whole reason people tune in for 24 hours isn't, and I love what you're doing, but if we talked about it for 24 hours, people would hear the story, move on. Real quick, what's going on in the boxing world through YCAP? And then 'tis the season, sir, of your world. You're super busy. As a matter of fact, I think this is about the only hour you have available before you actually have to do stuff for the barn, right?
Yeah.
So tell me, what's up with boxing at YCAP right now?
Man, we just got back from Kansas City. I'm a hat collector. I bet you didn't know that about me. So every baseball stadium I go to, I collect a hat.
Oh, really? Okay.
So anyway, just got back from Kansas City a couple weeks ago and took 4 boys, 2 of our littles, won the whole thing. So we have 2 more national champions going on the wall that joining you, Clint.
That's awesome. Thank you very much.
And so seeing those kids, all 4 of them never been on an airplane. Staying in the Airbnb.
Well, they got to fly.
Oh yeah, we're not. I'm not listening.
Some of us had to drive.
Those driving days are over for me. If it's more than 6, I'm
wow. You mean your stories from the van from 30 years ago?
Yeah, actually, what was cool is our CEO, who's my boss, he's like, dude, let's we'll pay for this. Let's let these kids need to fly.
Wait, before anybody says anything, this guy and his dad have been in more vans with stinky teenagers traveling around the country.
Literally.
So don't judge this guy at all. He's old now. He's old. Look at him. He's old. Look at the gray in his beard. But 20 years ago, the van was there. So anyway, you went to Kansas City. So and 2 of the 4 won the Nationals, which is the percentage on that is incredible. But and then
so that's cool and all. We like to talk about that, but more importantly, there's 35 kids down there hitting a bag every day at 5 p.m. and the therapy that's going on through a punching bag is so therapeutic. And then we've got some adult classes that we have recently started that are growing out of control. And what we're doing with that is the adults are paying. And so they have a membership, and then that money is just revenue back to our program.
I was going to ask, have you figured out the sign in? Because I was going to try to start doing that a couple of years ago for you, and we got it
figured out. It's simple, easy.
So are you ready?
They come in, hit the iPad, put their phone number in.
Help?
Ready? Come on.
I love that. It'd be good for me. I told you this. I need accountability right now.
Yeah,
I'm 6 pounds down. I got about 15 more to go to get back down to fighting weight. It would do me some good to know people are expecting me to be there.
Come on down,
that
baby.
Would be fantastic. Have you ever been down there and watched the sparring on Wednesday nights?
I haven't. No, I mean, I've been down there several times.
Oh, I know you have. But look, go down on a Wednesday night. What time the kids?
Wednesday nights at 5. It gets a little funky in
there.
Now
listen. Go in the summer. They don't have AC. It's a rocky gym.
Yeah.
Go in the summer on a Wednesday night. Just ask if you can visit, and just pray that's the night they do the drill where they put the tires. Have you ever seen the tire drill? They put each person puts 1 foot in the tire, and you don't get to step out. And you're just that close. You're learning how to fight close.
It's your bull in the ring boxing style.
Oh, yeah, it is. And here's the great thing.
I can imagine it.
And we're going to come to you about what's going on tis the season. But I will say the one thing I like about it, if I can make it, I'll take it to be from fun to serious, is that's when you'll watch coaches, because kids get mad. I've done it. I get mad. Your emotions when you got somebody in front of you that's just better than you. You're like, well, damn, this sucks. And I don't want to be a coward and step out. They don't let you get hurt, but it's good to watch the coaches then step in and the helpers go, okay, Clint, hold on a second. Wait a minute. Whoa. You're getting emotional. Let's step out. Let me tell you why you're doing bad. Let me help you. And again, back to the lesson, that translates into when I'm emotional in a classroom, when I'm emotional on the streets, if I can learn to control it in the moment when everyone is watching me not do my best, and I'm learning to control it, then that might translate into the classroom or with your friends when they're saying, let's go do something. You're like, you know what? I'm in control of me. I don't have to respond that way.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool.
Boxing's all well. And then I got to share this story. But when we first met Cole through my neighbor, good friend of mine, Tanner Crook, that's how I first met Cole, and gave Cole the tour. And so I said, Cole, man, I'd really like you to serve on the board. And he said, well, man, I'm on a lot of things. I'm busy, but I think I got an even better way to help. And so showed him the garden, and he said, man, what if we sponsor the garden, right? And so what was cool is every year the Barn Nursery is basically supporting and sponsoring the whole garden project.
I think he just heard his boys are going to spar for raisins. That's
and so. But I'm getting to the crescendo here. Yeah. So we, as you know, Clint, we've got a bunch of kids that age out of the program, but our senior program director Tommy Hobbs keeps a hand on the high school guys. And one of the things we do is try to help them get their driver's license, get them a car, and then get them a job. Well, I called Cole. I said, Cole, we got this guy. I'm telling you, you'll love him. And Malachi Mack, we send him down to Cole, and
he's awesome.
They've fallen in love with him. He comes and checks in with us once a week. And so one of our former students is now working at the barn. How cool is that, man? Like just community, right?
That's the way it's supposed to be. That's the way it's supposed to be.
This is a cool story.
Yeah, well, and I love the garden, and I love the woodworking shop. We talked about it when you came on. I'm going to do your pre-roll here a few times a day too. But also, 'tis the season. All transparency, my son works for you. By the way, watch this, real life. This is how's he doing?
Oh, he's doing great. Oh, he's doing really good.
Quit kicking me under the table, Cole. What the hell? That was mean.
No, and when he was working for a friend, I mean, I literally was like, at some point, I'd love for him to be on the team at the barn. And when he texted me, I'm like, man, like I don't poach employees. And he's like, I hadn't been with Evan since the summer. I was like, in that case, when can you start? I've already watched you. You don't understand. I watch a job site when I'm sitting there in my truck. I know who's doing what.
He's a hard worker. I will say he loves working with your guy. Oh my God. But he says he came home to me, and then we'll get to you. This is so good, man. He comes home. I'm like, because I've always told my kids, listen,
he's going to save money on a gym membership.
Well,
I got to say.
Well, he came home and I've told my kids two things. If you'll be problem solvers and work hard, the world will hire you. Yeah. Try to be so my son and my daughter, both, they work on mother's kid. They all work hard. I think Jacob's a hard worker. But he did come home to me and he goes, well, apparently I'm green, Dad, because he's having to learn how to work with different tools. And Chip said, hey, you're green, but I like that. You ain't got any bad habits. I'll teach you exactly the right way. And Jacob is a sponge. By the way, just so you know, he's YouTubing stuff at home.
Yeah.
He's like, well, what does that tool exactly do? Oh, my gosh. But he did come home Wednesday night. And I go, how you doing? And he walked in, dirt everywhere. He goes, I'm not going to the gym tonight.
Yeah.
Y'all put it to work. So what is this? It is
saving money already.
You know, it is the season to be out planting stuff.
Oh, yeah.
He is doing a ton of that right now.
Yeah. Yeah. So we're really, really cranking up. You know, the weather's been good. You know, if the weather's good, we really can't complain.
But when the weather's good, so when you say weather's good, we still need a little rain from time to time, right? Because right now, I just want to make sure we're okay.
No. I mean, we still need rain, but I mean, it's been a lot worse, is all I can say. And so I'm just being thankful for the weather. Last year we had a hailstorm. I'm happy for anything that's not like that. But yeah, you know, we're getting in all of our annuals. We have a ton of trees and shrubs in. We're doing a lot of big projects around town. So I've got and adding Jacob in, I've got my commercial team running this direction, and then our retail team is just incredible. We've got the best managers we've ever had, and then we've got really good support staff in place. The best support staff we've ever had too, but I mean, just all in place. And you know, we got Malachi in there too, you know, helping out. And you know, we've got we have a Peyton Ogle, who's a Lana's love kid as well. Wow. And I mean, I'll tell you right now though, nobody gets a free pass at the Barn Nursery. We can't afford to. We are a for-profit organization. Right. And but we've got some good guys. And I mean, it's funny though, the more time progresses, because he was one of our earliest Lana's love kids. And you know, now he's in his 20s, and actually he's gonna be trying out to be a professional golfer.
Oh, wow.
He played 1 year at Tennessee Tech, and anyways, back in Chattanooga, from Signal Mountain. A lot of people know.
You alluded to something that a lot of people don't know you do, and that's you do the landscaping, and you help people make plans for their, whether it's commercial, residential, don't you?
Yeah, so we do all the, you know, we'll do plans. We've always done free landscape design. We can do that sort of thing for people. We have a couple crews that most of what we do though is above ground. We're not a landscaping company.
Oh yeah,
we
but you run alongside them and help those
yes. So we provide services for the landscapers, but I mean, like 2 days ago, we Ethan Collier, one of his developments, we added like almost 30 different huge containers outside to dress up one of his developments. And I mean, we do that. And then now we are doing tree installations as well, really focusing primarily between like 1 and 10 trees at a time. Basically, we want to do the heavy lifting for people when they come in and they want to buy a tree, but they don't want to dig the hole, which I can identify with that. Especially on a Saturday. I don't know how many times you've been
spoken like guys that take Doan's pills and use this Flexol now.
Yeah.
None of us 20, 30 years ago would have been saying
No. But you know, it's everything's great at the barn. Everything is you know, good with or great with Lana's love as well. Really, we've been it seems like year after year we just kind of keep adding. It's just like the barn. I mean, like we're just kind of brick by brick, you know, building along as we can and adding services as we can. I know got time for a quick little story here, but last year we had a family come to us. Actually, it was in December of 2024. So, I keep saying last year. Okay, time keeps moving along. And
I still think it's 1990, man. It's okay. Go ahead.
We had a mother and father that had started a service called Sarah's Snacks in the clinic at Erlanger. So, children's cancer unit there at the clinic there at Erlanger. They had started Sarah's Snacks. Sarah Williams, she was sick when my sister was sick, and she passed away, and her parents started Sarah's Snacks, and they did everything themselves. So Sarah's Snacks, they would provide snacks to the clinic for families when they're in there, because people don't understand when you're on chemotherapy and you're a child, I mean, how hard it is on your body. And then, I mean, the foods you want, or that you liked, you don't like anymore. You really like certain salty foods. You don't like these. So they really focused on bringing in those type snacks. And I mean, these just amazing servants, were always coming in, doing that. They were shopping at Costco on a weekly basis and figuring out, what they could do to stretch that budget the furthest. And they came to us and said, would y'all have the capacity to take this over? And first, I mean, I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, okay, don't know funding wise, don't know anything else wise. They haven't even told me how much this is. I'm like,
Before you leave, I got some stuff I need to sell you. I got it before you leave.
Yeah. Right.
Some podcast.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Just say yes.
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Yeah.
Yep. I'll do it. Whatever. But anyways, we're like, yeah, we'll figure it out. And they're like, y'all can change the name or whatever. And it's like, no, we're going to keep it Sarah's Snacks, but it'll be a service provided by Lana's Love. And, I'm like, but by the way, how much is this? And it was right around $10,000. And, I'm like, okay, I have a habit of, spending money and then having to go sell something to, to fund it. I mean, I do that at the barn all the time. But we had this, the scenario, and then Clay Kisner with Kisner Paving, he, texted me and was like, hey, I'd like to get together for lunch or whatever. And I'm like, sounds good or whatever. And, I'm like, could we meet here at the barn? We're both really busy, so getting us together in the room would be tough, but he comes in and basically is like, yeah, I'm getting a bonus from finishing a big project in Atlanta, and I'm going to be making about $10,000 more than I thought I would on this. And he's like, and I'd rather bless an organization or something. And he's like, and I know what y'all do. And I was like, would you want it to be a specific gift? And he goes, I mean, yeah, I think that would be better. He's like, but if y'all need to spend it, however, I'm like, well, anyways, I'm like, can you, would you be happy to do that? And he's like, how much was it really? And I mean, we're talking, it was within like $74, wow. Extra that the organization got. I mean, but anyways, so we've taken that on. And so they have in the clinic, they have these vending machines that have all the food in there, and they get these tokens from the people that are there in the clinic. Wow. And but the kids, that they don't know like the traditional vending machine. So they put in like this, a token and then, they get the things out, and they've got Lunchables. They've got all these different things that are just great for the families. But I mean, it's even like, Malachi then working at the barn, y'all showing me the garden, because I remember that year I was like, I'm over budget on, these sorts of things. And I'm like, but I can definitely do this. And it's just funny how,
Well,
and it's listening to that need, or listening, to figuring out a way to help. And there's always, another way to skin the cat. There's always the reason why the coach pulls you over to the side and is like, hey, if you do this, you might actually, be successful here. And so, yeah, I mean, anyways, I know that's stepping a little further away, but it's all.
No, but I think it shows
connected.
how this all works together. And I had a marketing company for 10 years called Connect Marketing, and everybody asked me about the name. And so I had this little, anyway, I would connect people with right marketing solutions. But at the end of the day, I also connected people with people. I've told Andy a bunch. I used to have more money than I do now. Things happen in life. Some of that money goes bye-bye. That's okay. But what happens is you collect people. You collect relationships, not for manipulating purposes. Just you get to know more people. And so one of the things that happens in life is you get to know more people. It's really good to connect people with people and organizations with organizations. So to your point, it's amazing what happens if you really try to help people and you're not trying to leverage people, right?
Right.
You're just doing the next right thing. Sometimes that's better for you. Sometimes it's better for you. Sometimes it's better for both of us.
Right.
Then all of a sudden it's not, that's how God works. God brings people. I'm willing to take this thing on because we're doing a good thing over here. My gut says yes. And then all of a sudden serendipity walks in and goes, oh, by the way, because you had faith to do this good thing, we will help you do the good thing. And I've seen, you've had it 1,000 times. How many people do you know that have brought you 10 people? And you're like, and Charlie Hunt's a great example. He's got people like, all of a sudden you say yes to this thing and this guy walks in and goes, hey, I have this money that just so happens to fit.
Well, and people have different heart tugs, right? And so, some people like to see helping kids, or some people might like to help folks that have been incarcerated coming out of jail. I mean, people have different heart tugs. But one thing that I'm learning about Cole is he doesn't say no, and just taking a leap of faith and say, hey, we'll figure it out. And isn't it funny how God just always kind of puts that together, right?
And that leap of faith is usually based on helping other people.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, it's just a really cool thing.
I'll tell you that the one thing like us meeting, and then, now having as many, us being here right now with Clint, that we both knew, but didn't even really know that one another did, other than, all the boxing stuff. I saw some of that on social media.
And then they waited one day for lunch for an hour for me to be there, but continue on.
That too. No, but it really is funny. A lot of these situations, you go into them expecting a certain outcome, and then it's way different, but even more, beautiful how it turns out when it actually works for everybody and aligns with that, because instead of it's just really great. And it is great how God
it's amazing.
It is.
And I'll tell you one other thing, and then I know we have some guests walking in about 15 minutes, and we're going to be talking real quick. My buddy Andy Craig, who has got one of the highest clearances you can have, period, for cybersecurity. So if y'all want to sit in here and be terrified, listen to some of the questions I asked my buddy about cybersecurity. And then I think also Josh from Optimize You is going to be joining me too. So we'll be talking health, hormones, and cybersecurity, whatever could be better. Get in good shape.
Work hand in hand.
Yeah. So get in really good shape so when the cyber attacks happen, we can, fend off the villains. But one of the things that I think that goes unspoken, and because we you guys have to address it on a pretty regular basis, but you also have built organizations that have to, you don't always get the outcomes you want.
Oh yeah.
And I've talked about this with people about y'all behind your backs. I admire people who are willing to not just take the ride, and stand beside you when things are good. I know what the consequences of things with the people you deal with. I've had friends that have dealt with that. I had a friend, I won't share his name, but he knows who he is. Also, his first name's Bruce. His son was friends with my older son pitching when he was 15 years old, broke his arm pitching, went in, leukemia, a couple years. Unfortunately, he passed away. I watched that whole family go through that, ups and downs, ins and out. It was heart-wrenching. It was terrible. On side of that, then you have other stories that are very, positive. I've watched you put all in on these kids, man, and they're doing great. And then the phone call comes, or the 5 phone calls come, and they've been unmoored. The anchor's been snapped in half, and now they're gone. So I've just watched you both take I know you've built organizations that are willing to walk even when the walk is hard. I think that's an admirable thing for a lot of people. A lot of people only want the social media post, right? This is me at YCAP. This is me helping people who are sick. And then all of a sudden it doesn't turn out like you want. And those people, a lot of times, God bless them, it's hard to do.
I think probably, and Cole could probably attest to this better than I can, but we try to teach our kids at YCAP, dare to fail, right? And the only way you get better is to fail at something. Fail at it 100 times, because the 101st time you're going to be that much better. And, really, it's not our staff's job at YCAP to foresee all the way through the outcome. It's our staff's job to get them there, right? And so maybe we plant the seed. Clint Powell comes and pours a little water on the seed. Then Cole comes through and, helps build the seed. So it's everybody playing a little bit of piece in the lives of the folks that we serve. And, really cool thing. And I got this from a good buddy of mine, Troy Kemp, who's the CEO of Chat Prep. He said, man, think about Mount Rushmore, and you think about those 4 figures and what those 4 figures meant to our country. Mm-hmm. Now you think about, can you name outside of your general family 4 people that transformed your life? And I'm talking about, it might be a school teacher. It might be a coach. Mm-hmm. It might be somebody that walked in your business one day and you whatever. Yeah. But so what we're trying to do is become the Mount Rushmore for the folks that we're serving. Yeah. So that makes sense. Pretty powerful analogy.
Yeah.
Taking the hard walks is not always the.
No, I think that's amazing. And, but one of the things through all the difficulties of, with my sister passing away, I think that which is why Lana's love is there. And I think that at that point, it was really instilled in me from my parents, and I'm so blessed for that. But that life isn't about what you do when times are good,
Right. That's right.
I mean, it's when the chips are down.
Yeah.
And I'm getting teary-eyed at 5 a.m.
Well, I get it.
But and I think it's just amazing that y'all are there to do that, because I mean, one of the points is, I mean, I had and I have really strong parental backup there, and most of your kids don't.
That's right.
And so showing them, hey, like, getting mad doesn't fix anything. If you're going to get mad, we're going to get mad about fixing this. We're going to get mad about, taking this issue head on. And that's what, that's why a lot of the people that are, really successful people have had, sports backgrounds and things like that, because you figure out, hey, how do I take this head on?
Right.
And we're not unlike that. I mean, that's what we do in our organization.
Well, the thing that we talked about yesterday, and I think we've talked about it a couple times, is there's a word called hope. Mm-hmm. And without hope, that's how you fight, is you have hope. And so when you lose that is when the problems start. Hey, Billy, thanks for responding. Just fast forward a little bit, buddy, because if you're watching from the beginning, we had a little bit of issue the first 30 seconds to a minute, but we appreciate you tuning in. If you don't hear it about 2 or 3 minutes in, let me know, but I'm listening to it right now. Sounds pretty good. But if you don't have the hope, and I think that's what organizations do, you both give hope in different ways, but man, you got kids going home and sometimes no electricity. We've talked about this. They don't know where they're going to sleep sometimes. Maybe they don't have the structure there. There's no refrigerator art. Nobody's asking how their day goes. You're dealing with kids that are supposed to be out at recess. You're dealing with parents that have got jobs and other kids. And what you guys do, I think, is you walk in and you interject. You're not alone, but that hope, that little bit of, hey, This is something that we'll kind of do together. And that's tough. That's a tough thing. And you kind of expect it from your family. If you've got a decent family to your, but a lot of times the people outside the family, those are the ones they step in. And I think I said it to her yesterday. It can be very tiring. If I'm in both your situations as a parent or a grandparent, a lot of times, or family, helping my kid is probably more help for me than actually helping me. I need other people to speak into because my bandwidth is limited.
Well, the saying, and you've heard it a million times, the saying, it takes a village. It literally takes a village. Like, my parents raised me and, did all the things that they felt was right as I was growing up. But then I think about all the other people that impacted my life along the way, and so it really does take a crew of multiple people, to pour into a child's life and to help them sort of change the trajectory of the path that they're on. And so, that's why we try to plug in folks. We have people all the time that say, well, I want to help, but I don't have money. Well, that's okay. Well, come down and read with a kid.
Can you clean?
Can you bring a meal? Can you clean? Can you we'll plug you in somewhere.
By the way, they love pizza.
They don't love. We get pizza every other week from Clint's mom, and no, actually, that's the only time they get pizza now.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Good. And that's why I don't do it, because anytime. Listen, if you're sick or if you're needing food, I will bring it. There's a 112% chance it's going to be pizza. Now, if I like you, I'll bring Domino's to anybody. If I like you, I'll give you some. Yeah. I'll go to someplace special. I'll get it from someplace a little different. Yeah. And if we started Godfather's around, I'd bring you a Godfather's. But I'm bringing pizza every time.
I'm just gonna text you next time I'm not feeling good, just to see how much you like me. Yeah. I mean, like I'm gonna have Domino's, bro. I already know.
I'll go for you. I love that shit, man. Little onion out there. I'll do a little deep dish for you guys. All right, so let's do this. Let's finish up this one in the next few minutes as my other guests are getting ready to show up, and we'll talk about the giving. Right now, we're a little over $2,500.
It's awesome,
and I know there's money coming in today, so it's probably more than that. So if you're a company out there and you're listening to this, because again, people tune in, they click hit, and if they start at the beginning, they may have no sound for a minute. People are good at fast forwarding. They'll be fine. We did this. We had some hiccups last year, but depending on when you listen to this. As a matter of fact, let me do this now with you sitting here, guys, if you don't mind, since this is kind of very casual. No, I just want to thank our sponsors.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Quality Tire, Bo over at Quality Tire. So far, we've done this the last 2 years. He's the very first one that responds yes every single time. That guy's like, I'm all in. Here's where I'm at.
Shout out to Bo. He's on our board at YCAP, too.
Yeah, anyway, he's a good dude. The Barn Nursery, of course, you guys are sponsoring a bit today. The Ballinger and Associates, John Ballinger is going to be here in a couple hours. He owns a First Lead You podcast, by the way. If you guys ever want to talk to somebody about leadership, he has a risk management company. Remember when we were talking about your hail damage and stuff?
Yeah.
And I said I knew a guy.
Yeah.
So he does that around the country. He's always in courtrooms. He's been doing it for 30 years. 20-something year Army veteran. He's going to kick me in the head next time I said Navy. Yeah. But he also has a leadership training company. Okay. Does great stuff. He's coming in, but he's a sponsor. Eric Buchanan and Associates, my buddy, the attorney, one of the smartest people I know. The Chattanooga Fitness Expo, my buddy Sean Whitfield is sponsoring the 5 o'clock hour. He's bringing in some folks with Laura Chastain, again, from Optimize You. And then my sister, Lori, is going to be bringing in a bunch of food and donuts and snacks all day. There's already a table full of them in there. Grindhead Coffee. And then Ruth Chris is supposed to bring us some lunch today for whoever's here, probably 10 to 15 people. And
Andy,
then
I think I have some time around lunch now. I've got an opening.
For about
cancel my 11:30.
We're coming for lunch.
That's my imaginary assistant.
You guys around too. Pizzas for these guys at 2.
Yeah.
But the reason I said that is if you're a company out there, it's not done. And I still promote this 2 to 3 weeks after. So anybody listening goes, I've missed the promotional opportunities. You haven't, because what I do is I cut every hour up into an individual podcast. So I will have 24 different podcasts that will be killing it the next 2 weeks.
Awesome.
So if you're a sponsor, you'll be on every one of those podcasts, whether you're sponsoring an hour for $250 or you're doing the $1,000 corporate sponsorship, which I have 2 or 3 of those in there already. But all you do, either way, you just text whatever amount you want to 44834. And I do want to say this, if you're a corporate sponsor, if the email you get in response doesn't meet the needs you have, as far as, you kind of keep records, we'll get you whatever form or thing you need to do.
No problem.
All right. With that being said, anything you guys want to add in the next few minutes? I'm trying to remember if we've missed any. Oh, I got a couple giveaways today. I'm going to give away one of my barn nursery cards. I've got some giveaways from Countryside Cafe.
Man, I will run
Bank.
some stuff back by here today.
Yeah,
I've got some giveaway stuff that you can.
And then I can give stuff away from Be Well. Be Well is they do blood work, lab work, but they also do IV therapy. I'm going there Monday at noon to get an IV because last year I got sick after doing this. And I went a couple of months ago. I wasn't feeling great. They have something called the Tri-Immune infusion. Took about 45 minutes to an hour.
And where are they?
They are, so you know where Nutrition World is?
Yeah.
So if you're leaving Nutrition World.
They below them or?
So if you're leaving Nutrition World, 153 is at your back. You're going towards Brainerd.
Yep.
They are right past that near the Boy Scouts.
Okay.
If you turn into the Boy Scouts thing right past Sam's Club on your left, they're the first building on your left. I mean, right there, the first building on your left. Brand new facility. Okay. And I went there and got that. It helped me a bunch. They got stuff for pain. And if you mention the podcast during the break podcast, they give you some special pricing too. They're good folks. I'm going there Monday to get my Tri-Immune and hydration.
Well, I didn't know that they were supporters and stuff because I have a place that I do that because it's a game changer.
It is.
I've had times where like my back hurts or whatever, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to go stretch for an hour, then get an IV, and I'm like, I'm a new man.
Toradol or whatever.
Toradol shot.
I got
get it
one,
in the hip.
So I've got the hand stuff you get in the bags.
Yeah.
So I went and got a Toradol shot, and for the next 2 days, dude, my hip and back felt
and you're
70%
and you're
better.
Fully hydrated. Pretty much awesome. There's no chance on a regular basis that we're going to be because we're around the gym, walking or doing whatever you're doing. Yeah. And anyways, so I'm going to have to check them out.
Yeah.
So.
That's good stuff. So I'm going to let you guys hang out here until the next guest get here and we'll talk through, or y'all can roll and I can solo it. It's up to you guys.
No, man.
It's up to you.
Just,
hey, by the way, your dad got invited. He didn't show up. I was wondering, I want to call your dad out. Is he all right?
Yeah. I mean, he's
quasi-retired.
I told him, I said, Dad, as you get older, that check engine light starts coming on and things start happening to that body. And so, but
you know what he needs to do? And he's doing it. You know what he needs to do? Get out of daggone politics.
Yeah, he is. He's not running again. I think he's had his fill.
I didn't understand why he did that years ago.
I don't know.
He likes to give back.
He's always, finding ways to try to help the community. And so, hey, but yeah, they've got their own program over in Hickson, kind of serving the north end of the county.
What's the name of it? Used to be-
the boxing program is Jabbing for Jesus. It used to be Prison Prevention Ministries, but now it's Transform Ministries. Okay. And so they're doing a little bit of everything. So they're still going into the jails, I believe, but they're also kind of a mirror to what we do at YCAP.
Because nobody likes coming across that bridge, man.
Hey, man.
At Hickson. Nobody likes listen.
No, I mean, for a lot of reasons.
Have you ever seen a place, though, really, that has a divide like the Dam? In my world, everyone I talk to, Hicksonites, they hate coming across the Dam over here unless they have to, and they might go to Lee Highway because they can get to downtown their way. Well, everybody over here looks at Hickson like are you going to France? Why do I got to go to France?
I think there's a few of those in Chattanooga. I mean, and I don't know what it is. I mean, there's probably some magnetic field or something, but between North Shore and downtown, even though they are literally right next to each other.
Yeah.
Gabby and I, we lived in a rental house in North Chattanooga. We lived in a rental house downtown, and then now we live down on the south side. And there's sometimes where we're like, where do you want to go? And we both, she grew up in Tunnel Hill. I grew up backside of Lookout Mountain. We had to go 20 minutes to Taco Bell.
That's right.
And now we're like, I don't know if we want to go over there. And it's like 5 minutes. I'm like, dude, are you serious? Like we talk about it too. We're like, this is ridiculous. Yeah. We're like, I know. But seriously, we're not going on that side of the river today. Yeah.
Okay, this is how bad it is for me. My gym is 3 miles from my house. His gym is 7 miles from my house. And I have a pretty okay gym in my garage. I have to convince myself to go to the garage. I'm like, down the steps, got to put on socks. I don't know, man. It's just, by the time I do it, it gets worse as you get older.
It's funny because we were in Saudi, my wife and I, and it was like, man, do we go 25 minutes downtown to eat? Do we go 25 minutes to Hickson to eat? And then when we moved to East Brainerd, it's like, oh my gosh, like everything we want within 5 minutes.
Yeah.
It's a game changer. And so now the thought of like having to drive down 153 and cross into Hickson, I cringe for a lot of reasons. I mean, the traffic and that area is just growing. But anyway.
Well,
it really is incredible how much it's growing out there, because it pretty much just, you have like a brief area where it stops past the marinas in Saudi, and then you're to Lakeside, and it just doesn't end.
That's right.
It just
all
doesn't
the way.
end.
Yeah.
I'm going to let y'all talk real quick. I'm going to look at this. It's live. This is what happens live.
Wow. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
So what's on the agenda? What's on the agenda today?
We're talking hormones and cybersecurity, baby.
There we go.
Y'all want to come on in? Let's get it started. Come on in. We'll get these 2 out and put 2 new ones in.
Well, Clint, thank you, both, man. I appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, man. Good seeing you, buddy. Hey, by the way, y'all have an open door policy all day. If y'all want to come back in, thank you very much.
If I get back over this way,
perfect.
Hey, go up.
This is why we do this live. What's up, man? We're on the camera now, buddy. It's good seeing you.
Good to see you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. Look at this. Here we are. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. This is how it rolls all day, baby. All day.
You're not even tired yet,
dude. I am right now. I'm all caffeined up. I've snapped my neck a few times.
Getting started.
Yeah, I'll have some help. I have volunteers coming in here in about an hour or two. They'll be out there all day after this. It's amazing how everybody loves to help. By the way, thank y'all for doing this.
Yeah.
Everybody loves to help, and you say, when do you need the most? When no one wants to help is when I need the most.
Yeah, about what, 2 a.m?
About 2 a.m. is the one. Well, so I started at 5. Getting 5 to 7 is not too bad because, you get the Joe, the Jocko Willnick types that get up early and get stuff done. But you start going, man, that Saturday morning from 1 to 4, everyone's like, oh, dude, I would, but I'm getting a hair appointment. That's when I have my quiet time with God. I can't, I'll be asleep. I'm sorry. And I'm like, that's good. I appreciate that.
That's right.
So if you want to see something fun, I don't know if it'll be like last year, and I don't even know if I'll keep going that long because last year I got pretty sick afterwards. But tune in around 3, and my face will not move with my mouth. It was the weirdest thing to watch last year.
So you're going to be the one who carries the torch across the finish line.
Well, I did last year, and my buddy came in, and then we're going to get you to introduce yourselves. My buddy came in, Dan Manager, played rugby with for a long time, good friend. He picked 2 or 3 of my buddies do say, when is the crappiest time? And they just say yes to that. So shout out to my buddies. But he came in, he sat down, and I was like, man, how you doing? Good. Man, I sure didn't miss playing rugby. And that was his cue to talk. My brain had shut off 2 hours earlier. And he goes, yeah, me too. I went, oh, no.
No, more.
No, I need more, dude. Exactly what do you miss? Like start when you were born. You were born in what, 69? Start, dude. I want to keep my eyes open but go to sleep.
Yeah.
And he goes, oh, yeah. And then he started off on something. Every now and then I went, that's crazy.
I sure do miss rugby.
Yeah.
Just bring it back.
I saying the same shit, yeah. I really miss being younger. Yeah, why don't you go lay down, man?
Yeah.
All right, so let's do this. Let's take a few minutes and kind of introduce everybody. Josh, tell everybody who you're with, and then Andy, I'll introduce you. We just hash things out here, man.
Yeah, love it. No, Josh Porter with Optimize You and medical clinics here in Chattanooga. We've been open here for about 4 years. We've got 2 locations in Chattanooga, and then I've got a location in Cleveland, and we're opening up a 4th location in Fort Oglethorpe in the next 2 to 3 months.
Yeah,
nice.
Yeah, I'm a patient too, man.
Hey, me too. That Fort O thing will help out a lot.
Good.
Oh, you go to him too?
Yeah.
Okay, well, good.
Yeah. I pretty much know anybody that's coming in and out of this office. This is,
I hope a few of them I sent your way. I don't.
Oh, I'm sure you have.
I will tell you though that I think we'll share stories, and then I want to talk. I'm going to terrify everybody here in a minute. I just want to ask general questions about cybersecurity, which is what Andy does.
Yeah.
Is it okay?
Well, yeah. So that's actually slightly changed.
Oh.
So Andrew Craig, I still work for the same place.
Yeah.
I won't say where that is because
everything I'm talking about today is my own opinion and doesn't necessarily represent my employer. So if you know who my employer is.
He's a waiter.
Yeah. This dude sounds dangerous.
Yeah. So last year I moved into a new role. So now I'm director of IT infrastructure.
Oh, really?
So I'm still kind of connected to cyber stuff.
Yeah.
But not the same as I was before.
He knows the questions I'm going to ask. They're general questions. Watch this. I'll just go ahead. Well, let me finish this real quick. I want to go back to it. When I went to Josh the first time, I had been on testosterone therapy for a while. I was in my, I started on in my mid 40s. You realize, hey, I'm tired. I'm fat. I can't, what's going on? Got my hormones checked from my doctor. And I remember the doctor brought in my levels the first time, and I told him this story. He just said, hey, are you crying a lot and commercials? Do you find yourself tearing up at Hallmark movies? I was like, yes, I do. Damn it. She left home and came home on Christmas. And that guy, he goes, yeah, because you're like 130. Dude.
Yeah.
You're this far away from sitting down to pee.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, so how do I fix that? And he started me, and the system he put me on wasn't as effective, right? The big shot once every now and then. And I went to Josh and he goes, hey, let's make this more consistent. And it's amazing. And the thing I like about it is that you can tweak it. There's different things that that he didn't know. So shout out to a man or a woman.
Yeah.
If you're not feeling good, I'm not saying it's the answer, but it's a place to start and check. Getting your levels checked.
Well, thank you for that shout out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you feel like you're crying too much and you're a dude, you can go talk to him. And if you're a woman, Laura and other folks there can help you with, because that is a Rubik's Cube.
That's the complex part. Yeah.
I will not pretend to understand or try to navigate
that.
I was actually looking at my email last night because I saw that you and I were going to be on here together. This year is 3 years I've been at Optimize You.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say you've been
there,
and you look great, man. You're in there throwing some weights around now, dude. I'm watching it. You're changing it completely.
I've gained 40 pounds.
Good pounds.
Yeah.
Me too. But good.
Dude, that's so encouraging. Yeah. Well, thank you both for allowing us to be a part of that health journey.
Yeah. So did you get into cyber stuff though, like right out of the military or what, or was that what you did in the military? I can't remember.
No. So me and Jamie talk about it all the time. It was kind of really, risk and luck. So when we first got out of the Air Force, we moved back home, and that was right around the time .com was kind of ending, that big wave. I had a lot of friends that got out and were going to these .coms and making crazy money. And then all of a sudden, literally, I had two friends. They pulled up to their offices in Atlanta and there were chains on the parking lot. The businesses were defunct.
Oh, wow.
No notice, no nothing. And it was pretty difficult at that time to get a job. And I will say this place, I got a job offer to go work for a defense contractor, General Dynamics, and me and Jamie packed the kids up and we drove out west to Phoenix, Arizona. That was in 2008, and that's how I sort of got my start in cyber, was in 2008.
Was it terrifying from the get-go?
Well, it was a lot different back then. It wasn't the same sort of thing. There was a lot of defacement and theft and denial of service. What bad guys were doing at that time is they were trying to steal your money. They were trying to keep you from being able to get to your stuff, or they would like deface your website. They would put pornography on your site or racial things on your site to basically affect your public image.
Well,
now it's progressed into.
But we see that with AI now, I think. People are using it because there was just a lawsuit. Somebody, high school girl, sued, was it AI? Because they allowed them to go. The other kids took her image and had her in like compromising positions, porn. And she sued AI because you're the one that created the platform and there's no regulation. And it ruined her reputation.
Well, that's the thing is AI has been around a really long time.
I don't like it when professionals do that.
Yeah.
It's just like people are like, this cloud thing's so confusing. And it's like, you do it every day.
Just because I do it doesn't mean I understand it.
Right.
But let me speak for
or do we like it?
Yeah.
But the AI thing, algorithms, that's a form of AI. And so when you're out there browsing and you're doing all of these things and you're like, hey, I'd really like to know more about how to get a Corvette cheap. Now, all of a sudden, that's going to be on my phone at some point.
Yeah.
And so it's just progressively evolving into more things to where those models can do predictions and those models can create everything for you. You can just go say, hey, go scour the web to develop a thing for me. It's just become more sophisticated. But the term artificial intelligence, that's really been around a really long time.
It is a little refreshing to hear my daughter, when I say I want to chat GPT something, she goes, I'm not using, you should never do that, Dad. I'm not doing it. She refuses to use it. She goes, I'm not going to give my brain power away. The only way to keep you thinking is do it yourself. And I'm like, okay, I feel like the kid in trouble. Do the homework yourself. Quit looking up on the Googles.
Well, so there's a lot of truth to that too. And I tell people all the time, I've sent a bunch of people over to Optimize You. I don't even have an Optimize You t-shirt, by the way.
Swing by today.
at least he's not bitter about it.
I'll bring it over. Okay.
People ask me all the time because I'm very open about being on TRT. I think it's important for guys to talk about it. Because I'll tell you, aside from my physical improvements, my mental health was the first thing I noticed, like my mood changing and all of that. But my point to saying that is we rely so much on the internet and to get someone else's opinion before we just sit and examine ourselves to figure out what it is that we're wanting to do. And so, to Katie's point about don't use ChatGPT, if you walked into a room of 100 people and asked them, do you know how to read a road atlas?
Oh, yeah.
How many are going to be able to do that?
Yeah.
My kids would get amazed when I knew the terrain. The closer the lines, the steeper the thing. Yeah. It's not that hard. The farther the lines apart, the gradual decline. That's called a river. That's called a tributary. And they were like, how do you know that? Because I had to take it in high school at ROTC.
That was the one class he went to.
That's not true. I went to 2. That's sex ed. Didn't really do well in either one of them. And I went to those classes, by God. Yeah. But to your point, that's what she's kind of fighting back against. And the cybersecurity part of this, every time I talk about, I've kind of 10 years ago, I'm like, let's talk about it. What can we do? I just, there's nothing we can do about it. It is what it is. It's like every other warfare or everything else. The people, whatever we see, I think it's like government technology, whatever they're showing us, they are 20 years past it in my world.
Well, I think it's not that we can't do something about it. I mean, I think that's why people like you exist, right? Is to kind of offset what is happening to us.
Well, and the other thing is,
hopefully
there's some level of prevention, but I would say that another piece to it is detection and resilience. There was a YouTube TV show several years ago where it was a company that did penetration tests, and this guy owned a company in Texas, and he spent millions of dollars on his security system, and he said, I can't be hacked. So he goes to this firm and he says, if you can hack me, I'll give you $1 million. And so it was 2 guys that owned this company. They went online. They tried to learn as much as they possibly could about this company. And they did a really good job of removing their public data. You couldn't find out what kind of operating systems they were running. You didn't know what kind of server hardware they were running. You didn't know what vendors they were using. They scrubbed all of that. They kept it very private. And so the guys were like, man, this is how we're going to keep our company afloat, is we need this ransom. Basically, he was willing to pay a ransom.
Yeah.
And so they flew to Texas, and the guy was joking. He said, we rented a murder van, like the solid-sided van. And
there's candy in it.
Yeah. They just sat in the parking lot for 2 days and watched what was happening at the company. And one day they're literally sitting there, and a delivery service, I won't name the delivery service, but a delivery service guy walks in empty-handed, and they notice he was in there for about 20 minutes. And then he comes back out with packages. And they said, let's go get a uniform. So there's this company that spent millions of dollars on security, spent tons of money on a really good operational security program to not put anything on the internet. They went and bought uniforms, walked in with a box that they literally went to a competitor's storefront, printed labels, put it on the box and the whole thing. And they walk in there and they said, hey, this package, this is for the owner. The guy at the security desk is looking at it and he goes, okay. And he goes, I need you to, I forgot my paper. Hey, hold on one second. I'm going to run back out to my van.
So he's playing it off like he forgot to get the signed receipt thing.
Yeah.
Well, he comes back in and he goes, "Hey, I don't have it. I'll just have to take this package back with me. So if you can let the guy know that we came." But he goes, "But I have this thumb drive. You can print it off and we can sign it manual."
Oh,
You let him do it.
And the security guard stuck the thumb drive in, and that was it. They shut the entire security system down and went into the CEO's office
and got $1 million. No, or
So-
yeah.
So what I say is you either spend all this money on prevention and hope that it works, or you need to spend equal amounts of money on detection and resilience, because what if somebody flips the switch?
Yeah.
Do you have something that's going to back that up? Do you have something that you can recover from?
Mm.
But
That redundancy is what people don't. They spend all the money up front.
Yep.
We do the same thing as individuals.
Yeah.
We do the same thing. By the way, I can't remember if you made the comment, and then we'll talk more about what you do too, Josh. This is how this goes. We'll interview each other. But
This is more interesting.
well, no, just know that the reason he can think this way is you.
Yeah.
You're the wind beneath
I don't have
our
a cloudy
wings,
mind
Josh.
anymore.
You're the wind beneath our wings. Sir. Just see what your products go, man. I will say though, I posted something from my college ID. Was it you commented years ago? I think no, I know it was you.
Maybe it was.
Because you commented something like, "So you're just going to give all your information out?" Because it had my birth date, it had what school I went to, it had my ID, it had some stuff, but it was from like 1990, and it was like, great way to give people who want to steal your ID your picture. All this stuff. Like, oh, and I didn't pull it down. But
Well, yeah, because that's the thing is I'll just build a record for as long as I have to until I feel like I have enough to compromise you.
yeah. So this is where he went to school. This is the year he was born. This is when he went to the school.
Mhm.
Oh, he posted this. He got his driver's license here. Oh, he used to live at this address. And I just start putting this profile together, and now I'm me. And if anybody steals my identity, I hope they do more with it than I have.
And now
good luck.
Could you put a little money in my bank account?
Leave a better legacy than I have, dude. Yeah.
Well, now you got AI that's going to speed all of that up.
Yeah.
Because now you find your target and you just go plug that into one of these large language models.
Just
And you say,
automated.
"Tell me what all I need to know about Clint."
Well, so the
Wow.
flip side, we've talked a little bit about AI in the medical world and AI in the business world. There's so many. This is why I think it's hard for us we all have an opinion, and I think most of the people I know go, "Oh, it's bad, man. It's bad. It's addictive. It's bad. But the reason none of us stop, or a lot of us don't stop, is because there's so much upside to it. There are things I get to stay in touch with friends from 30 years ago. I get to look up stuff now for business on marketing. Ed Jones is the worst.
Yeah.
Best. Because he will AI something in 10 seconds and go, "Hey, this is what I found." I'm like, stop.
Right.
I'm the genius in the marketing. I don't need your stupid AI that's better than me already.
Yeah.
It changes what you're doing, doesn't it?
Yeah, I would say it's definitely created a lot of conversations, where, we used to have the Dr. Google. So from the patient perspective, people would come in and say, "Oh, I Googled this." Now I get reports. I mean, I had someone yesterday who had, that she had gone to her GP, had, all this lab testing, diagnostics done. Well, she brings it in. She'd gone through Claude and was like, "Hey, can you help me decipher what Claude is telling me to do about this?" And part of it is, I understand it, because especially in medicine right now, you've got this reactive way of medicine, which is the kind of the old school thought, process where we're symptom based, we're not really looking at root causes, quick to putting people on medications, and people have gotten kind of frustrated with that, right?
Right.
And so when they go to more the traditional setting, and there's hey, you need to go on this statin, you need to do this, and they're like, that feels kind of off. People are using AI quite a bit now and setting it up. And that's what I try to encourage them, is you've got to give it some parameters, right? If you're going to use it, but they're setting it up to say, if this is not the method that I want to choose, what are some alternatives? So yeah, on the patient side, it's created a tremendous amount of work. And I would say to for the most part, it's beneficial. It gives people a launching pad, better than just Dr. Google.
But behind the scenes too, the business.
But on my
business, the structure of business behind the scenes. I know a lot of people are they'll call a lawyer, or they'll call an advisor, a consultant, but they already have a little bit of knowledge base that they're not
Yeah.
in the weeds.
Well, Andy can kind of correct me on some of this stuff or be like, dude, don't do that. But one of the things that we have done is I spent some time with somebody who, lives and breathes and works in AI quite a bit. And we created really my thinking framework. Right. And so we uploaded, I did probably a 2-hour interview with him, and we just continually uploaded it into AI. And it was really around just my overall, how do I see the world, right? So my overall worldview, but then specifically, like, how would I handle specific situations? Hiring a, employee, firing an employee. How would I want integrity to be infused within my company? And then from that, we created that framework that we actually have my leadership team actually infuse that within their decision making. So now my leadership team has my thinking framework. So if they're looking at something and thinking, I wonder, like, how would Josh want this? Well, they've actually got a 37-page document that kind of gives them an understanding of this is how I see business, the world, patience,
giving them the filters to make some just the old quote, by the time it gets to the boss or the leader, then hopefully you've exhausted some.
Yeah.
It gives them more resources for that. So it actually allows them to fix some stuff, make some decisions before it actually gets.
That's exactly right.
Which kind of gives you bandwidth.
Yeah. And it also, not even just fix it, but even if they're starting a project and they're curious as to how would I want that to be done, right? Well, they've infused that. They, if I've given them, hey, this is what I want us to focus on with marketing or whatever it is. Well, now they can infuse that. And so when they build something as a proposal, that proposal is probably going to be a lot more aligned with my thinking. It does save time. Yeah. Yeah. It's,
so habit stuff, personal habits. I think it's really odd that, Facebook just lost 2 big lawsuits. I don't know if you saw that. It lost 2 big lawsuits this week. One is on the addiction component, that they knew it's kind of addictive for kids, and then other is harm or something. I can't remember the 2 big things, but I agree with that. And I'm not saying I was the best. I think I'm probably middle ground. I didn't let my kids have cell phones till they were 16-ish. Yeah, we're good. 16-ish. And they didn't have any social medias until they were probably out of high school. That's on them. When you become an adult, I can't help what you do. We didn't have games in the house. We had a Wii for about 2 years, but we could only play it at certain times when I wanted to hurt their egos with the tennis game a little bit. But I think when I hear the stuff about Facebook, I do understand it. I also think us as parents have just handed off babysitting to TVs. It started with TVs. Then it went to gaming, and now it's just the phones. It's so much easier to be a parent if I don't have to hear from you. And even if we're in the room, I feel like, we're spending time together, but I don't know what you're looking at. So I don't know whether to blame the parents or the socials. Or yes.
It's a chicken and an egg problem.
Yeah.
And I told my son I'd give him a shout out on here. So shout out to Raiden.
How old is he now?
9.
Oh, my God.
Yep. So
holy crap.
I tell him all the time, he has 10 acres of property to play on, but he would rather be on an iPad. And I'm like, dude, I would have gotten in trouble because I never wanted to come in the house.
They would have had I'd have been on a milk carton if I had 10 acres.
Yeah. And I'm like, and it's because kids at school don't have that. They all don't have 10 acres. They don't have the ability to go outside and shoot an airsoft gun, or they don't have the ability to go outside and do whatever it is. And so their entire group of people, you have to be doing the same things they're doing.
Yeah.
Otherwise you're not included. I won't let him play certain games because I think some of them are child predator loaded, which that's a whole nother one that's in the news.
Yep.
I will not let him play those. And some of his friend group does. And he's like, Dad, I'm not going to be cool. Not my problem.
And you're not going to be preyed upon either.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And so
I don't have to go to prison, son.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
Even us as adults on the social media platforms, it is literally a drug. It feeds your dopamine and your endorphins because the algorithm just keeps feeding you the thing that you're looking at the most.
That doom scrolling is a real thing.
It is.
Do you know so this was last year, and I want to say it was, it may have been spring. It may have been around this time after I did this. But I cut it off for 90 days. And the only thing I did is I went on my podcast page and I would post podcast stuff, but I actually got to where I created another account that I could get into my podcast page, but I actually shut my personal one down. And I had people texting me, "Hey, did I piss you off? Did I?" No, I said, "Nope. I just taken a 90-day." And I slowly came back on, like, I'm going to show discipline. Best 90 days I've had in 10 years.
Yeah.
And within 30 days,
suck back in.
I
As soon
swallowed
as
the
you
hook.
inject that heroin, it's over.
That's right.
What do you mean giraffes
It's
don't have
over.
tongues? What the hell do you mean? They just like, I was like, at 2:00 in the morning, I'm like, why do I care if a 40-year-old can do a TikTok? Quit dancing with, and then I'm mad at me.
Yeah.
I'm pissed at me, but those habits.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I still blame the parents. I'm still going to blame the parent, even though I think it's hard. We've all been called uncool parents. Again, chicken and egg. I think the parents, if they were doing their job, then I think, in my opinion, if we're doing the best we can, then it's easy to look. Then we should look for outside. Like, hey, you quit him. If the guy next door, if I'm doing everything I can to quit my kid to stop taking drugs, you keep throwing drugs into my house, and I'm going to come talk to you. If I'm not doing my job, I'll start with me. Then I'll come talk to you.
Well, I think it's this it's a byproduct of how we were raised.
Yeah.
I and most of my generation was raised. We did a good portion of raising ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
I was going home by myself at 9 and 10. I had a key. I'd get off the bus. I'd walk home. I'd go in. I'd do whatever. Turn the TV on, and you're on your own until your parents get there. Well, as you grow up, you're like, man, I don't want my kids to do that. I want to be there for them. I want to pick them up on the bus, and I want to be there when they get into the house. That's how that whole helicopter parent phase started, in my opinion.
I agree.
Is where you're like, I want to be more involved. And then you're like, well, maybe that's not a good approach either. And so midway through, you're like, all right, kid, here's this TV. And you go right back to how it was in the 80s.
But the world's not the same as it was. To your point, you don't have friends going, hey, man, Clint, let's go out and let's go build the fort.
Yeah.
Where were you raised at? Where did you grow up at?
I grew up in Kingsport.
Oh, yeah. Did you have the same thing I did?
Oh,
people
same thing,
just
man.
constantly?
I mean, I tell my kids all the time, I lived in a kind of a small, lower middle class neighborhood, but I mean, I didn't know it at the time. Right. And, 5:30, 6 o'clock at night, I'd hear my mom yelling across the neighborhood, time for dinner. Right. And so I'd come home, eat dinner, go back out till dark. I'd get she'd holler outside again. And so it's just different. I mean, we were outside riding bikes, playing ball, doing all those things every single day.
And that translated. I mean, when I grew up, I kept cleats, basketball, gloves, everything in my trunk.
Yeah.
Even till I was 20, because you never know when you're going to find a pickup game or buddies, I will, this is, story time for the next 23 hours. I was, we lived in East Ridge most of our lives, North Georgia a couple years, but we lived over off Concord in East Brainerd, off East Brainerd Road for 2 years, my second and third grade years. Then we moved back to East Ridge. So I was in third grade. I don't know what age would that put me, third grade, and had friends in the neighborhood on bikes. Well, I had left home. If my mom is listening, she'll know this. Don't comment, Deborah. We it's okay. You've prayed me through it. Good job. But I went out on bikes. Well, I was supposed to be home in an hour. I didn't get home in an hour.
Yeah.
Did you even know what an hour was?
Dude, I didn't know apparently what a day was. Apparently. So I knew I was kind of late because the sun looked a little weird. Or not sunlight, but it was kind of going.
That's called the moon.
Well, it was cooling down. So it wasn't like 9 o'clock at night. It was probably 5:30 or 6 or whatever. But my dad was still at work. My dad's a worker. So it's probably closer to 5, whatever it was. Oh, insert story here. So I come over the hill on my 10-speed. I mean, on my Huffy bike. And there's police cars sitting in my driveway.
Oh, man.
And my dad's car. Mm-hmm. That means my dad's home from work. Oh. And someone's looking for Clint. Dude, my mom prayed me through it, but I can tell you Dad did something else.
Yeah.
There was a different approach.
There was something we called foot to ass.
Yeah.
I was suffering from that.
That's funny.
So I walked in like this, and every eye in the place went, whoosh. And my mom looked at me, and my dad just kind of grinned because I was a little dirty and roughed up.
Yeah.
And the police go, I think we're okay. And they left. And after they left, I wish they kind of stayed for a little while.
Can y'all stay for about 2 or 3 days till this wears
Can y'all
off?
just take me in? Can y'all hold me for like a 40-hour till they cool down period for him? And he did his thing. He went back to work. He said, I'll see y'all later.
That's funny. That's funny.
But that's the world we lived in.
Yeah.
we just went out and just were feral half the time. We just had stuff we did with people. And nowadays, the kids miss that. We talk about it all the time. Hey, I want to ask you a question, and you don't have to give me specifics, and it's been years since I've asked it. But would we be as terrified as I think we would be if we knew how often enemy states, you don't have to give numbers, were actually trying to get into our systems as a country?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Okay, yeah.
It's absolutely a staggering proposition.
Thousands a day, right? It's
millions.
Every day. 24 hours.
Yeah. And then there used to be this cybersecurity company that would put out the hacker calendar, and it would be aligned to foreign holidays and U.S. holidays. And they were basing it on the peaks of when these foreign entities would attack American infrastructure because people weren't at work.
So they were reading our schedules and going, this is when we
and so they're like, oh, well, I bet you on President's Day, Martin Luther King Day, whatever
Christmas
day,
Eve,
they're going to be on a skeleton crew. They're not going to have as many people watching, and then that's when they would trigger these attacks. And you got to think, there are so many little places that are connected to what we term critical infrastructure, which is the stuff that keeps the country functioning, that it's an insane amount of interconnected pieces and parts, like companies that make parts for this special thing that keeps trains running. Or
it's not just one company.
No.
And they don't have to get all the companies. They just have to get the one company that's part of the piece of the other 30 companies.
Yeah, that's called supply chain compromise.
Oh, my gosh.
Well, something happened recently with a medical device company, Stryker.
Mm-hmm.
That was
Iran that did
it. Yeah, it was Iran that did it, right? Which I thought was, when you read that, you're like, well, that's kind of odd. Like, why'd they go after a medical device company?
You think it was a test?
Could be a test
system that they're using that other companies may be using.
Yeah, because they could be putting a particular chip or a particular piece of memory or a particular piece of hardware inside their medical device, and that is also being marketed in a missile system or whatever the case may be.
They're seeing its effectiveness.
Yeah, because about 10 years ago, they started putting next gen Bluetooth in pacemakers, and it was so you could do this deal here, get your reading on it. And then when Bluetooth technology improved, you could actually just get the reading from your phone from here.
Yeah.
Because the range was further. It didn't have to be proximity and all this stuff. There were actual denial of life attacks. People were getting killed.
They shut that off.
They were shutting the pacemakers off.
You know what's really crazy? That was an episode of The Blacklist.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
really
right.
Happening.
That was an episode of The Blacklist. Now you're saying that because the guy shut a plane off. Remember, the kid had a pacemaker, and he goes, "Hey, X number of dollars, I'll shut your kid's pacemaker off. I have access to it, individual and group." So when they send something, I'm going to say it's stupid, and you clean it up. And this is what I'm great at. I can say so many good stupid things. They send codes, and it's, I don't know, I'm going to make up a number, 1,000, 1,000,000, whatever it is, and they just change one little I or O or E, whatever. I don't know how code works. They just change the one, and they'll send variances of those, just bombard it. And you got to have a system. Is this where AI helps us or hurts us, or is it not an AI thing? Is there like Clint in there going A-A-O?
Well, you have to build in there's tremendous number of different attack types, but that something like that's more of like a buffer overflow where a system can only handle so much, and so you're trying to confuse it to where it just shuts itself down.
Okay.
But most attacks now they don't want you to know they're there, so they're not going to do something that's obvious unless that's part of their escape plan.
Maybe they're distracting. This is this.
Yeah.
This
so
really
that was one of the big things that happened in the war in Iraq and Afghanistan is they would set off a small explosion over here. All the troops go there. Then they set off the big one so that they get more collateral damage.
Yeah. Everybody runs to it. Yeah.
So when a bad guy gets into your network, if they think that you're onto them, they have an exit strategy. And so they go, okay, well, our exit strategy is we're going to create a diversion over here so that we can pump all the data out over here because they're going to be hyper-focused on this thing happening here while we're pumping all their shit out the back. And
it's the art of war just for cyber and internet. It's to me that terrifying. I'd rather have the real war something you can tangibly touch.
Well, we've got one of those too.
Yeah.
And so I've read.
Hold on, Clint.
I've read the
wheels melting down.
Yeah, actually.
It'll be your last, Clint. It's just coming.
I've read The Art of War multiple times. I think I have 5 or 6 copies of it.
I love it.
One of my favorite ones in there is never let the enemy know your next move.
Yep.
And that is literally how this whole thing works. It is a cat and mouse game. And the example I give people, and I've given it a million times, and I'll keep giving it. The blue team, which is the good guys, they have to be right 100% of the time. Mm-hmm. They don't get any margin of error. So the sports analogy is, and I'm assuming most of your listeners are sports fans, that's the difference between a defensive back and a wide receiver. The wide receiver is coming out of the huddle knowing exactly what he is going to do. There's no deviation. It is, you're going to go 5 yards out and you're going to run a post. Mm-hmm. And they're just going to do that route. The defensive back's job is to guess.
Yeah.
That wide receiver only has to get it right one time to either just make the reception, get a touchdown, whatever the case may be. But that defensive back has to get it right every single time. And if they don't, that's very pivotal in the entire outcome of the game potentially. And so it's like Deion Sanders uses the analogy, when you look good, you feel good. When you feel good, you play good. When you play good, they pay good.
Yeah.
It's the same kind of thing. You should be paying your people that are doing a good job at whatever that thing is, so that you don't ever have to worry about them moving on to something else and you not getting that same quality.
Yeah.
Especially in that world. Holy mackerel. That seems like where I'd want to pay. I'm willing to outpay the competition on whoever's stopping that. And I love The Art of War too. There's another one that's always at play too. And it's once you get the citizenship, the populace to stop supporting whatever, that's it. I think that one's at play now too. If I can get, it's always been used, but if I can get the people behind you to stop supporting you, you'll stop being so engaged over here, which means I can do what I want to do.
Yeah.
The Art of War. Have you ever read The Art of War?
It's been a long time.
They made one too called The Art of War for Business. And it's not a bad one. It took a lot of the same principles. I've read it a couple times too. I've got it at the house. I may actually have it out here. Huh. But it takes those same principles and how to use them when you're building a business and starting a business, that kind of stuff. How many locations do you have now? And I know you said Fort Oglethorpe, but where are they all located at now?
So those, the 4 that I mentioned here in Chattanooga, and then we have one clinic in Knoxville, and then within that clinic, we have 2 satellite clinics. So I'd still call it one with a couple, satellite days. So they go out a couple times a month.
You were in the medical traditional world before this, right?
Yeah. I practiced 11 years in traditional medicine.
Why'd you roll out of it into this?
Well, it was really during COVID. I always worked in some type of surgical field, and then I would typically moonlight because I've got a lot of kids. And so I would moonlight in the ER. And so that'd pay for tuition or something, right?
Oh, and 3 dudes smiled.
Yeah. We've all been there.
All of us are bald, I noticed, but go ahead.
Yeah, that's right. But so during COVID, I was working at Ray County and in the ER. And, what I always tell people, because that was obviously such a divide in the country, is that there was a lot of, both ands, in the sense that, you were being filled with a lot of crap, like in orthopedics, which I was also working in at the time, for the first time in my, 10-year career at the time, when somebody's coming in to see me for an ankle sprain, one of the questions I have to ask is, have you had the COVID vaccine? Right. It's like, well, that doesn't, why have we never asked if you have the flu vaccine? Why all of a sudden are we concerned about this? And, and then obviously some of the agendas, as far as vaccinations and things like that. And so there was a rub there for me, just ethically. And then, but on the other side of it, then I'm going on a, Saturday, 12-hour shift in the ER, and you're seeing this inundation, right? I mean, you couldn't hardly move in the ER, even at a small hospital, because the system had kind of gotten overwhelmed. And a hospital like Ray County is really meant as a triage, right? You'll treat and street the easy ones, but really what that place is for is, if you come in with a heart attack, we need to stabilize you and we need to get you somewhere else, because that is not what they do there, right? And that became impossible And so all of a sudden, these patients that historically we'd, maybe have in the ER for 3 hours while we're stabilizing them and then transferring, you'd call Vandy, you'd call Emory, and they're like, sorry, we don't have any beds. So now Ray County became its own entity of having to manage.
Because you speak to this, you had shortage of people too. A lot of times, it wasn't just the
it was staff.
Full.
Yeah, it was a staff issue.
Shortage because we just don't. People are either not coming to work or they can't come to work due to mandates or whatever.
Yeah, because if you had a sniffle, it's like, well, you don't show up, right? And so, I think it's a 14-bed ER. Well, now all of a sudden, out of those 14 beds, we literally only had 3 that was emergency medicine, and the other 11 had become like an ICU. I mean, it was like a MASH unit, right? And then you also had people, now we had gurneys and out in the hallways. And so what I started to see in that environment was there was a scenario, and it's not rocket science, but there was a scenario where people who were unhealthy, who developed COVID, did not do well, right? But people who were healthy, you were the outlier. It didn't mean you didn't feel bad. It didn't mean you didn't need to be off work for a week or so, but you didn't see those people dying, right? And it was just over and over and over where you'd see this person come in who was 60 pounds overweight. They didn't exercise. They were on, polypharmacy, on, 10 to 15 different medications. And 3 days after they show up, they pass away. So I had one particular patient that was in that scenario, and it just ate at me. I mean, I remember leaving that day thinking, this is not the type of medicine I want to practice, right? Because I just kept thinking, what if you could have had a conversation with this guy 15 years ago and said, hey, before we go down this path, right? Before we go down the path of you just choose not to exercise, you just choose to get on all these medications, and we're just, slapping Band-Aids on you. What if perhaps we actually looked at some root causes? And so I came home that day and told my wife, I said, I don't know that I can stay in this type of medicine. I mean, at the time I was my early 40s, so I'm thinking, well, that's another 20 plus years of practicing. And can I ethically just kind of stay in this system because it pays me?
And I think COVID put pressure. You found out kind of what it was all about. And I wrote this down. What disappointed me the most, and I'm out of the medical world completely. I'm a consumer, right?
Right.
Is that I didn't hear health experts talking about health.
Right.
That's what bothered me. I didn't mind. I mean, I did. I mean, I got banned for asking questions, all these things. What bothered me the most, one of the things that bothered me the most was the people that were in charge of air quote health weren't talking vitamin D. They weren't talking zinc. They weren't talking sunlight. They weren't talking walking. They weren't talking anything that would not air quotes cure you, but would help. I mean, I remember hanging out with Ed and people like you and just being older and having some sort of, being able to think. Like, well, isn't this a good time to talk about zinc?
Right.
Is it? I mean, maybe it's me, but how about magnesium? Just, hey, by the way, I would have loved it if somebody had come out that wore a white jacket that time and said, hey, by the way, everybody, while you're doing this and we're thinking about the vaccines, also start doubling up on your vitamin D. Get that test done. Get your zinc done. By the way, I'm giving away some vitamin D, Be Well free blood checks. Anybody wants some vitamin D? I got 3 to give away. Hook me up. Say I want one. I'll give you a vitamin D free. I got 3 to do. But none of that.
Mm-hmm.
And so I kind of, looking back on it, I was like, they weren't health experts at that point. They stopped being health experts.
One thing I'll say, and you probably don't even remember this, but shortly after I started on TRT, a guy that I knew was like, hey, I think about getting into it too. And he was about 100 pounds overweight. And I'm like, yeah, go holler at Josh. Just get the labs done. And I saw him a couple of 3 weeks later, and I was like, hey, did you ever get over there to see Josh? He was like, yeah. I'm not going to really probably be a candidate right now. And I was like, why is that? And he goes, well, because Josh was asking me if I was going to address my eating, if I was going to address my fitness.
Yeah.
And I told him that I wasn't really looking for that right now. And he told me, well, testosterone is not
right.
This is not the time for that.
Yeah.
You've got to address these other things. And so I'll just say that's one of the things that I really appreciate about you is that it's not pharmaceutical in nature,
right?
To where it's like, yeah, just pay me some money. We'll give you these shots. And
we don't care if it really works.
Right.
That's the reason I love you and Ed.
Yeah.
Ed's the same way. I walked in with Ed up there for a supplement and goes, I need this. He goes, why do you need that? Or one of his staff. And I go, well, I heard on the Googles The Google said it really helps me, blah, blah, blah. And they go, okay, but are you doing this over here? No, then that's not going to do any good. Or to what your point, stop eating hamburgers for 2 weeks or fries. Eat the burger, cut out the fries. Because they don't. The thing I like is perfection. Good always gets in way of better. Always gets the best. Always gets in the way of better.
Yeah.
I can't do it perfect, so I'm not going to do anything.
Yeah.
So the best advice I took one time, somebody said, just cut out fries. Go to the hamburger place, just cut out fries.
Right.
And I did.
Yeah.
Guess what? Lost a couple pounds. I go, well, now what if I did cut out from a hamburger 6 days a week to 3 days a week? And I admire people that walk in and go, hey, before I just give you this, you're going to have to stop putting stuff in your face hole.
Well, again, it just goes back to.
By the way, ignore the kitchen that y'all walked in.
Yeah. We won't. Yeah. You don't see a donut in front of me, right?
Or me.
Or you. Or
5 days, dadgummit. I refuse.
Yeah, and again, it goes back to why did I get into this in the first place, right? And that's got to be like my plumb line. That's got to be the integrity and the ethics in which we do things. And so those are hard conversations, because people, I think, and it's not. I don't judge them because I think we all want to find an easier path, right? We all want to find a way that's like, hey, just fix me with whatever, right? Fill in the blank, and that way I don't have to do all the work. But I think the science speaks to this, is that is not the way, right? The way, and it's not to be perfection either. It's to move in a direction that becomes sustainable. And so Matt Davis, one of our mutual friends, he always talks about testosterone therapy for men really should be like watering a flower, right? Flower doesn't just thrive off of water. It actually needs sunlight. It needs the proper soil. And that is nutrition and exercise, right? And so if you look at what hormone therapy does for a guy or for a female, it really, your return on investment is exponential if you will buy in to the lifestyle, right? That's
so hard though, man. We want it to,
right.
Again, we don't want I don't want to have to change. I want you to do the changing for me. And that's the part but that's the life changing.
But the thing that I will say, he's already talked about, he's, put on 40 pounds. He's leaner, he's stronger. I saw a guy yesterday that I don't even think I see him as a patient, but he just happened to be walking by and he goes, hey man, can I just pull you aside for a second? I said, yeah. He goes, I just want you to know, like, you guys have changed my life. He said, since I've been here, and it's been about a year, he said, I've lost 80 pounds. And he said, you guys just really helped me to know and believe that I could do it. And, his kids are sitting there. And for me, it's like, I always joke, like, I'm not trying to get people on a stage for bodybuilding, right? Yes, you may gain some lean muscle, but I want people to be dangerous at 70, right? I want you to be able to play with your kids.
Great quote.
I want you to look good naked, right? For your spouse, right? I want you to have the kind of capacity where it's like when, where we have this idea that it's like after age 40, life just kind of falls apart. That's your choice. At this point in medicine, that is somebody's choice outside of some bizarre scenario, right? And so to get somebody to see that and believe and then invest in, because something I always say is I have the easiest job when I'm dealing with the patient. They're the ones who have to make the lifestyle changes.
You've done it yourself. I've watched you transform the last couple of years of your life too. I talked about this with Gary Thurman, who's coming on at 10. I've watched people do the transformation. We talked about, you weren't out of shape. You just were in better shape. It's not like you were you would not be nobody would look at you and go, he's fat. You just didn't meet the standards you wanted to meet.
That's right.
Well, and that's one of the main reasons I went on this journey is it's probably not good to necessarily say, but I haven't been to a regular doctor in 4 years because, I heard, and he's not a really great example, but Dana White talked about it on a podcast where he was like, I don't go to the doctor unless I break something.
Yeah.
I'm doing preventative maintenance through holistic medicine. And so I look at Josh as my holistic guy where I'm like, I get labs often.
And if something pops up,
hey, dude, because I read my own labs because I've been doing it with him so long. And I'm like, hey, we're going to have to talk out of band here. We're going to have to get another call. I can't wait 3 months.
That's right.
And that to me is taking ownership for yourself.
Yeah. That's right.
Because the last time I went to the doctor, he called me obese because he's looking at some
BMI
chart that's not even real BMI.
Right.
It's some calculation that doesn't even matter.
How tall are you?
6'4".
Okay, you should be
170 pounds.
They told me I was like, I'm supposed to be, I should be dead because I was like 100. I'm supposed to be like 160 something pounds. I'm 5'10", and I'm like, in shape, I'm 215. And when I'm trying to get back down to the 212, 215 mark, I played rugby at 210. I fought at 218. If I can get 212, 215, I feel dangerous.
Yeah.
I'm about 12, 15 pounds above that. I don't feel dangerous. It pisses me off. I don't like it. But to your point, you feel better now than you would at 170 pounds.
Oh,
how much
I would feel lethargic.
Yes.
Yeah. When I started with you, I weighed 195.
Really?
Yeah. When I started with you, I weighed, because I went back and I wear a Whoop. And I went back and I'll use an in-body scan. And I went back and I showed my wife the other day. I went from 195 to 205 almost pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And now I'm sitting at just under 240.
But that goes in conjunction with lifestyle changes, watering up, the food you're eating. It doesn't mean you can't cheat. And do you like your Whoop? I just took mine off.
I saw he's got one.
Yeah.
I just took mine off after 3 years.
Did you?
Yeah.
I quit wearing it for a while. I went to Garmin because I wanted something, because I didn't feel like Whoop was doing the best for my recovery.
Yeah.
And I actually just sent them a note the other day telling them that I feel like the recovery thing is a little too generic, because it says that I got to have all this sleep. But if you go look at my sleep trends, my body does not allow me to sleep for 9 hours.
Yeah.
It just doesn't work.
It's not individualized enough.
And so I sent them a note on that. But I will say the strain aspect of it, I really, really like that. And I like the ability to just sort of track it and look at trends, because I upload my labs in there too. I've got the new Whoop where you can upload your labs in there.
Yeah.
And I do. So then, but I'm not a tinfoil hat wearer. I do upload my labs to ChatGPT also. And so I use a combination of all of those things. I'll even put notes in there that you tell me. And then I'm like, hey, he said this time. And I just keep a dossier on myself.
Great.
Because shit's important.
And if something happens a year from now, you can go back. What was that? Let me go back. You scroll back through and you go, oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. That's what I changed. I didn't know it. So I like the Whoop too. The thing that frustrates me about the Whoop, or frustrated me, is I could never, the HRV, the heart rate variable.
It's so individualized.
Listen, I started judging. People were like 60s. My girlfriend, everything, I want to get 1 billion, and somebody else
20.
was like, or somebody else would be like a 50. And I'm like, dude, I'm 18 to 23. Yeah. I hit 30 twice. I thought I was a life coach. I was going to apply for a damn job. I'm like,
Clint's out here competing with people's HRVs. Like, I got to get my HRV up.
Dude, I'm like,
that's funny.
I'm Googling how to improve you sons of bitches. I am on it.
So basically, you just run hot all the time. Yeah. You don't have any. Yeah.
So I had many nights my HRV was like, they would, it would wake me up. You okay, dude?
Yeah.
My brain is just
going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know what a good HRV is, but I never broke between. I was
it's good
15
for
to
you.
25.
Whatever your good is not the same as my good.
That's exactly right.
Like I could tell you, like last night.
You're going to piss me off.
Last night, my HRV was 32.
That would have been, I would have high-fived myself.
Which is still on paper not great, right?
My
thanks, Josh.
On the 21st,
Yeah, I'm just saying.
21st, though, I had a 44, which is my highest one ever.
Yeah.
What's your's? You're going to make me really.
No, mine is more like yours.
Is it really?
Yeah, mine stay in the 20s.
I don't know what affects that. I've stopped drinking caffeine after 3 o'clock. I've stopped doing these things. I had a little deep breath routine I'm doing. I had all these things happening. I'm like, I'm really going to conquer my sleep. Melatonin didn't work. A gummy, I tried part of a gummy every now and then.
Dang.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey,
that's a totally different conversation.
Yeah, here we go.
You want to hear a funny story?
Yeah, of course we do.
We got about 10 minutes. So I have horrible hip pain. I mean, they want to replace. I'm trying not to get it done. It's just I literally have to flex all up twice a night, and I sleep 2 or 3 hours at a time. It's a shit show, but it's my fault. Whatever.
You really miss rugby. Sorry,
I really do. I do it again right now. So anyway, I could limp and do it anyway. So about 3 years ago, I went to the hemp house. And I'm like, they gave me this 10 milligram drink, and I drank half. And it was very mellow. It was not that much. They had these little gummies. They were 10 milligrams, and I would take half. Either way, I wanted every now and then. I was like a little rat. So then they have this other drink that's a 50. They were out of the 10s, and the guy told me, said it's a 50. He goes, just drink about this much of it. It'll be your 10. I'm like, awesome, fantastic. So one night is like 8 or 9 o'clock. I said, I'm going to go to bed early. And I bit off my little gummy, half a gummy, a little 5 milligram, probably closer to 4 because I'm being conservative. I'm a good Christian. You know, laid it down. About 30 minutes later, nothing's happening.
And he takes another bite.
I went and drank. At 10 milligrams. So now I've got about 14. And I'm sitting there, and because I'm East Ridge, I'm like this. Well, where's the pain go? Why is it not going away? I'm 40 minutes in. I didn't realize it takes the waves coming, homeboy. The waves coming.
The wave is coming.
By this time, it's 9:30.
I'm gonna give me another sip.
No. Clint messed up big time. So Clint had 2 other drinks in there. The 50, which it had about this much of, which means there was 40 left, or another 10 that I had bought and kept in the back I forgot about. I went in there and in the dark, grabbed one, downed it, thinking it was the 10. It was the 40.
Mm-mm.
So big boy over here gets lit up. Like, call my son at 2 o'clock in the morning, scared of the dragons. So I called
And then he
Jay,
ate the French fries.
I was like, hey, man, what are you doing? He goes, are you okay? He's bought his own house now, but he was staying with me at the time. And I go, yeah, it's probably closer to midnight. I'm like, I think I'm high. I've been high in a long, long time.
Can you come over here and sit with me?
He did. I said, it's not a good high. It's not the one I want. This is horrible. He kept holding onto the hall, like, because the floor is moving lava. So I get back in the bed. I'm just sitting crying. I was so sorry. Like, so I cleaned gummies out of my house, dude. They are gone, apparently. I don't want to make the mistake again. So it's melatonin.
And your HRV wasn't any better.
I don't
HRV
know.
You probably don't remember to look at it.
So
You didn't look at it that day, did you?
HRV,
Yeah.
I'd have been 1,000.
Yeah.
Like, he died for 4 hours and came back.
That's
But
funny.
that was my end of my gummy experience. I did it for a while.
Well, to be fair, the gummy didn't do it.
Oh, no, it's all pea brain. So if they ever make a 2.5 or 4, I'll just go get those and just eat a little popcorn, maybe. But melatonin works for me, Benadryl if I have to. But I really tried not to take anything. I do take the nighttime, it's got a little Benadryl and GABA.
Mm-hmm.
That from Nutrition World.
Yeah.
That tends to take the edge off and help.
Yeah.
But when the gummy conversation came, Jamie.
That's funny.
Jamie's listening. Yeah. Sorry about that. I just let down so many people.
Well, I take gummies too, but they're called ZQuil. And they're pretty effective.
That's the stuff you can buy at the store, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's melatonin, chamomile, and like a little bit of whatever's in NyQuil is all kind of
I think that's been
rolled up in one.
I'm not sure.
No.
No?
Mm-mm.
Oh, well, thanks.
Sorry.
It's got a weird
He just
zine
seemed like I was a
name on the
clown.
end of it.
Yeah.
Wrong, Clint.
He's like, no, you're not. Remember, you're a consumer, not a medical.
You eat
professional.
your hemp, Clint.
Yeah.
Eat your raw hemp leaf.
But yeah, I'm a pretty big fan of ZQuil.
I'm going to try it because I need something that doesn't make me groggy.
And it's not habit forming either.
That's
good. Yeah.
That's the other thing.
Yeah.
Do you do a nighttime routine at all?
Well, I do a nighttime routine. I don't. I don't generally need to take anything as far as like for sleep, but like, you know, when we talked about cell phones and things like that, like one of the changes I've made is I keep my phone out of my bedroom, you know, so just because, you know, what I would struggle with sometimes is interruptions. And, you know, even if that thing's on silent, my kids are, you know, texting or something like that. And it just the screen, and I'm a pretty light sleeper. And so just making some of those adjustments. But I sleep pretty well unless I've got a huge, you know, something stressful in my life. And
shout out. Thanks, Dawson Wheeler. Jamie laughed, Rebecca. Thank you very much. She's going to donate more because of the story. Thank you very
love
much.
it.
Everybody can text the word podcast to 44834 as we're giving. That's good for corporations, businesses, or individuals. I'll check the total. I think we're a little over 3,000 right now. Remember, our goal today is at least 15. Lana's Love, YCAP are going to split it. If everybody wants to go back and hear the beginning, I ran a story of a young woman and her son who actually she went through Lana's Love. Now her son was active in YCAP, so she's actually experienced both. And then Andy and Cole were in here to start this whole thing off to talk about their stories. They help a ton of people, and it's all local, and the money goes straight to people that you're probably standing around in the grocery store and just don't know that they've been impacted. So I appreciate that very much, Rebecca. That's very grateful for that. And our sponsors for today are Quality Tire, The Barn Nursery, Ballinger and Associates, Eric Buchanan and Associates, the Chattanooga Fitness Expo, Team Monteith, Grindhead Coffee and Ruth's Chris is bringing in a little lunch for anybody that may be around at that time for about 15 people. Anyway, with that being said, that's the reason I'm doing this podcast, is because to raise money for those two organizations. I love it. And I like to provide entertainment, but at the end of it, if we can raise some money. So if you're a business out there, I gave 50. I think we've had people give 250. We have people give 25, and there's some corporations that giving $1,000 out there. So do what you can do. And Rebecca, I will be looking for your extra gift for the honor. I had a buddy coming on, Jeremy Mahoney. I don't know if either of y'all know Jeremy. He's a jiu-jitsu guy.
Yeah.
He's been on the podcast with me a bunch. I played rugby with him, younger guy, jiu-jitsu guy, great sales guy. He wrestled in high school and everything. Funny. But he said, hey, man, I might try to swing by, but I'm going out of town. He is a regional sales guy for a big company. He goes, but he said, I'm going out of town. He said, but I'm going to help a couple of my guys that are competing out of town. And I go, dude, I'll wear a singlet if that gets you in here for donations.
On Facebook Live.
Here up, baby.
Here up, baby. Yeah.
Hey, y'all make it happen. Go in there and make some donation.
What kind of donation we got to
hold on a second.
Yeah, come on.
Give me about another month of doing his stuff and my diets. I'll put a singlet on a heartbeat. I ain't worried about the singlet. I look like I'm smuggling ham hocks out of Food City right now. Give me a second.
That's why we need the singlet now.
That's right. Yeah.
We'll
Prime.
I want y'all to see the after picture. I've got before pictures. Have y'all ever done that, by the way?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Let me tell you something. Chastity Snowden, she'll be on at 3:00 today. 3:00. I'll be honest. If you think, get under honest lighting.
Yep.
Go take a before picture, because here's what got me. The before picture from the front sucked, because you think you look like some way and you go, oh God.
Mm-hmm.
The side pictures will make you sad. Your side pictures will be like, oh no. You never see the
back side.
Dude, listen.
Oh my gosh.
Listen. I took the picture from the back and immediately said, nope, I'll remember that one.
Yeah.
I am not going to die on my cell phone. That be on my cell phone. Who did Dad sneak up on out of the shower? His dad got a boyfriend I didn't know about?
I was looking to see.
How did that happen? I didn't know Dad was sleeping with an 80-year-old dude.
Oh my
gosh.
How
did that happen? It's terrible.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
That is true. Yeah, those back pictures.
Yeah. And because I've been through this journey more than once.
I've got one of my employees. He's my chief growth officer, and he's awesome at what he does in the business. But he's really kind of become somebody who knows that in order for our organization to thrive, I have to be the best version of myself. Right. So we do an accountability picture every week, and so he sends me a picture every week, and I have to send him one of like, hey, we're still after it, man. Let's see this.
That should be an optimized you right there, Dave.
All right, here, look.
Oh, bro, we got them around.
Yeah, I got one. Come on, hold on.
Let's do this.
We can put these on the screen.
Let's see if I can.
This is funny. I literally just did this. There we go.
We got some guests coming in. So.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. Okay, so
there you go.
Holy mackerel. So I did so this was last year versus when I was 30.
So you went the other way. You said, here's what I used to look like.
No, because I didn't do my before. So that's when I was 30 versus last year. It's not horrible.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah. It's not bad at all.
Yeah.
It's
so
really
now the before pictures I've got, I'm working on the after pictures. I got a picture on
But I think
progress, baby.
It is.
I think that stuff's important for everybody. And my wife is really good about doing that for herself. But I think everybody should be doing it, because you're going to inevitably hit a sticking point.
Yeah.
Where you're not increasing your weight in the gym, you're not increasing or decreasing your weight on the scale or whatever it is, and you're going to get really hard on yourself. But if you're taking those pictures, you're going to easily see that you've made some change. And it may just be a little thing that you notice, and you're like, oh man, look, I can see this cap on my shoulder. And then it just helps to relieve all of that pressure where you're like, I haven't done very well.
Yeah.
The numbers, I have people ask me all the time, hey, what's your testosterone running at? What mine runs at doesn't matter.
It's very individualized.
It's totally individualized.
It is. And the testosterone, I learned this from him. Testosterone is different than the free test. All these other things, the variables. Your testosterone can be fine, but the stuff that's actually helping you may not be great.
That's right.
So to that point, it's very individualized. We got some other guests about to walk in a few minutes, but right now we're good. I also want to make sure that that people know how much I appreciate you. You're a sponsor of the New Good Network. You helped me and my family, and I've sent Josh McClam over there. I've sent as many people as I can.
Yeah.
And you treat them right. And one of the reasons I like is because what he said, you don't automatically just give somebody shots.
Yeah.
So tell everybody how to find out more about what you do, man.
Yeah, you can follow us on social media, Optimize You Chat. We've got a website, optimizeyoucenters.com. And then, easy way, the old school way is to call us at 423-206-9753.
Well, those kids hate calling people.
I know.
They check in.
They like the online booking now, which is fine.
Yeah. And I know you don't have a company I can send anybody to.
No.
He doesn't exist, actually.
His name's not Andy, really.
Yeah.
That's an alias.
Yeah.
I appreciate you coming in, dude.
Yeah, dude.
Me and you've been through a little bit of a journey together, and I don't know, I've always appreciated you're very authentic, you're very genuine, and I just always glad when you say yes to coming on and supporting.
You got it, buddy.
I really appreciate it. I love
Thanks,
you and
brother.
the family.
Yep,
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jamie, for watching. And I know we all learned a little bit about my proclivity for gummies now.
You for Christmas.
So bring it. You just got to see. I'm calling you when I have to hold somebody like this. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Come on in, John.
I'll be right back.
Yep. No worries. Yep. You got the chair?
No.
All right. Cool. There we go. Move one of those out of the way. This is the way it is today, boys and girls. People will be coming and going. We'll be driving around. And
How's it going?
it's going good. I'm going to lift this mic up a little bit for you. There we go. It's going real good so far.
Good.
As we jump back in here, everybody. As we jump back in here, you can see the door open. I just want to say thanks for everybody listening. You can always text the word podcast to 44834 to help support Lana's Love and support the YCAP organization. Thank you for everybody that's commenting and tuning in very much. I think we got one more guest that may be joining us here soon. I've not heard otherwise, so I'll expect him to walk in at any second. And
fashionably late.
Well, let me turn your mic down. There we go. Turn that one off. Oh, my door just shut automatically. That's fantastic. John Ballinger, how you doing, man?
Good, sir. How are you?
Man, thanks for walking in.
Yeah, was in close to Augusta last night. Got home late, so I'm kind of a little fogged, but I'll be all right.
I got about 4.5 hours of sleep last night when I needed to get about 9.
Yeah.
You know what's really weird, though? When you go to bed like this on these things, your brain is moving so much. Oh, yeah. Hey.
Love you, dude.
Hey. Can I make this or not?
Hey, that puts us at 5.
I know, but can I say this or do you want to not?
Of course. Yeah. That challenges people, man.
Holy crap.
Love you, man.
Man, I love you too. Thank you, dude. So Optimize You just walked in and gave $2,000.
Oh man.
Holy mackerel. So some companies, look at that. Thank you, man. Woo. That's a good one right there. Cole and Andy will be very appreciative. And that's made out to them, not to anybody else. I just want to make sure that they,
Clint Powell.
no, that doesn't make any money on this one, man. But I can't remember what I was saying, but thank you for coming in. Oh,
Sure.
I know what I was saying. 4 hours of sleep.
Oh yeah.
But what happens is when you lay down, my brain keeps going for all the things that are going to go wrong. Did I do that? Did I click that button? Is the coffee going to little things? I don't have the team.
Mm-hmm.
So my brain is just checking off all the worst case scenarios. So I spent about 3 hours before I've got to my 4 hours going, well, that's going to blow up. That's going to catch fire. There's going to be thunderstorms. Everybody.
I call that the sticky note brain. You see just these sticky notes like they're just all over the place, and you're hoping that I did that. Yeah, I did that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Tell everybody what you do, because I've alluded to you when I had Cole Webster in earlier.
Yeah.
I don't know if you got to hear any of
I
it.
did
It was
not.
early. But Cole, Barn Nursery, we had the hailstorm last year.
Mm-hmm.
I think I told you that, man, he got hammered. The
Yeah,
Barn
he did.
Nursery got hammered. So I've heard kind of his horror stories about insurance, and I brought your name up to him as somebody he could turn to.
Yeah, so I actually talked to him at the podcast open house that you did down there.
Yeah. Okay.
And he was telling me about all the horror stories, and he didn't I don't think he knew people like me existed. Not that I'm weird or anything like that. Well, I could be, I don't know.
No, you're definitely weird. You're definitely weird, but you're a good weird. We need people like that.
Yeah, I think so I've got 4 businesses, and the majority of my time is spent helping people that have been either abused by the insurance industry or in a lawsuit. I do a lot of mediation, family and civil law mediation, as well as insurance dispute mediation.
Well, you also do leadership. Let's talk about that.
Well, yeah, but I wasn't going to bring that up.
Why? Why were you not going to? The one time, this is silly. The guy will just text me the word leadership for no reason. He's always leadership. You know, hey, did you see Trump's speech today? Leadership. Hey, by the way, I went to church Sunday. Leadership. And this the one time you get the floor to say something, and you go, I didn't want to bring it up.
Well, I don't want to think I was just trying to cram it down. But
I'm not cramming it down. It's a big deal, man.
It is. Because of the 4 companies and what I do. About 10 years ago, I found out that the reason I was being called into all these crises all the time was failed leadership. The common thread was there was a leadership failure somewhere.
Right.
And so through that process, I used some of my military training and experience in leadership development, plus what I'd done on my own to develop a First Lead You, which is a podcast as well as curriculum on teaching someone, yes, I want to be a leader. I think I'm called to be a leader, but I don't know how, and no one's trained me to be a leader. And most people that rise to the level of leadership in America on the civilian side do so out of convenience instead of competence. Mm-hmm. And so we take a huge emphasis. Are you competent to be a leader in the position that you're being asked to lead or aspire to? And so I like even developing young leaders. And you're never too old to learn how to lead well. And so that's what we do.
So one of the questions, and some of these will be rhetorical for me and you, but we got new people who'll be tuning in. Is it are there some inherent like things that you just have, or is leadership a skill that can actually be taught? In other words, is it something you can exponentially get better at, or do you think some people just have a ceiling?
Well, two. I think there's a both and. My college term paper, final paper in psychology was, are leaders born or taught? And through a lot of research, there are natural born leaders. They are born with skills that most people are not born with. And that's about 1% of the population, total population. 4% of the population are born to be taught to lead. Mm-hmm. The ones, so if you're in a one leadership position, are born to teach the twos how to lead, so that the twos can have the threes that are the natural born followers, which are usually 95% of the population. They just want to get stuff done.
Well, but there's nothing wrong with that either.
No, absolutely not.
Sometimes when we put people in categories like that, it's easy to go, you're a 3. No, I'm not a 3. I'm a 1. But I think the whole concept of extreme ownership or First Lead You, whichever platform you're looking at, I think the whole concept behind it is you're all leaders.
You're a leader of yourself first.
And your family. Just because you're not a 1 doesn't mean that you don't have the impact. You're not important. As a matter of fact, since we, the 3s or whatever it is, represent the majority, we're probably as important as everybody else, if not more so.
I think we're
the ones that get stuff done.
Yeah, you're more important. And that's what I teach leaders. Without your people that are in the trenches every day doing what they do for you, they have no need for you. Mm. And that's a tough thing to, well, what are you talking about? I'm like, listen, if you don't have anybody to lead, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Right. So that's a difficult process to understand in leadership, is that you're born as a leader. If that's what your calling is to serve, and it's to serve the people that are in your charge.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we've talked about it so much and what you took from the military. And we just did a great 2-part podcast with Sandy Pursley.
Yeah, that was a great one.
Yeah, Army Ranger. Eric joined us for one of them. I actually met Sandy, or we referred Sandy through our friend Jason, who's also on the podcast, Jason Smith, Oath and Pledge podcast. All these go to Nuga Podcast, nugapodcast.com. Podcast is plural. That's one of the podcasts there. But we talked about when you get out of the military, in the civilian world, there is this, if you can get stuff done, you're a leader. Mm-hmm. And I didn't bring it up during the podcast with Oath and Pledge, but I have experienced this in real life. Sometimes in a business, I hire the best widget maker to be the manager or the leader of the widget makers, mm-hmm. and I'm screwed because they're not a good leader of the widget makers, and I've lost my best widget maker. Now my whole widget department's just effed up.
Your whole company can be screwed up by one person that's placed in the wrong position. I actually I've not carried them in here, but I actually carry 6 dominoes with me when I go into a company. And I set those dominoes up when I'm talking
You
to.
slap the table with it?
Well, I set them up as I'm talking to the owner or the person in the leadership position, and tell them like one leadership person out of balance with the organization is going to create a domino effect. And when you hear those dominoes fall on a desk, it makes such a clattering noise. It's like, you can't forget that. It's like all those dominoes fell because one person was out of position and wasn't pulling their weight. And it does create a domino effect.
It's almost like the body. When I've got a bad hip, right? But now it's starting to affect my left side of my back or your hamstring. It's the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
The pain you feel in an HR or billing may not be a billing issue. It may be how the order's put in over here.
Yep.
And that may be put in wrong because a salesperson not following the process over here. And that's because the leader didn't teach them how to do it correctly because they're in the wrong position.
Absolutely.
And all of a sudden you're like, why is billing so, we got to get a new person in charge of billing.
Yeah, I told you I was out of town. I was down talking to a business in Georgia, and this guy had started a company in 2011, and his sales were already at almost $80 million. And I'm telling you, that is
I know he's not in podcasting, but go ahead. Damn it.
That's an insane growth. I mean, that's a unicorn in the business world.
And it could be dangerous.
It can be. That's exactly right. Well, actually, I was there because of that.
Yeah.
You can't grow too fast, and you can select the wrong people. And when you select the wrong people, because everybody likes they want to be with a winner, and so they'll start migrating. And you
get busy. You're just like, I like you. Come on, we need
absolutely.
I need a team.
And they make it past the interview process, and all of a sudden they're in there.
Because most people don't have a real interview process anyway.
They don't. No.
Do you help them put together stuff like that?
I do. Yeah.
Because I'm actually dealing with somebody right now that might use some help from you because they don't have their interview process is shadowing and then training specific products, but there's no actual.
You know the process I use. I don't think I've told you this. The process I use actually came out of the military, where you do a phone call, you see how they handle this on the phone. Now we do a Zoom second, and if they pass the Zoom, then we do an in-person, and at that in-person, we make the decision whether we're going to give them the assessments. Very similar to the military, where you take the ASVAB. We have our.
They don't even get the assessment until they've done the other stuff.
Yeah, there's no sense in spending the money to do the assessments unless this is a serious candidate.
Right.
And you want to narrow it from 15 down to 6, down to 2. And then those 2, you give the assessments and you find out, here's the job description, here's their assessment scores, here's the interview process, which is very different than just, tell me about your resume, tell me about your past.
How much of the process in your mind is gut versus data? Because I think a lot of times business owners say they use their gut, and I think that's very valuable.
Mm-hmm.
But then all of a sudden there's no data, or you get so clinical that you forget to read the person. And it's like, well, they don't look good on paper. I'm like, but did you hear how they handled the miscue, the awkwardness in the room? There's no line for how they handled that awkward moment.
All right. It is a balance, and that's why emotional intelligence, which is one of the assessments, which is the number one thing I tell leaders, if they could work on their own leadership, it would be get their emotional intelligence higher than what it is. And when you learn that balance, you can take data and gut and normally select the right person. Because, I told this business owner yesterday, I said, we remove the word hire out of our vocabulary.
Wow.
You select teams. You don't hire teams. The NBA doesn't hire a player; they select a player or a football team. Yeah, it's a selection process.
Right.
And if we would take and shift our minds and think about who am I selecting to be part of my team that's going to help me grow my company, it's literally a mind shift.
Yeah. And the other thing is, I don't know, maybe, and it's easier for me to do this armchair quarterback thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we hire sometimes just out of
select.
Yes. No. Well, so this will fit what you're about to say. We hire based off need and desperation. In other words,
it is
because I've got. We say things like, I've just got to get somebody else on the sales floor. I've just got to get somebody to help me with my schedule. I've just got to get somebody in charge. So when you gotta and you have to and you need and all this angst for now, I will bypass a lot of things. I'll even ignore my gut sometimes because you know what? John's got a pulse. He's got a decent resume. I mean, can you just jump on and start with me?
Or we'll look internally and ask anybody, hey, do you know someone? So you ask your internal team, do you know someone?
That might be okay if you have your process.
If you have a process.
But if you don't,
but
Barbara says you're good. So
just remember, when you're selecting someone internally from someone that knows someone or is related to someone, families can create issues internally in a company. And yesterday we were dealing with that because the owner of the company, his COO, they were married to sisters.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's going to lead to some.
It could be very dicey.
Yeah.
Right.
Dicey is a good, wow. Dicey is a very nice way to put that. It can lead to a few challenges.
Yeah.
It may provide opportunities.
I encourage leaders of companies, no matter how small you are, no matter how large you are, to put a selection process in place.
I want to jump over because this is the way the podcast works today. I'm trying to stay on some things, but really this is one of the things that got me last year was always having to be on. Mm-hmm. The reason my brain was mushed the last 3 or 4 hours.
I bet it was.
Well, and I'm trying to do it different. I'm not changing as much on the screen. Last year I was trying to change it, be perfect. It is what it is. Guest or the guest. But I'm going to just try not to keep it so rigid in my brain. But I've never really asked you this about your military service. And I don't know if you served 21 years in the Army and you were aviation.
I was.
Did repairs. Yeah, I remember. Big brain there. I've talked to you about a lot of stuff you've pulled out of the military to use in the civilian world and what you currently do. How many deployments did you have?
3.
What kind of deployments were they, if I can ask? I don't think I've ever dove into those deployments. And if you're not comfortable with that, say no.
No. So the first one was what most of the military in my time frame when I went in, Desert Storm, Desert Shield.
That would have been 90s?
Late 90, 91.
Yeah.
And that was when everybody was scared to death because all we heard was gas. There was going to be gas.
Yep.
And so like you're concerned about what kind of gas and your mop gear. For those that don't know what mop gear is, it's a series of an outfit basically you put on to have the gas not harm your skin. You got your gas mask on.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, it is hot. It is because it's a charcoal suit. And when you got fabric and charcoal plus all your clothes on too, and it's 110 degrees outside, you best know that you're sweating because now you got that gas mask on too. So there was a lot of fear back then about gas and Saddam Hussein. So that was, but it was short-lived. That one was one where we went over in November of 90 and we're back home in February.
Yeah, but you're still there. What was your second one?
Second one was Operation Noble Eagle and Enduring Freedom.
Uh-huh.
That one was probably the toughest of the 3. We were medevac and we were training with all the special operators.
Uh-huh.
So the guys that your Rangers and people like that. So I have an affection for what Sandy went through because we
Ranger, same time.
He was Ranger. Yeah. Because I know we were with those guys and we were with Pat Tillman on his last training mission before he deployed and was killed by friendly fire. And it was to see him. That's another one of those aha moments when you're in the military. See somebody that turned down millions of dollars to go fight for the country.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that. I was going to bring it up. I'm trying to respond to people or comment, but yeah, that you leave the NFL.
Yeah, you leave the NFL. Multi-million-dollar contract.
You know what frustrated me about that though, and I want to get back to your deployment.
Yeah.
But since then, I've heard, and it's not many, but you'll see people trying to diminish what he did. Well, he didn't really pass away from that, or he passed away doing something. And I'm like, do you people do you hate babies and puppies too? Rainbows and beautiful sunsets? That's not the point. The point is there's a human that said there's this thing that helps me, and there's this thing that I feel called that might help others. And he said, I'll take the others instead of the me. So just go do something. I've watched that. So every time his name's brought up, would you know how you really passed away? What do you give a shit about that? And why does that has nothing to do with why he did what he did. And that it was a bother.
Yeah. I think it was Eisenhower, or it's one of the generals that said the people that hate going to war the most are the people that have to go.
Jocko says this constantly. Jocko Wilnick, he was like, hey, listen, if you want people in charge of going to war who have been to war, because they're the ones that don't want to go to war. The people who think they know what war is, it's not John Wayne movies and stuff.
It's not. And quite frankly, and this is not meant to be disparaging, you don't know what you're going to do until the crap hits the fan.
I've said this 1,000 times. Till the house is on fire and there's somebody in there, save me, I would run in and get them.
Yeah.
And I speak to me directly on that.
And I've often said that Harambe the gorilla being killed up in the Cincinnati Zoo in 2016, I believe it was, created a society where everyone at that week was a zoologist. And from that day on, anytime anything major hit the social media or the news, everybody becomes an expert.
Dude, I've been an expert in vaccines, economy, warfare, you name it, over the last 10 years.
Are you a national security expert?
Dude, don't even get in. No, that guy was just in here. He's, I don't know if you got to meet him.
I didn't get to meet him.
Yeah, Air Force. I think 10 years, 11 years. Met his wife, who was also in the Air Force. He can't come in at 9 o'clock on 9:30s on Wednesdays for our podcast. If we could do an off hour.
Oh, yeah, we should.
That guy is a great interview. His wife's probably a great interview, too.
Yeah, that'd be a good interview.
It would be good, but his diving into cyber. If you want to be terrified, just go listen to cybersecurity. I asked him, I said, so is it, because I remember it used to be like hundreds of thousands a day that the enemy is. He goes, no, it's millions from all directions. And they're doing 12 different strategies. And I'm like, oh. That's just terrifying.
Yeah, I forget what Jamie Dimon said that they spend on just trying to keep hackers out of the J.P. Morgan Chase banking
You
system.
should go listen. He talked about specific people that are hired to do that. I'd probably find that conversation pretty fascinating. So your second deployment, you go to Enduring Freedom.
Enduring Freedom, Noble Eagle. So we're pulling medevac. Toughest medevac. That's the one, as I've done Oath and Pledge, that started unpacking some of the PTSD or the bad memories. So I still don't talk a whole lot about that.
Yeah.
But I do know that at that point, it changed me, and not for the good.
Yeah.
Who I left, when I left and who I came back with is not the same person. And for the veterans that are listening, that will be listening to this, connect with other veterans, listen to Oath and Pledge, unpack stuff. Don't carry it, because the more you carry it, the heavier it gets. And even listen to the last 2 podcasts with Oath and Pledge with Sandy, where he's talking about his challenges that he's had, and he is not alone, and you are not alone.
Yeah,
in that.
I've watched somebody very close to me go through the whole I don't need help, 50 years with no help, and then mid 60s, went to the VA. Excuse me. And I've just watched it. I think from a physical standpoint, it's probably helped him the most, even though I think the counseling, the therapy has helped quite a bit. Somebody to talk to. And I know someone that had been there in the past and had been through some combat, and the person they were talking to really couldn't relate. And they had to tweak who he was talking to, because he needed someone that had heard the sounds, smelled the smells, had the adrenaline rush, the fear, the dump after. He needed someone that when he said this, they didn't have to go, well, explain more. Mm-hmm. He needed somebody that just goes, oh shit, okay, yeah. And it was an understood thing moving forward. Does that make sense? Yeah,
the guy that I went to see yesterday, he's asking me, I'm down there to help him with his company, and he's like, well, tell me about yourself, and told him, I was prior service and how I got into risk management. And I told the story, and this is impactful to me to tell this story 40 years later. But when I went to jet engine repair school, they called us turbine surgeons. That was what that's what the name of the MOS was. And it was a very long school, months long. And you learned to work on a Rolls-Royce engine, a General Electric engine, a Pratt & Whitney engine, a Lycoming engine. So you learn to work on all these jet engines that the Army used in their helicopters. And when we walked into the facility where the hangars were at with the engines, there was a podium with a bowl of ice and a dictionary on it. And you were given a number and told to stand behind the podium with the dictionary and the bowl of ice.
Okay.
And you were told to open up the dictionary and find the word mistake. And so everybody's, wrestling through, you get to it, and the instructor tells you, now pull it out and eat it. And so you're standing there eating paper with the word mistake on it, and he tells you to throw this bowl of ice in the inlet of that engine, and it shreds it. And he said, now you're going to repair that engine. And remember, when you make mistakes, people die.
Oh, wow.
And so for the next months.
That's a true story?
That's a true story.
Oh, wow.
For the next months, he'd just walk up to you and just whisper in your ear, you make mistakes, people die. You make mistakes, people die. And by month 3, it kind of gets in your head. You're thinking, I'm rebuilding this engine that's going to go on this aircraft that people are going to fly on. And if I make a mistake putting it together or putting it in, people are going to die. Yeah. And it can make you very hesitant to not put yourself in a position.
I was going to say that's a change. That's a game changer right there.
It is. I actually had to get over the fact that, for my entire career, I had to get over the fact that everything that I touched on that aircraft at some point, if I wasn't taking paying particular attention to it, could cause death.
So as you get it back out in the civilian world, the consequences of those decisions, I think that's a different vetting system. When you get in the civilian world, I know the consequences are still.
I know what you talk about. Sandy talking about the difficult time of transition from a world where everyone has to be on 24/7, 365, and you can't make no mistakes because people die. And you come into the civilian world and everybody's like, what? Huh? Lackadaisical. There's no high speed to them. Everything's just like whatever. And you're like, have you all lost your mind?
Well, I think I'm not I'm not defending it, but also the consequences aren't as dire. If I don't get my widget, if I only get 100 widgets of 150, I can make it for it tomorrow. But that doesn't mean you lose the mindset. I think the mindset of there's consequences, period, is what translated after. And I've talked about this with Eric, with Josh Rowe, with Sandy, my dad. If you don't go to work, there's consequences. If you don't have principles, there's consequences. All of these different things that you pull out of that. The consequences part, no matter how severe they are, it just seems like that's not imposed as much on. It's almost mean.
Yeah,
it's almost mean to have consequences. Why do you not like me, John?
What accountability? What is that?
Well, that's the other side. Well, accountability, and I've said this before, accountability is not always in trouble. There should be a good accountability, by the way, good consequences. But sometimes accountability is called tough love. I say this all the time when I talk to people. If I love my kids and I love my family, that means I've probably had some pretty difficult conversations with them. Mm-hmm. That if I'd had with you, you might think we're mean. Yeah. But I love my family, and they've had them with me when I'm not on my P's and Q's and not doing anything. My sister's called me 2 or 3 times the last few months and goes, "Hey, what's this about?" And it's not because she doesn't love me; it's because she does love me. I care. Mm-hmm. So if you care about your company, and I care about John who works for me, or you care about Clinton who works for you, I'm going to have those conversations that it can seem harsh. But if I didn't care, I'd just fire you.
Right. Yeah. I want to, can I plug something real quick?
No, that's absolutely 100%.
So I recently turned 60.
You did. Happy birthday again.
Yeah. Happy birthday again to me. And I want to tell the audience, when you get closer to where actuarially the numbers are closing in on you, it makes you start reflecting a lot more. And you should be asking yourself, with my fourth quarter, what am I going to accomplish? And you know this, but I want the audience, I'm verbalizing this because a lot of times when you verbalize things to the public, not just your close friends and people, it helps you, like, this is really my mission. And my mission is to develop a leadership academy that serves the 4 pillars that hold a society up. And those 4 pillars go back hundreds, thousands of years, where it's the family, government, business, and church. And when I look at what I do every day and realize the failure of all 4 of those pillars at our 250-year mark, I think there's got to be leaders in America that say, not on our watch. We're not going to let this country fail. And we're going to develop leaders that can spackle the pillars and get it fixed and strengthen them and all those things.
Or build a new one.
Whatever it takes. But our kids and our grandkids deserve better than what we're handing them right now. And
what does the academy look like? Have you put thought into?
Oh yeah, I know what it looks. Yeah, I know it's a $20 million building. It's going to have 4 wings to it for each pillar. The curriculum's built that we will teach.
Where do you want it to be? And quit saying an hour from here. Build something closer. I darn. Every time I say something, there's Ray County. It's going to be in Boynton. I'm like, dude.
It's getting closer.
Okay.
So there's some property.
How can I help?
Pretty close to where the new state park is.
Okay.
Which would be a good place to have it.
Okay. No. We got to pull you back to life, man. Every time I'm like, hey, where's it at? It's in Paris, France. It's in Canada. I'm like, John, I don't want to have to fill my tank up of gas to come do this with you. But again, you've got such a good property you're already using.
Yeah.
And I hope we can use this as a satellite place.
Well, we are. I mean,
I've got this big room.
You're in mind when we talked about helping with this. It was we need classrooms, not just a place. There needs to be satellite classrooms to do the development.
Let me ask you this. This is on the fly here. And yeah, we got about 25 minutes. So if you were to say, I'm going to create a leadership one-on-one class for, would it be men and women, both? Does it matter for you? Okay. I'm going to create a 101 basic learning class in leadership. It's going to be X number. I don't care how long. What are the 3 to 5 things you're going to touch on? Give me the basic stuff. Like, hey, I'm putting my son who's 19 or my daughter who's 22 into this leadership academy, and it's going to be the basic class. John, what do you want to teach me first?
The first thing in the class that we start with every class is it's the question you don't like. What's your earliest childhood memory and how old were you? Because that tells me, based on all my psychological research, when you're older and that memory comes to the forefront pretty quick, it does a lot to tell me about your life. So that's the first question.
Stupid question. Keep going. I'm out. I don't want to be a leader. What do you got? What else?
The second question, and I had a pastor ask me this when I spoke at an event, an Iron Sharpens Iron event in Cartersville last Saturday. But the second question is, if you're a faith,
hey,
how are you?
We're talking leadership.
Yeah, imagine that.
There's a great leader right there. I see your face over here on the camera. How are you? This is what the podcast is for.
Brought you some fruit.
Okay.
And some energy drinks.
Oh.
I was going to bring white donuts, but
donuts are covered.
You're trying to be healthy.
I am, and I've been doing really good.
You have been.
If you look at my little mini fridge, I've got all my little meals in there.
Yeah.
So everybody else is eating bad stuff today. I'll eat good stuff today. Okay. Thank you.
You need to put those in the fridge?
If you don't mind.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want one?
I do want that one right there.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thanks
for coming by.
I'll be back in a
All right, I'll see you later. That's the way it goes today.
Yeah. Just the drop-ins are cool, aren't they?
They're very cool.
Yeah. I love the drop-ins.
Yeah. Keep going. All right, so the second
question is, if you're a faithful person, which most people would say at some level they are, is it what do you feel like you were born at this place and time in biblical history? And I mean, that's a deep question, because if you are a faithful person, then you know you're not here on accident. That means you're here for a purpose. And why do you feel like you were born at this place and time in biblical history? And this pastor asked me, he said, John, do you think we're living in biblical history? And I said, Pastor, is Revelations completed yet? And he's like, no. And I said, then yes.
Don't you think all of it's biblical history?
I do.
That's what you think.
But he said, I've never been asked that question. And he was a professor at Southwest Seminary. And I thought, wow, that's crazy. But we are here for a purpose.
Right.
And I counsel with so many couples and people that feel like they're not here for a purpose. I'm useless. No, you're not. Everybody is here on purpose for a purpose, and finding out what that purpose is liberating. I'm telling you, it will. I talk leadership like it's nothing.
Yeah.
Right. It just bleeds out of my skin.
Like I said, good morning, leadership. Okay, got you, dude. I just asked, you want coffee? I want leadership coffee. So it does. But real quick, I think one of the things that affects that though, and again, I talk leadership, not as in depth as you do, but I do consulting and business stuff, and I've been really good at it and really bad at it. So we are so connected and not connected. It's hard for me to feel like it's hard. Okay, let me slow down, back up. It's hard for me to feel like I am needed when I'm now not surrounded by humans.
Mm-hmm.
We isolate ourselves. The only way I think I can actually feel needed at all is great examples. Actually, I hate to do this, but these two organizations, Lana's Love and YCAP, there are people there that go sweep. There are people there that deliver food. They don't have to go into the hospitals. There are people there that have chosen to insert themselves. And if you start withdrawing and start feeling like I'm only connected through this thing, in other words, we feel needed by humans. And so I think a lot of times we feel like I have no purpose here because we're surrounding ourselves either with the wrong people or no people.
You know, that starts the reason people feel like that is the first question.
What happened to you when you were young?
Yeah.
Your first memory?
It creates a blueprint, and we have data to support this because we've been doing this for 10 years now. Between the assessments and the classes we send people through, we have people that now confirm that early childhood trauma is what derailed them from being the person that they felt like they ought to be.
Now, is it the trauma or is it they didn't deal with it? You know what I'm saying?
Well,
because I think we're all kind of, we all probably have stories.
Yes, we all need mental health. I spoke at a conference in Tampa about the difference in mental health and mental illness. Every one of us need mental health every day. There are some of us that are born with mental illness that need medication or counseling or whatever you want to call it to help you deal with your mental illness. But every person, listen, audience, every person should be working on their mental health daily.
And I'll say this to guys who hate therapy, and I've got a guest. My guest coming up at 8 o'clock is Karen McMahon, who helped me when I was going through my divorce, and I've had her on probably 20 times. We talk frequently. She's really good, but men avoid that because we don't like therapy or counseling. So we call it coaching. We don't journal. We write playbooks. We review game film. We have strategy. We put in a game plan. I don't care what you have to trick your pea brains with.
Right.
Go do the work.
Yeah.
Because we need it. But back to you for the mental health. You think it all goes back to that first question?
Oh, I do.
So do you feel needed, right?
Yeah.
Or biblical time?
And then psychologically, research says that early childhood trauma will impact the growth of your brain from 16 to 63%. So your brain, when trauma happens, just like when your muscle gets torn or broke and it's weakened, your brain can do the same, will do the same thing when trauma hits, and you will not be able to operate at maximum capacity.
Wow. Well, me and David Roddy, who I don't know if he's going to be able to be with us today. He's got some work stuff, or some stuff going on, but it's fine. I've talked to him a couple times this week. He and I have talked about what trauma, how it's defined. And trauma in my world, or in a lot of just the layman's world, we look at that something's happened to you. You've been beat, you've been sexually abused, you were abandoned, you were cheated on, whatever the trauma, right?
Mm-hmm.
But trauma also can look like a kid growing up with no affirmation, that the absence of someone that cares. There is no refrigerator art. There's no one that's saying, how was your day? The apathy, the neglect. That's not a injury that's happening. It's the lack of healthy tissue being built.
Yeah. So the reason
makes sense.
Yeah, it does. So the reason we ask that question is because your brain will process more information from 0 to 5 than it will from 6 to death. And so a lot of times the trauma that a child sees is what they see and hear, not necessarily what happened to them, because their brain is completely blank and they are seeing things. Their parents are arguing, people are saying things, and all that's just imprinting on their hard drive, which is completely blank, but it's being filled in with negative stuff, which is the number one reason I ask an executive why they're risk averse or why they don't like conflict is we get down to the root is their parents were divorced early on, and they heard things like, we should have never had kids.
Yeah. Yeah, but I don't know. I won't speak too much from personal experience, but I don't know what other experience I can speak from. But I don't know, because I think we look back on things, and things that have happened seem that I think everyone has stuff that happens to them or things that didn't happen that should have. However, because it happened at age 3 doesn't mean you're locked in.
It doesn't.
That's because I was surrounded. Things happen after that I think if you were to look at some stuff when I was younger, you would think he's locked into this. But I'm probably too. Maybe that's my problem because I don't mind risk at all. I'm like, let's roll, let's go.
No,
except
you
for flying.
You can heal.
Yeah,
your brain can heal, your soul can heal from the things that happen to you. But it's most of the time people get put in a leadership position because they're aspiring to be looked at. They want the power.
I want to tell people what to do.
Yeah. Well, a lot of times it's because early on in life that they felt discounted.
Oh, yeah.
And so now they strive to do this.
Compensate.
Yeah. And they're ill prepared to be in the leadership position where, especially when the fire breaks out, they're going to do the fight, flight, freeze, or fawn, and everybody's going to be looking at them like, what are we supposed to do? And they're literally nothing.
They don't have it. They have nothing, no tools in the toolbox. Go back to that question. Somebody comes into the 101 class. You're going to ask them, what's your earliest child?
Your favorite question.
Yeah. Do you think, are you born for biblical times?
Yeah. And then what are you going to do with the talents God gave you to help fulfill number 2?
Oh, okay.
When you start out,
the second question is, do you think you're built?
Do you feel, what do you feel like you were born at this place in time in biblical history?
Gotcha. Okay.
And the third question is now, what are you going to do with the talents God gave you in order to fulfill that?
If someone's listening to this and they're not saying they're not a Christian, take biblical out. Could you ask the question, what do you feel you're supposed to do at this point in history?
We do. Obviously, with the 4 pillars, we can't teach government officials. We can't go in and talk about God because, that's something, that's a no-no.
How dare you?
Yeah. Yeah. But you can take God out of those 2 questions and
still get answers.
Yeah. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
You're not here on accident. Okay. Now, what are you going to do with your talents that's going to make this country better than what it is?
Or this organization.
Yeah.
So, but what are is there questions after that you would ask them? Okay. So that's the question I find all of them interesting, but that question, what are you going to do? Is that the plan? Is that where you start helping them formulate a plan?
That's when we take. So then the second thing after that session happens, then you take the assessments. There's 3 assessments. It's the Myers-Briggs, Working Genius, Patrick Lencioni's organization table group developed one during COVID. It's a really good, what's your genius every day when you get out of bed, like throw the covers back. Man, I love doing this. Or what's your frustrations, which I don't want to ever have to do that if I don't have to. So it's a great little assessment. And then your emotional intelligence score, which most people think, well, I know what my IQ is, but they don't know what their EQ is. And so those 3 assessments give us a snapshot of who they are. And what we found is 50% of the people that are in leadership positions that take those assessments have no leadership skills. And they're the ones that answered the questions.
Right.
So it's not like we said you said you don't have by your assessments.
Yeah. How do they take that when you tell them?
They either lean in and say, I want to learn more, or they run because they don't want to be seen as an imposter.
Inside the leadership component, are there things inside the leadership component now, fast forwarding that, okay, Clint, we notice you have some deficiencies here. I'm going to be honest with you. This deficiency here, you got a pretty low ceiling. We can kick butt over on these 2. We're gonna really help you with these 2. This one you might need to hire out, or you might need to learn how to manage the low performance because, man, you are who you are on this.
Yes,
your patience level is going to suck, Clint.
A lot of times I tell people it's hard to beat out what was born in, and so if there's this one thing that's just like you're good at 4 things, but this one thing you're just horrible at, find somebody that's good at it. And surround yourself.
That takes a little bit of an ego check too.
It does, but
because we want to be good at everything.
Surround yourself with people that are strong where you're weak at. And if you're a leader and you think I'm strong at everything, you're wrong. Because I'm the first one to tell you, and anybody that knows me knows if they want me to finish, the completer part of it, I'm the wrong person.
I was going to ask, have you done this yourself?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'm the one that developed it because I sat and looked at myself. Remember, I was told if you make mistakes, people die. And it was paralyzing my ability to lead effectively the way I felt like I could lead.
So you're leading a team fixing aircraft.
Yes.
And you're told that, hey, if your team makes a mistake, it's not just me. Now I'm saying it's not just John. Now it's, hey, John, how many men are on a team?
Could be 30.
Okay. So now if any of your 29 other people or 30 people, if they make a mistake,
it's on you.
Someone's going to die.
Yeah.
And John, we're coming to talk to you.
Yep.
So why did that screw get put in back? Where's the bolt head? Why did the hydraulic fluid get? You left it a little low. Who's checked off on
So all these aviation incidents that where the doors fell off and engines fell off and wings fell off, and I'm sitting here thinking there's a leadership problem somewhere. And there's a
But sometimes things do just happen.
Well, they do, but I'm telling you, being around aviation,
yeah. I don't like that.
No, Clint, yeah. I'm telling you, that just doesn't happen. That is poor leadership, and that's poor follow through by the maintenance team when a door falls off. That's just not paying attention to detail.
Yeah,
you don't get to pull over on a cloud.
Good T-shirt. By the way, just so he's heard it 1,000 times, we always have new listeners. I learned something through talking with John about aviation. If you're in a Chinook or some sort of aircraft and it's not leaking fluid constantly, get out of that aircraft immediately because it's not being maintained correctly.
Yeah,
it should be always leaking.
Yeah,
a crappy. There should be stuff pouring out of things that you don't think they should pour out from.
Well, so one of early instructors in the armies, when we were getting ready to pull what's called pull pitch, which means you pull a pitch on a helicopter and you're lifting off. He said, "Remember, men, you're getting ready to fly on an aircraft that was given to the lowest bidder." And you know,
what? And push him out. Does he have a parachute? Can we get rid of that guy? So did you ever have to fly one? Or
yeah.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
I didn't know you flew.
Yeah.
I thought you just did the maintenance stuff.
No.
Did you ever fly one in missions or anything?
No, I was more I was front seat. So when an aircraft would be worked on, you'd have to do certain tests and things like that. And so I would be in the front seat with the pilot, making sure. And I mean, I probably physically flew 2,800 hours.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you like it?
I'm more of a fixer. I'm not that natural born. I get my rocks off on flying.
What's your favorite aircraft you've been in, and what's the worst for you? Do you have an aircraft like that? And from this, let's use this one. Like that's a badass aircraft.
I'd have to say hands down the Black Hawk.
Really?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Did you do planes too though, right?
No,
just helicopter. Oh wow. You were very focused. Okay.
Yeah. Just rotor wing.
What is the other combat
Apaches?
Apache. So that's the one. They used a lot of those in Vietnam, didn't they?
No, that was the Cobra.
Okay, so that's.
I have a lot of front seat time in the Cobra doing tests on Cobra helicopters, but the Black Hawk, when it originally came out, they were having such trouble with it. They called it the Crash Hawk.
Okay,
because it was transitioning from the Huey to the Black Hawk, and there was a lot of
different front, just a different resized version.
Different,
okay,
totally different. Huey just single engine.
Yeah.
Black Hawk twin engine, 3 hydraulic pumps on a Black Hawk, one on it. Yeah. I mean, just totally different animal. And then the state of Tennessee bought, I believe it was 6 Black Hawk, what they call slick models, and turned them into hotel.
Slick
aircraft.
Models just mean basic, just stripped down,
and then built them into hotel helicopters, which means litter system. You could do surgery in these helicopters. They had air conditioning in them, suction.
How big is it? How big is a Black Hawk, man? I mean, is it? How much room are we talking about? You're in this room right here. That's 20 by 15.
Oh no,
20 by 12.
It's the aisle when the litters are in there, half this table.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, you're packed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's your favorite? What's your least favorite?
I don't know that I have a least favorite. I mean, I could talk about the Huey all day long because it was so simple and it was Vietnam. And, the guys that flew through that aircraft strapped it on like it did a bicycle. I mean, it was, and the first helicopter I was ever in was a Huey.
Really?
And the one officer took me up and we're standing in the urinal and he said, "You eat breakfast, son?" And I said, "Yes, sir." And he walks out and he does the pre-flight and I get in, no doors on it.
Right.
And he takes it up and I know the ceiling on it's 10,000 feet. I know that. And I see the altimeter going past 10,000, 11,000. And that thing's shaking. I mean, it is, I think mentally, because I've just come out of school, right? Like I know this aircraft. And I think the rivets are going to start flying off this thing. Pop, pop, pop. And I'm done. Up further, 12,000. And I'm like, oh my gosh. Finally, it
because
starts.
the people don't get that the pressure that happens, and it's not just a little bit. It changes.
Well,
exponentially above a
yes,
certain
lot.
point. Yeah.
He finally starts taking that thing down. And time he hits the ground, I throw up all over the flight
Does
line.
it go down kind of fast?
Yeah, yeah, and I know now why he asked me if I'd eaten yet.
Yeah,
because my breakfast was all over that tarmac.
He got out and kissed the ground.
I did, and
threw up here and
he's laughing, and I'm thinking,
he did that on purpose? Didn't
yeah,
he?
But he's an old Vietnam pilot, and those guys, I'm telling you, Clint,
they learn what's on paper and what happens in real life, because sometimes they have to get above certain things, I'm assuming.
Well, yeah, and they knew that, obviously he knew that aircraft like the back of his hand.
Right.
And he knew limitations, he knew what was going on with it. You learn when you fly, you learn to feel it by your seat more than you do anything. And he just knew that aircraft.
All right. People keep texting me stuff as guys, I'm live. I love it. Unless it's like I'm coming, I'm not coming. When you send me a paragraph, I can't read it. I'm sorry. So maybe condense it down to 4 or 5 words.
Not going to be there.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do right here with any of this stuff, but that's just the way it goes. God bless everybody. I'll read it tomorrow.
You're live.
I'm live. But this is the way it's going to be all day. I've got text messages. There's already 2 people that have bailed on me today, and another guy said he's going to come. This is the puzzle pieces you have to do. It happened last year. I do want to take an opportunity real quick, because we got about 10 minutes before I'm going to bring Karen McMahon up from New York. And we're going to talk about, she's the coach. She's the divorce coach, but we're going to talk about living in chaos. You're welcome to sit in here on that one if you want to, because we're going to talk about living in chaos and how it affects us. But our sponsors for today, by the way, the sponsors for today are Quality Tire, The Barn Nursery, Ballinger and Associates. Thank you very much, sir. Eric Buchanan and Associates, the Chattanooga Fitness Expo, Team Monteith, Grindhead Coffee, and Ruth's Chris. This studio that I'm in right now is a new studio, and it has been built by my friends at Airspace Acoustics, Nutrition World. Again, Team Monteith, Ballinger, Kubota of Chattanooga, Barn Nursery, Our House Studios. I've got all these other sponsors for Nooga Podcast: Guardian Investment Advisors, Scott Brown, Be Well Labs, Sweet and Savory Cafe, Sweet and Savory Classrooms, Alchemy Med Spa, the Vascular Institute, and Optimize You. And right here, with about 4 or 5 minutes left before I let John roll out, I want to make sure people know we are at about. Let me look real quick. Let me see where we're at on the give, because with Josh Optimize You, big donation here. Let's see where we are at so far on the giving, shall we, folks? If I can go to, hey, everybody, I appreciate it again. Literally 14 texts, and everybody's looking at me. And
they want me to take over the show just so you can read text.
For the love of Pete. Yeah. Well, no, this is the way we did last year. This is the part of the whole thing. If you can't handle the casualness of it, then I'm sorry. It's what it's going to be. Right now, we are at, drum roll. Yep, right at $5,000.
That's great.
So you have the $15,000 we need to raise. So thank you very much, and thank you for your support of this today as well. I tell you what, let's do. Let's roll out of here. I'm going to bring up our sponsors' pictures so everybody can see them for a minute. Thank you for all the comments. And me and John are going to be back, or John won't be back. Are you going to come back?
I'll be back at 4 a.m.
Are you coming back in at 4?
That's what it's on the board.
I know, but I had you at 3 or at 4. I was going to give you the time.
You tell me.
Yeah, no, we'll figure that out here. How's that? We're going to figure that out here. John and I will be right back with you, everybody. Or Clint will be.
Clint will be.
How about now? Can you hear me now, Karen?
Ken.
There we go. You're going to come up in 3, 2, 1. I've been talking over here, Karen, for about 4 minutes and no one can hear me. So that's okay. We had a little bit of a technical glitch. I'm sorry about that.
I thought it was just me.
No, I've got this whole studio's new. So there's little buttons you have to hit when you bring new people up, when you're transitioning from either being on screen or off screen. So I'm getting used to hitting the buttons. I apologize to anybody that may have had about 2 minutes of Clint just moving his face hole. And nothing happening. Hey, do me a huge favor. Let's go ahead and do this thing since I'm already got us off to a little bit of a late start. Tell everybody who you are and what you do, and then me and you are going to talk about chaos. Chaos, I say.
Yes, thanks so much for having me on again, Clint. My name's Karen McMahon. I am the founder of Journey Beyond Divorce. I help men and women through all different types of divorce, whether you're in the beginning stage, middle, or end, how to navigate the emotional storm, the logistical unknowns, the uncertainty, the challenges with your spouse, your kids, your in-laws. And so we handle the whole kit and caboodle. I like to say we're the linchpin in the center of the divorce. The attorney takes care of the legal strategy, the financial people help you with the numbers, and then everything that happens in between. We are the sounding board, the glue, the guidance, the accountability partner.
Yeah, and let's be transparent because we got about 40 minutes here. I met you when I was going through my life changes, and I'd listened to a bunch of your podcasts because when you're going through that, you kind of try to find as many good things to soak up and put in your brain as possible. And then one day you started giving your phone number out for a free consult. And I'm like, well, let's see if she can handle this. And I did the thing, and I think I met with you 4 or 5 times, and I found it very helpful. I like therapy too. I say this all the time. It has its place. For me, though, the therapy component it gave me some good things to think about and work on. But the coaching component actually gave me a game plan. It actually gave me some real time, tangible things I could do. And to be honest with you, I've used a lot of those techniques outside of just the transition from the relationship. I've used them as I've navigated other things in life. This is just a wave. It's going to come. All the silly things you think aren't going to work until the pressure's applied. You're like, okay, that kind of works.
Yeah. It's such a great transition because today we're talking about like what's happening in the world and how to live in chaos and uncertainty. And that's exactly our goal is not just that we help you navigate your divorce with grace and dignity and skill, but that you walk away with such a robust toolbox of concepts and skills that no matter what life throws your way, you have the ability to navigate it. And of course, divorce is one of the most multidimensional, overwhelming transitions. So everything after that, you have that toolbox for it.
Yeah, and I know your business has kind of taken on some different, you've had different iterations of your business too. I want to make sure I tell everybody, I'm not putting this year. One of the things I did last year, I tried to navigate every little second on screen logos. It became so heavy for 24 hours. I'm just going to keep repeating your name so people know that I'm talking to Karen McMahon. And at any time point, if people want to text and give the word podcast to 44834, they can do that to help raise money. We're a little over $5,000 right now. 15 or 20 is our goal. But the living in the chaos, the stuff that we're going to talk about affects our relationships. But I've got to ask this, and I didn't ask it when we were on the phone the other day. I know what we're going to talk about, but what made you think of talking about this? In the world you live in, you've got all this relationship stuff to talk about. Why did you want to, let's talk about chaos?
We're talking to a broad audience given what you're doing. And so when I was thinking about it, I said, we could talk about divorce, we could talk about relationships, but we're living in a world right now with, there's the war in Iran. There's so much uncertainty. There's so much conflict and disagreement on the political front. And so I think that people are really struggling with folks that they love. I'm in a church, like we have church members who are like angry or hostile at each other. And so how you handle uncertainty, differences of opinion, and chaos is so central to what we do. My specialty is really high conflict divorce.
Yeah.
The amicable couples I give to somebody else. It's really the people who are upside down, unhinged, dysregulated. And Clint, I felt like in today's day and age, we have so much of that right now. What a great topic to bring to your audience.
So do you have any initial advice on this before we just start asking random questions? Is there some stuff that you wanted to make sure we tell people? Because it affects relationships. I mean, I think I shared with you, I've got friends right now that are younger than me, considerably younger, and they're dating. And now politics is part of what they're making their decisions on. Yeah. And I don't remember that used to be in the case all the time. It was important, but it was never, can I date someone because politically they align with me?
Yeah.
Maybe it should have been. I don't know.
Well, I think that in some ways our world has become a little bit more black and white too. And the truth is we live in the gray. And so one of my favorite sayings that I usually end with, and I'll just start with, is I learned this when I was doing my own personal work, and it's every upset is a setup for personal growth.
I've heard you say that before on this podcast.
Absolutely. And it's one of those really pithy sayings that you can remember. And for me and my chaotic clients, when we can come up with little mantras like that, something to grab onto when you're overwhelmed. So every upset is a setup is really an invitation that when I get triggered, what we typically do, and in today's day and age, if we're having a political discussion, it becomes an argument, I get triggered. And then I look out and think, you're the problem. You're the one triggering me. You're the issue. But if I take a moment to go, why am I so triggered? Why? Because this person sees things differently, believes different things than me. Am I getting triggered? That's where all the gold is, because that's where we get to regulate our emotions. That's where we get to challenge, what are my beliefs? How did this person who I love just become my enemy in a hot second? What is going on with me that switch flipped?
We don't ask ourselves that question enough. And I know you just said that person that I loved, but it also could be the neighbor that I waved at for years. But I saw a sign in their yard all of a sudden, and I'm not going to wave at them anymore.
I just had that. My downstairs neighbor who I love, who has won politics, and my neighbor down the street who's got a MAGA flag up. And with both of them, it was like I was standing in the midst of a war and the hostilities, and they're gorgeous human beings, both of them. And they have different politics. Their solution, we all agree on the problems. Solutions are where politics diverge. And it's like you're bad, or you're not patriotic, or you're an evil person. And that's the part that I think we're swimming in right now.
Why do people, this is the thing I have, and I have this conversation with my good friend Styles all the time, and he and I are guilty of it sometimes, and then he and I are just like, they should follow our lead sometimes, right? Sometimes we're great, sometimes we're not. But I don't know when the name calling came in, because it used to be that me and the guy I worked with, we could disagree, and I would, as a friend, say you're an idiot. And as a friend, he would say, what a crazy dude. Then we would go have a beer or a hamburger. But now you can't just be that, oh, you're crazy. It's you're a racist. You're a fascist. You don't love the country. You want to kill your all of these, we assign you the most evil intent. Exactly. And then we post like grace and mercy on Facebook, everybody. And I'm like, dude, what the hell is wrong with you? I just saw you post somebody. I hope everybody that voted for that guy dies. Insert whoever that person is, right? And I'm like, then you're posting Bible scriptures. That doesn't seem
praise Jesus.
In Jesus' name, of course. I'm like, that's not how that
and
works.
I'll pray for you, but I would like you to die.
I'm praying for your soul to be delivered immediately. I don't know how we jumped the shark.
Exactly. I mean, in the center of it, one of the things that I highlight for my clients is let's imagine that the scales are curiosity or judgment. So the higher my judgment, the more triggered I'm going to be, the more aggravated I'm going to be. And I'm wearing a lens of judgment. So I'm seeing everything through my view, as if my view is the only right view. And what if you pivoted to curiosity? So I was actually, and I'm I'm pretty center, maybe a smidge left of center. So that's my politics. I was traveling through the South.
Oh, so you hate the country, but go ahead.
I'm evil for those reasons.
Yeah, whatever.
And I was traveling. I was doing a cross-country trip, and I was in the Southeast when Donald Trump was running for the first time. And it was so amazing. I do a lot of Airbnb-ing, and everyone really, it was Trump country. And it was great. I got to ask, well, what is it? And what do you like about him? And what are you concerned about? And I was usually with Christians, so we were talking about that. And I learned so much. And I got judged sometimes, but my idea was I want to walk away. I always want to walk away understanding. I want to expand my understanding. So if I understand why you're pro-life, why you're pro-Trump, why you're pro-Iran, whatever you are, I want to understand, because if I understand, I learn something and I can have a more in-depth conversation.
And it doesn't mean you agree. That's the thing. It almost like if I tell you what I believe it, then I'm trying to tell you to convince you that I'm right, instead of simply saying, hey, maybe then we can go, oh, I don't agree with you, but you're not the most evil thing that I can ascribe you.
And I would say, like, I have 2 children, a little bit older than yours, in their late 20s. And there is this concept that if you don't believe what I believe, you're out. And I'm like, how do you live in a silo like that? That is so dangerous, because now you surround yourself with people who only reflect your beliefs, and you're actually going to believe that that's the world.
Right. And how do you, and my thing on that is, I'm not going to sound really old in here, because back in my day, but I mean, because I think we had either more tolerance or thicker skin, or we learned just to blow things off and say, hey, we're just not going to agree. It did force me over time. Those seeds were planted, right? So over the next 3 months, 6 months, 10 years, the thing that I might have scoffed at or blew off, as you get old and have more life experiences, when the thing I judged now impacts me on a personal, when you're 19, not as much of life has happened to you by the time you're 35. The thing I dismissed then, even if I don't agree with it at 35, I sure as hell understand how they got there.
Yeah. So I'm always saying, if you haven't gone around the sun that many times, like, don't put too much weight on what they say. It's like, okay, you've been around the sun 20 times. You're good. You think you're incredibly wise because you're so much wiser than you were at 13. But to your point, yeah, I think that life experience expands us. And I love being in conversation with people who have beliefs completely different than mine. And one of the things that I will say is, since I started doing this coaching, I've really gotten involved in a lot of the assessments. And what's fascinating is, if you do the DISC assessment, the Myers-Briggs, the Enneagram, wealth dynamics, there's so many out there. What they all say is we're created differently. And at the end of the day, as I look at it, there's like at least 9 or 12 different types, which means that you see the world differently, you engage in it differently, you have a different way of problem solving. Do we really want everyone to be the same? And wouldn't it be beautiful to be around the table with people who disagree but can be respectful and graceful in sharing perspectives? And I think that in today's world, bringing it back to our topic, between the uncertainty and the chaos and the judgment, all of that seems to have gone out the window. And, I would love to talk about how do we begin to bring this back?
Well, so how do you? I mean, I'll let you jump off if you have some points. Are we just going to talk it through, or do you have a couple of things like people should be considering this? Because I think I have ideas, but I'd love to hear your take on it. How do we walk back from that?
Yeah. And I think that the concept of judgment is certainly one of them. The concept, if I get triggered, every upset is a setup. So if I get triggered, what if instead of blowing off steam, I bite my tongue and do a little exploration of what is it why am I going from 0 to 100? Because whether you're getting divorced or angry and no longer talking to your neighbor because of the political flag, it's the same thing. Something is going on inside. So that's that. Judgment is another one. And then the way we communicate. Like, what's really interesting to me is I have people come to me and they're like, I'm a great communicator. That's not the problem. And then their communication, and they don't realize it. They're not intentional about it, but it's so drenched in either judgment or harsh edges. So one of the things I say to people is, if you want to have a difficult conversation, there's this really simple skill of communicating. It's called the sandwich approach, and it's got a bun on either side of the meat in the middle. And it's like, Clint, you and I have known each other for so long. I am so excited that we're on each other's podcasts. We support each other. There's this thing that you said that I had a hard time with that I'd like to talk to you about. It's this edge that you have with X, Y, and Z. And I'd like to ask for A, B, and C. And I know that you and I can resolve anything together. So I'm really excited about having that conversation. So I start with something real and gentle. I end with something real and heart-centered. And in the middle, I talk about that thing that is hard. When you deliver that, as opposed to, hey, Clint, why do you always just...
See, now that's the way me and Styles talk. Me and my buddy Styles, we always talk. We have the sandwich thing too. We start with the hard crap. We say the hard crap. And then we end with the hard crap. We don't have our buns and our meat all look the same. I don't know if that's an age, but it's just a big glob. So I see what you're saying there. I see what you did.
Yeah.
I like your version better, but yeah, ours is pretty effective sometimes.
That's very funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what you'll find is if you think about it, if you take a moment and think about when was the last time I had a conversation where I just got immediately triggered, the way that person opened the conversation will undoubtedly have something to do with it. And again, having two emerging adults, there's often opportunity for me to point this out to my maturing children and say, I heard you. There's a book called Fierce Conversations. She says, when you deliver your message with an emotional load, the only thing people get is the load.
Oh.
And so it's like and this is so typical in political conversations. I'm so passionate. I'm delivering it with such venom or anger or excitement. When you deliver with that load, what I'm saying you're not hearing. What you're receiving is that wave of energy.
Is that the lost in translation, right? That's I'm losing what you're saying because the way you're saying. I'm more focused on don't talk to me that way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So it's another piece of the communication is watch your tone, because if your tone is just neutral and you're saying something, they're actually going to hear what you're saying. Otherwise, they're just going to feel what you're feeling.
Hi, Katie. My daughter's watching. So, hey.
Hi, Katie.
Katie. She's heard a lot of good things about you, Katie.
Yes, I have.
Yes, you have. Yeah, I agree with you. And the whole chaos thing of what we can do about it. I think the other thing, listening to how we're supposed to talk with each other, Jeff did this a couple of months back, and I keep referring to him. He's coming up next. So if you want to hear people get triggered, I don't know what we'll be talking about. We may have a different version of the show today. I don't know. But he actually did a shorter podcast where he actually was trying to, because he and I are on political different spectrums. I think we have probably more middle ground than we spend time on, because the things that get the most attention are the things that make us different, which is another problem, right? We spend all our time on the differences.
Right.
Really, he and I have so much more. But he actually did a podcast where he said, I understand people who voted for this person. And he actually said their perspective. He said, in other words, tell them that you understand, say it back to them so they know that you know, then they'll care what you're about to say. We don't do that a lot either in the world we live in now. We just wait for you to stop talking so I can tell you how wrong you are. I can watch your face and you're like, it's my turn.
And I am creating my rebut in my head the whole time you're talking. I'm not curious. I'm not listening. I'm not looking for the nuance so I can ask the next 3 questions to understand better. I'm like, well, let me tell you.
I'm really scared that if we were to start doing what you're saying, our show would be much more productive and boring and nobody would watch. We would probably get a lot more done.
So what I'm hearing you say is you're very entertaining the way you go about it.
I don't even know about that, really. I think it's just more therapy to keep two old dudes from going out and, becoming a Netflix documentary series. That's what I think. I think we're therapy for each other.
That's very funny.
Are you starting to see a lot of this chaos stuff in the I know we don't want to talk about the divorce, but inside the relationships, I alluded to how people are dating now and how it's affecting. Is this affecting people more now? Have you seen it the last 10 years? Or is it not really that big of a deal to you now?
Yeah, I think, again, for your audience, my ideal client is really emerging from a dysfunctional, toxic, abusive relationship. So if that's a part of it, it's a much smaller part of it for us to talk
They've
about.
got other problems already.
Because it's so personal and there's such a depth. But I do think that one of the things that happens is in these relationships is, he dropped off the kids an hour and a half late and he did it just to get me, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, what if you always assume best intention? The same with your neighbor or your political opponent or whatever. What if you assume best intention? So to your point, we're assuming worst intention. We're assuming you do something for a reason. You voted for that person because you're a communist or because because you want the country to go to hell. The intention is a piece of it too. So we've got communication, we've got intention, we've got judgment. There are all of these different things that play into it. And so for the person listening, for the listener, grab one. Don't try and do them all. But if any one of the points that we're talking about resonates with you, and you just take one and say, I'm going to work on assuming best intention. I'm going to work on delivering my message without the emotional load. I'm going to drop my judgment. I'm going to keep a judgment journal and notice how judgmental I am about everything just over the next 5 days.
Though, these old sayings that we have and live by that we kind of dismiss as we get older, do unto others as you would have done unto you. These things are so true. I would want someone to communicate with me that way. Don't assume that I'm the worst version of me because I did something wrong. Don't judge me till you understand what I'm saying, right? Be curious about why. I would want that in return, and yet it seems like that mercy and grace. We don't, we want to give you what we think you deserve, and we don't want to give you any grace because we're not sure you've earned it like I have.
Yeah. And I think that, you and I share the same faith. And so I firmly believe that we Christians of all shapes and sizes, we're supposed to be the light, and we are supposed to be different. We are supposed to be the hands and feet and the grace and the mercy. And when we decide to show up that way, not just to the people who fit into our box, but to everybody, then people are like, oh my God, you're different. Like that. Tell me more about that. I like your piece. I like your approach.
It attracts people.
Yeah.
Do you, I don't know how much of what you use in your therapy now versus what I did years ago. And then before we leave, I do want to talk about new stuff you're doing. If you're okay with that, I'd like to talk about some new stuff, but is part of what you do telling people to get grounded before I worry about my ex-wife or my ex-husband or my political views with my neighbor? That whole myself thing, like mindfulness and grounding yourself on a routine in a morning, whether it's 5 minutes or an hour, do you encourage people like, hey, find some time to get centered on things that have nothing to do with another human being in the house or outside your house?
Yeah. Yeah. 1,000%. I mean, that's those in the kinds of relationships I'm talking about, we've all lost ourselves. I was such a shrunken, diminished version of myself. I had lost who I was. If I don't spend time alone, grounding in that, and whether I'm sitting in prayer or a meditation and just really reflecting, it's a very reflective thing, and rebuilding that self-confidence, that self-esteem. How are you going to help your children? How are you going to navigate this divorce and all of the negotiations if him or her is in your head and you've completely lost yourself? And so that, and of course, when you can start your day that way, that is such a beautiful centering way to start, especially when you're living in a chaotic season.
Well, yeah, you control what you can control before you go into a world that's so much out of your control, right? If I don't control me and or the world, then I literally truly am just going to be tossed around by the waves. Let's talk about how your business or your podcast and your focus. You've helped people through divorce. You've dealt in high conflict divorce for a long time. There's some new things coming up. Can we spend the next 5 or 6 minutes, whatever it is, talking about that? Because I think it's pretty important.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, so I've been doing divorce coaching since 2010. And so over the course of time, as coaches have entered the field more, I've pivoted a few times. So the one thing is, if you're on the mender end fence or in any stage of divorce, Journey Beyond Divorce is my podcast. It's the #2 divorce podcast in the United States, which I'm very proud of. We've been around for 9 years. We just broke 450 episodes.
That means I found you your first or second year.
So. Yeah, and you have probably like 10 times more episodes than me. So.
No, I'm saying I found you your first or second year when you started.
Yes.
So yeah.
Yes, you did. And so we just did divorce in general. Then we really started pivoting to high conflict divorce. And now there's 2 very exciting things that I'm doing. I'm keeping the podcast and my team of coaches coast to coast. And then I was asked to partner actually by a gentleman founder in Tennessee. He's in Memphis, Tennessee. Chris Stewart had reached out to me to partner for this new nationwide divorce support network. So we are building something that's never existed before. It's a platform where divorcees can come in and professionals come in, vetted professionals, integrity-based, heart-centered, whether it's divorce coaches, attorneys, financial people, forensics, child specialists, therapists, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And we're creating this platform where you get the information you need, you have access to the professionals without spending thousands of dollars, you can hire who you need, you can go to lives, you can do forums. And this is a way where people can divorce with less uncertainty, with more comfort, with a sense that I'm in the right place, these people understand me, I have a strategy that makes sense, I have the support that I need when I need it. So that's actually it. Beta launched in Memphis this past year, but we're launching in the New York, New Jersey area, and we've got professionals joining us from all across the country. And the family court is broken, and our desire is to give people a better way to enter this process and feel more empowered, more agency over what's about to go on.
Well, and you nailed it though. The court is broken 100%. It is. And I think too, just personally, I think the approach to divorce in general, a lot of times is broken. It depends on where you're at in life or where you're at in the country. You can hear it leans to the woman, it leans to the man, it leans to the money, the problem with it is the consistency there. You really never know what you're going to get. There's so many variables in it that it's easy to just kind of give up hope and go, whatever happens, happens.
And I would say my biggest criticism of the family court is it is not child-centric. It is not child-centric. And so if you have a parent who really is not doing right by the child, the court is much more interested in 50-50 custody than it is in taking care of the children. If they had a little bit more of the child protective agency perspective on child-centric, I think it would be so much better. I have a lot of dads who say mom automatically gets custody. That doesn't always happen. I have moms who say, I've got a dad who's like so abusive and I have to send my 3-year-old. And so it goes both ways and it's great. Anyway, the Divorce Support Network, what we would like to do is make family court irrelevant and have a better way of going about it, or at least be able to lobby to change some laws. So right now, our number one priority is really just helping the men and women find what they need when they need it and feel a little bit more safe and comfortable going through the process.
How do people find out more about that? Is they just go to your website?
Well, divorcesupportnetwork.com.
Okay, I didn't know. I want to make sure. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah,
Divorce Support Network. We actually have a brand new site coming up in the next week. So, divorcesupportnetwork.com, and you can see our weekly lives. In fact, this Sunday at 7:00, I have this brilliant college prep guy, and you can go to divorceportnetwork.com and go under live events and sign up for it and find out everything you need to know about getting your kid funding, figuring out what the right college is and all of that. It's for divorced people, but it's anyone who's listening who's like, oh my God, I need that. Go and sign up for it.
The last question I have for you, as far as, and please say you're not willing to talk about that right now. I'm good with that. But you're also there's a niche out there.
Yes.
If you're okay, do you want to talk about that? Because I find it kind of fascinating. Because one of the things that I had always talked about, I didn't understand why guys would not go to coaching, take the therapy out of it. Because especially going through stuff like this, I wanted to be the best version of for my kids immediately. I knew that they were going to go through way more, and they didn't have the brain capacity at the moment to emotional capacity. So I wanted to go kind of get my stuff together as much as possible. Men avoid that a lot of times. We don't like the word therapy. Go use coaching and playbook and reviewing game film instead of journaling and therapy, whatever us meatheads have to say. You've kind of pivoted. You've not left the other stuff. One of the things you're focusing on is those men.
Yes. Yeah. So first of all, I find that men really enjoy coaching so much more than therapy, because we're talking about your thoughts. We're giving you a playbook. We're holding you accountable. So it feels very comfortable to a lot of men. So we work with a lot of men. I personally have a passion for working with men who are emerging from toxic, abusive, dysfunctional marriages. My dad was a retired New York City police officer, 6'2", barrel-chested. His second wife was on a sociopath of one type or another, and he ended up passing away somewhat at her hand. And so my desire to help big, strong men who are so ashamed. So I work with high achieving executives, men who are out in the world. They're doing great work. They're running big companies. They can sit in a multi-billion-dollar negotiation. But when it comes to divorcing an unhinged wife who you're worried about, the kids who you're worried about, the emotions in that kind of a negotiation, they typically run out of capacity. And so they do one of two things. They either control or they shrink back and give too much. And so what I like to say is the attorney is responsible for the negotiation and for running the legal strategy. And your wealth advisor is there to guide you on your finances. But everything in between, coming home at the end of the day, dealing with the chaos, dealing with texts and emails and kids being concerned and all of this, while you have to stay on the top of your game and track true, those are the men that I work with. And it's a concierge, white glove, 24/7, available for telling the kids, for when she calls the cops on you, for how to negotiate custody that makes sense given your schedule and all of that.
Well, and I'll contribute a little bit. I'm not the CEO high end. I will say, though, that first of all, reaching back out to the men and saying, hey, you're welcome here. This isn't what you normally think it would be. Two, we do hear the other side of that. The stereotype, it can be true. There's truth in all stereotypes. It doesn't mean I am one, but it means they're there for a reason. But that flip side of most people reach out to the women as they should. It should be open. But this little niche you're talking to, those people who are reluctant, those are the guys who will drink themselves to death. They become a bad father. They turn to sleeping their way through healing without really healing first. They lose themselves in their business. And again, if you looked on their LinkedIn or their Facebook or whatever, they're driving the cars. They got the boats, man. They got employees. They're wheeling and dealing. They're dressed, whatever.
And
they
they're
go home,
dying inside.
They're dry. They're raisin. They are dried up. They're at their wits' end, and they're like, "What do I do?" Because I'm so, and that's the other thing. They're so successful in these other places. They're not used to failing, and they don't have the hammer or the nails.
And there's your reputation. It's like, who do I talk to? Who could I even if I wanted to talk to someone?
Who do I share this? Who do I show my underbelly
with? Which is why I feel like as I speak more and more about this to wealth advisors and marriage counselors and higher end attorneys, I'm like, you may not even know this, But
Most of them
I
don't.
want you to keep an eye out for it because this is a niche that nobody is serving. And I believe that my background enables me to serve them really powerfully.
100%. All right, so I'm going to let you wrap this thing up with with a couple things. Tell everybody where they should go to find out about the things you do. And it can be one place or two, but I want to make sure people know where to go find you.
Okay, so I'm going to say Divorce Support Network, if anyone's interested in the college program Sunday night or learning more about the network, and Journey Beyond Divorce. It's journeybeyonddivorce.com is the website. Journey Beyond Divorce is the podcast. We have a rapid relief call, rapidreliefcall.com. If you are in any stage of divorce and you're looking for some support, go there, book a call with me or one of my coaches, and we'd be happy to support you.
Karen, I know, sorry about the little confusion at the beginning there. It was all a technical glitch. I'll blame the technology. It's probably user error. You're always gracious with your time. I so much appreciate what you've done for me and what you're doing for other people. If you've got anything about, if you didn't hear this or you hear part of this and you say, hey, Clint, I need to find out more, and you forget all this, call me or message me. I'll be happy to give your information. But thanks for being part of this today because we're trying to do some stuff here in this community. And even though you don't live here, I appreciate you being part of this and helping us keep people tuned in and all that good stuff.
1,000%. Thanks for having me on, and best of luck with the fundraiser.
I appreciate it very much. Thank you, Karen McMahon. I'm going to let you roll and I'll bring you in. Bye, Karen. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Hey, everybody, here in just a minute, we're going to be bringing that man right there, Jeff Stiles. But right before we do, I want to make sure you understand you can give right now to the podcast. We're a little over $5,000. Text the word podcast to 44834 and give. I'm going to go out here and grab Jeff and the guests and come back in about 2 minutes. Good water. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, I got to be honest with you, I would have done more of a build-up, but Bill B. Lockhart has joined Jeff Styles.
Lockaby. Get the name right.
I'm just going to go check it right now, make sure we got good sound, because if I have this conversation that people can't hear, I'm going to be so frustrated. So, Bill B. Lockhart, how you doing, man?
I am great. I'm great. It's 2 years plus on retirement, and every day is retired. I get to do, finally, I get to do what I want when I want. I've been trying to do that for 70-something years, and I get to do that now.
Are you tired of being retired?
A little boring.
Well, so let's just do this. People are watching. You were what and where for how long? Tell people, everybody, what you did.
Kaiser Sose, man. He's the man what has the command microphone.
I was a colorful guy and radio management for a while. That means colorful means that I was an incurable hellraiser, and there are stories that probably should not be shared.
We've shared them. You don't listen to podcasts. We've shared the stories.
We've a small fraction.
That mic over just
a small fraction of the stories. Very small.
Nothing reputation killing, the fun one.
Oh, no.
There you go.
Nothing I wouldn't share in front of you, which I may do.
I'm going to share one because this is great, because I didn't know who you were bringing in.
I know. That was by design.
But now I know I can get up and go have a cup of coffee. This shit's going to be just fine. So my favorite story of you, and I don't know if I've ever shared it. Can I share it? I've shared it with you before.
Oh, sure.
I've been there 3 months. I'm in the conference room. I won't make it as long. The talent are around the table. The sales reps are standing.
Take your time.
Danny Brown, Chuck Wilkins, Kennard, Chase, everybody. Wally's, the Dr. B's. It is the big building meeting.
A talk meeting, his first one.
Yeah, well, and it's even had KZ, because it was like traffic. It was like people standing outside the door. Remember those big ones we'd have?
Yeah.
Somebody had either screwed up or we were getting sold to another billionaire or something.
Yeah, which happened to have a dozen
like
times.
That. I'd only been there about 3 months. And so I'm sitting in a room with people that I have listened to and grown up with and love, and I am kicking ass. I know I'm going to do good, right? And Bill's sitting there like this, and they're throwing some idea around that's getting opinions left and right. Bill's not said much, and somebody said, "So, Bill, what do you think?" And Bill leans over, looks over at the table, and there's a pencil laying there.
Calmly.
He just goes,
not just any pencil.
He goes, picks it up, and he goes, and I'll clean it up because I know my nephews are watching this stuff. He goes, "I would rather take this number 2 pencil, lead pencil." Look around. He looks around the bag and jam it into my effing eye repeatedly, rather than talk about this topic again.
Rather than have this conversation one more time.
And I, in my brain,
jam it into my freaking eyeball.
And I go,
rather than have this conversation one more time.
I have found my people. I have found home. I am home. And I knew at that point, first of all, I'm never getting fired as long as I'm selling. I'll be okay. And second, this was going to be a fun experience. That was my kickoff. Other than always listening.
And it was.
Oh, yeah.
Bill was the program director. He was the architect of what is now universally known as the Talk Monster. That was you. You picked that up. He hired me. Best decision he ever made. And he literally, just all the stuff, the little slogans and cliches, whether you heard it in his voice, my voice, or the voice of Dave Ball, Commander Dave in Knoxville, who was the voice of the station. Riverbend, we'd be down at the site at the corner of Cool and Swagger. And the guy he spun, merchandise opportunities, $1 million ideas. And of course, didn't ever get paid for any of them worth a damn. But pretty much everything they still use to this day. I threw out entertaining information, informative entertainment. And they still use that to this day. They owe me royalties.
Yeah. Did you come up with the billboards too? Because they were simple billboards.
Designs?
The designs. Was that what you? Part of you?
I had I played a part in it. I can't tell you what. There was one summer that I drove a bunch on family vacations. So driving, Florida, Midwest, wherever. And I noticed, okay, what catches my eye when I'm driving? Well, I will tell you, Anything that had to do with Disney World or Universal, those billboards caught my eye. And they all had one common denominator. And there was a splash strategically placed of either bright yellow.
Remember the acrid yellow, mustard yellow that we used to use?
When I owned my billboard company after I left, I used that model. I would give people advice. They say, "What do you think?" And I go, "Look over here." Not the exact stuff, but the basic stuff.
If you have more than 7 words on a billboard, you're wasting your money. You're moving by it at 65 miles an hour and you're glancing up. And there's more than 7 words. Ideally, it would be just a logo.
Yeah.
And more often than not was.
Well, I love outdoor. As far if I had a bunch of money, I wouldn't do total outdoor, but I think it's a good reinforcer for the folks who are driving down the
Especially
road.
in radio, and it played perfect.
Absolutely, and so I love outdoor and this very simple message, and we were lucky enough to have a little money to play with on the for those boards.
That was not always the case.
Well,
They
that's
came and get wet, didn't it, a lot of times.
yeah, that's true. And this was a long time ago. We had a billboard, and it was very simple. The logo in the middle, and a picture of you on one side and Dr. Basketball on the other. I think both of you had phones.
Big, clunky,
yes,
wireless phone, not cell phones.
Oh, this is
big,
the
clunky, wireless phones that had the antenna that stretched out. Yeah, y'all call.
Now think about that.
And that was actually the beginning of the end for me. You know that, because nobody knew what I looked like up until then. So I could go anywhere in town and sit and be quiet and listen to people talk and really get the scoop, the bird's eye lowdown scoop on the caper, what was going on. And once you put my picture up there, everybody shut up when I came in the room.
I know. Well, the gift of anonymity for in radio, that's gone. Huge. Well, and when it's gone, it's gone. But your two guys' pictures, and they were morning drive, afternoon drive, the main personalities, and y'all call. We both had the walkie-talkie from 1943, and that was that got a lot of attention, and especially it got attention when y'all started. You and Dr. B talked about
started vandalizing each other's pictures.
I don't know how that happened. I do know with a pretty good leap that you could get up to the ladder and skimmy up there.
No, the outdoor companies changed their policy after this.
Yes,
well, they literally changed their policy because you could, you go up under a billboard. If you've never done this before, go up there today. Look up, and you will see there is a ladder, but it's about 11 to 12 feet above the ground, and it actually has a encasement around the bottom of it.
Yes.
So you can't jump up and just grab it and do a pull up and get on it. Back in the old days, the ladder came all the way down to the ground.
Yep.
And anybody who wanted to clamber up there could clamber up there. I don't even know if it was illegal. It was certainly dangerous. Probably not the smartest thing to do, but yeah. And yeah, I don't know if you remember this, Clint, but yeah, at some point, I don't know if it was me or Dr. B that started it, but we dared somebody to vandalize the other one's picture. And they did. And then the other person decided to get some get back. It got to this point where finally somebody put a crown over my head and put, "I'm the king." And Dr. B had like a Frito Bandito mustache and goatee and devil horns.
Devil horns.
And then and so to get back to that, somebody went up and put, I'm the king. And somebody wrote, "Of the queers," underneath it. And that's when the billboard company took it down.
Yes.
They took it down.
Surprised we didn't make that some sort of contest back in the day.
It kind of was. If you knew Dr. B, any sort of confrontation you had with him, A, he was going to win.
Yeah.
B, he was going to cheat to win.
Oh, yeah.
C, he was going to claim he won even if he didn't after cheating and failing. It just, Dr. B bet to this day, the people who know each other, a Dr. B bet is a bet you cannot win.
That's exactly
Cannot win. It's impossible to win. It's fixed.
Well, they did change the outdoor policy in Chattanooga, and it got. Oh, and I was sorry for the damage to the billboard vinyl or what have you, but not that doggone sorry.
No, it got a bunch of it. You know what? Unintended consequences. Kind of the story of our success, and we let's don't get it confused. So, let me do a reset. Jeff Styles of the Y, for those who are just now tuning in, watching on Facebook or listening later live, it doesn't make any difference to me. Bill Lockhart, my old boss, the guy that hired me and got me started in talk radio many years ago, way over 30 years ago now, and of course Clint Powell, the Podfather here. And yeah, Bill is my friend. He was my boss for years. He, really a father figure to me. He knew my dad. He and my dad got along famously. One of my dad's favorite people. So yeah, there must be something fatherly aura for me with Bill. But yeah, we were a success. It's unqualified. I remember when you hired me, you told me that y'all would be overjoyed with a 4. And that essentially 4% of the listening audience. 4 share. And we were, within 2 years, we were pulling 10s, 11s, and 12s on a regular basis. And with 6,000 watts, 5,000 on the AM, 6,000 on the FM.
Were they flame throwing?
Flame throwing, butt kicking, mini bike chain eating watts of talk radio power.
I just had heard that a couple thousand times in my life.
Power.
You've been there a while when you start using that in sales presentation. Yeah. I was a sales guy. I go, so we're looking at this 100,000 watt, but we're flame
throwing, butt kicking, mini bike chain eating watts.
The
more wattage in your cottage.
The product was our lives and the way that our prism. Yeah. I often say that everybody has a different prism that they view life from. Some of them scuffed up, some of them got some chips out of it. But it's how we view life, and so that was that was the product that was on air. And the folks who were selling it, I'm not quite sure how they sold it, but there was a pretty doggone good product.
You talking about how we sold?
Yeah.
No, I can tell you I sold it. I would just pointed to y'all. Mm-hmm. I mean, I was good at my job for a number of years. Mm-hmm. I think I found my niche, and I also found my niche at the right time. It was something
we all did.
We did. We rode the wave. I feel blessed to even be included in a family that sometimes I feel like I didn't deserve. But I can tell you exactly how I did it. I just went, turn your damn radios on. Pick a time between. Now, on the AM side with the national stuff, if you wanted that scratch itched, go, man, it's there. We got Rush, go for it. I loved Rush.
Predictable, 100% political.
And it fit the need. It brought in the listeners. But I would just go, hey, what time of day do you listen to radio? Because it doesn't matter. You're going to have Wally, the only guy that can stutter on the radio.
The only one that I know of.
The sarcastic
did it repeatedly.
JR, you got Dr. B and Quake, and you got Jeff, and in the morning and the afternoons you had a
Jammer, Robert T.
Pickett, Stephanie at some time. I guess my point was, I'll speak for me, the sales reps, and they did a great job at training us. You're not selling radio. You do not sell radio. You're not selling numbers. I'm selling you guys.
You kind of just branched off on something I started to say. No, I derailed myself. But the unintended consequences, the accidents, the happy accidents that made us work. I'll say this on what you just said, Bill. When I was on with Mike Costa the other day, the Morning Cup with Mike Costa, his podcast, and he said, "How did it start?" And I said, "I'd never even met Bill Lockhart until the day he hired me." Essentially, I interviewed. I said, he told me right then. He said, "I would rather have somebody with very rich life experience." A lot of life experience and a lot of things. I'd rather have that person than somebody with all the experience. Because I told you, I never listened to talk radio. I didn't even know who Rush Limbaugh was. I had no idea.
Well, we know that's because you're a communist.
Rush Limbaugh was. I didn't know. But it worked. So there's one, right off the bat, because I was a liberal talk radio host, I got a 2-hour gig on C-SPAN. 2 hours, global broadcast around the world, for the Clinton Gore team, in 1992. And then I got arrested pulling that sign deal, The following spring, we collected all the roadside political signs and took them and dumped them at City Hall, and I got arrested the first time. And that just turned into huge, huge publicity. So it's like everything we did, even our screw ups, were, you could not have made the stuff up that went our way.
Well, and I always thought that you should amplify whatever publicity. There's no such thing as bad publicity.
There can be, I promise.
There can be, but I say lean into them.
I was going to ask how you handled all that, because you didn't just have Jeff Styles, the person. I mean, people don't understand the rodeo that you were on. There was a different bull every hour of the day for you to jump on the chute.
A different ego.
A different ego all the time.
Yeah, and I think that I really I kind of leaned into to managing these folks. The HR part of it, many rules and regulations.
Our HR department. Styles, come in for your daily whacking of the PP.
Hey, wait a minute. Is this when you walked into Danny Brown's office? Hey, come on in. His glasses were always down like that. Hey, what's up?
Daily whacking of the PP.
Well,
don't do it again. Yes, sir. Good job. Yes, sir.
All of the things that happened and the way that they, I think I was maybe a little bit too lenient at times, and hell, what are they going to do? Fire me now? No,
you're retarded.
The violations of AR. Yeah, when I wanted to spray the control room sometimes, but the violations in HR, you had to take these. Folks were whining whatever, and part of the presidential election in 24. About DEI, DEI, and sexual harassment and being politically correct. Well, we had to take about once a quarter or a couple times a year watch the videos. And this was in corporate America. And there was always coming up on a deadline. If you don't complete, this is, something terrible. Well, I will tell you, I went in and filled out the doggone questionnaires for you multiple times.
And without even telling me that I was supposed to do it.
Because I just wanted it done.
You weren't the only one. I know Kevin did as well. He would literally, whatever corporate required of me, I would always say, I'm not going to do that. And I would leave. And then you or him or somebody else would essentially fill out the proper paperwork to make sure that I stayed employed.
Well, you know what? From that aspect, I guess we were enablers, but damn it, it just had to get done. And in corporate America, that's the way it is. And Kevin really understood this from his double life as in
military officer. Yeah.
Yeah. And we used to kind of just chuckle, if people were complaining about the having to watch the videos, the sexual harassment videos or whatever. And I do. He's like, how many times I do this a year? And how many years I've been doing it? That's part of the job.
I'm going to go ahead and kind of catch everybody up here real quick. We're not doing the normal weekend windup during the break podcast or nougapodcast.com right now and live on Facebook. We're actually doing the big Pod-A-Thon, the 24-hour, podcast marathon that Clint is now doing. It's become an annual event, and he wants to raise $20,000 for Lana's Love. You remember Lana's Love?
Absolutely.
Lana Webster, Jim Webster's, beautiful daughter who they lost to cancer, and also YCAP, our good buddy Joe Smith down there, and his, basically all kinds of physical activity, but mostly boxing for, underprivileged, at-risk youth. It's a wonderful organization. It's a great discipline. He's an incredible guy trying to raise money there. So I'm going to go ahead and tell him myself too, for the second time in 3.5 years, I walked out this morning without my notebook after taking notes all week long, knowing that we were going to be doing this. I didn't actually hook up with Bill until Wednesday which took a lot of the weight off of me. But still, I was going to, keep some semblance of format and talk about the burning issues of the day. But I probably won't do so much of that because literally I left my notebook again as I walked out. So it was, God knew that I needed to lighten up.
But wait a minute.
God knew that I
Planning
needed
is
to
for
lighten up.
dullers.
By
the way, have you not seen this dude plan now? He plans all the time.
I don't plan. I just make notes so I can actually spur my memory again. It's not a plan.
Eric Buchanan says all the time, he goes, never a fair fight with you, Jeff, because he comes in knowing what he's going to talk about, and he just throws it at you and goes, Clint, why are you an asshole?
And I go, never fair fight, because I do it with half my brain tied behind my back.
Exactly.
All right, so very quickly, I'm going to do a bit of a commercial plug here. I want to go ahead and say, yesterday, you guys remember my good buddy, I know you do, Tom.
Oh, absolutely.
The fireman who we lost, 2.5 years ago, September 23. And there was a whole lot of things that happened behind the scenes with Tom's, illness, mental illness. He should have been getting disability. The Chattanooga Fire Department, frankly, wanted him to get disability, but the city did not allow it to happen. And all the details of that are not important right now. What is important is that he suffered from PTSD, and everybody knew he did. And the macho institutions of our world today, the military, first responders, tend to frown on anything that smacks of PTSD, and they just basically have the suck it up mentality. That's part of the the whole atmosphere, part of the deal, and that's bullshit. It's bullshit, and these jobs literally are PTSD creators. And yesterday we went to his old cabin where his sister and her husband were, and a couple of other couple friends of ours, and we were just having a nice little potluck dinner, communicating, visiting, fellowshipping. And then she got real emotional and she broke out a bunch of T-shirts. I did not bring it in today, but I'll bring it on Monday. And it's for an organization that she found after Tom left us called firstrespondersbridge.org. So that's the website of the day, other than what you're doing here on Facebook and with Clint's podcast, firstrespondersbridge.org. If you have a friend, a family member, a mate, a coworker who has been rattled, who is shell-shocked from the job that they held, whatever it might be, the front line of America's defense and self-defense and safety, then reach out to them. Reach out to them. And what they do is they do little retreats, and people go and basically get coping mechanisms and skills, and it's something I'm going to really try to help push. Now, she had all this stuff set up. I think it started in Columbus, Ohio. That's where they're all from, Yellow Springs. Mm-hmm. And I know you're a Cincinnati guy, so you understand that area up there around Dayton. And it started in Columbus, and I think this thing is going to go. And she's going to be reaching out to city officials a little bit later on. All right. And also real quick, Gene Lovin's memorial service is tomorrow. For those who listened to old school radio, I had no idea that Gene was as old as he was. I figured he was, a few years older than me, maybe your age, but he was 79. Did I see that right?
Yes.
When he passed away, wow. 79. And after all the health, cataclysms that he had been through, he was in remarkably good shape. But he literally died once of a heart attack, and they brought him back. And we lost him a couple of weeks ago, and they're having his service tomorrow. Visitations at 9/11 at Brainerd Hills Baptist Church.
I'm going to give it to you and Bill, and I'll chime in a little bit again. I'm glad you're here. It gives me because I'll need this throughout the day as I do the next 22 hours. But I will say, your friend that's starting that organization, get on the podcast.
I will.
Yeah, we can do a video, and it can be on during the break. It can be.
She's a teacher. She's very eloquent.
Yeah, we'll get her on. I'm just saying, I'll offer that to her if it'll help. If it'll help, then they can have the link and share it with us.
Just watching her, and this, it's been 2.5 years, and this is her little brother, and just watching her though, just completely become overcome with emotion when she's talking about it. There's a need for that stuff out there. Oh, and again, if you had, in her comments, of course, like everybody says, if only we had known then. So you folks who know now, take action. It's one of those things. It always surprises you. It pretty much always surprises you. So, all right, very quickly, I'm gonna veer off into topic land every once in a while, and then we're gonna continue to pick brains, and get Bill to give us some inside story on the scoop. Yeah, I want to go ahead and
get ready to share some stories, dude. You're not leaving without a few stories.
I want to say a quick prayer, so you guys join me. Sure. It's a very legit prayer. Let every round find its mark against the enemies of righteousness in our great nation. Give them wisdom in every decision, endurance for the trial ahead, unbreakable unity, and overwhelming violence of action against those who deserve no mercy. That's the prayer that Pete Hegseth used yesterday in his Armed Forces, Christian militia meeting. So I just want to go ahead and start off with a good legit prayer this morning. Get us all on the same page. I'm going to ask Bill. Bill literally used to refer to himself as a yellow dog Democrat.
Yep.
He was very active in party politics. Thought about running several times, but he had lots of baggage, including me. I was attached to. I was a monkey on his back.
Still have meat, so I don't.
Yeah.
I don't,
So
I don't run.
straight up, I want you to tell me exactly what is wrong with the Democratic Party today, because you used to be hypercritical of the party, its system, its leadership. He was the first person I heard say Hillary Clinton is the worst candidate I've ever seen, worst candidate for president I've ever seen. Talk to me about your team.
Whoa. Well,
team.
I do think there's hope for the Democratic Party, and they're going to have some conversations among themselves as Democrats, and I mean, go out in the woods and whatever it takes, but get inside yourself and let's talk about it. Look, I think that the party's got to have something more than anti-45, and they just have to. That's going to take care of itself. The anti-45 sentiment is going to take care of itself. You don't have to say another word, right? So then, how about what are we going to do? We are in the greatest country in the world with all kinds of great natural resources. And I tell you what, I'm sorry to bring this guy's name up, because it will immediately come up with a lot of ridicule and hardy har har, the hardy har har sound effect.
Yes.
But Al Gore said it yesterday. He said, we have abundance. Yeah. Abundance. Let's make it affordable abundance. And, you may not like, you may think that it's woke to have wind and solar. Well, I tell you what, we seem to be pretty hot on building data centers for AI. Well, that's all fine and good. A, there's no grid. The grid can't support it. B, it takes a lot of power to run these things. And how are we going to pay for it?
I'm gonna work backwards from that. I'm going to say real quick, China, we've talked about this before, and I talked to somebody who was actually in the power industry the other day, and they said, we're competing for our lives against China when it comes to energy production. And it is all of the above for them, all of the above. And it should be that for us. It shouldn't be political. It should not be political. And I saw yesterday, the Trump administration is going to pay France $1 billion to walk away from offshore wind farms that they basically created off our coast. Why would you do that? Why would you pay them to stop producing power just because it fits your narrative? It doesn't make any sense. Having said that, I'm going to go back and say, what Clint has obviously, said many, many, many times. Where are the ideas? He said just reflecting, what you just said, echoing, it's if all you're doing is run against this guy, you got nothing. James Carville says the same thing. Get the hell off of the hot culture, hot button topics, LGBTQ, trans, pronouns. Get the hell away from that and start talking to the people who work in America and say, we'll be better for you. Where are the ideas? We need ideas.
Mirror on a little bit. First of all, I think as a country, we can do more than one thing at a time.
Yes.
We should be able to 100% stay on natural gas and oil and whatever we have to do at the same time. It's not like we have to pick one or the other. We're sending people to the moon, and we're also doing other things. Figure out the technology around power. Go figure out new alternatives. I'm all for it. Just quit having the mindset as a Republican. I'm talking to my people now. You talk to yours.
Yeah.
You don't have to say we're only oil. I love oil. Keep oil going as long as it lasts, especially for third world countries that are just developing. They're burning wood and dung. Do what you have to do. And at the same time, go develop just don't shove it down everybody's throats till it's ready to put out there. The flip side of it is, and I wrote this down, me and you are great. I'll speak to my conservatives friends, and I say this who are we after 45? Who are we after Trump? Because I think that is where on the Republican side now, I did a podcast a few weeks ago about, am I still a Republican? We're seeing what happened. I think it took a long time for the left to get the Democrats to get to the split. Nancy Pelosi held that thing together with Twine for a long time. Then you saw a split with Trump. They started arguing amongst themselves. That coalition started pulling apart. Don't you, it took the Republicans about 10 minutes of having any sort of power and control. And they started arguing amongst themselves immediately about what is it to be a conservative? And if you can't figure that question out, that vacuum on both ends, we're against this thing, we're for this thing. Well, when that thing like Thanos goes away, who the hell are you? I don't think either party right now has figured out their identity.
I have a Discord text thread with my family, my extended family, all out in Colorado and everywhere, and I'm by far the most conservative person in this thread.
Holy shit.
And they were freaking out so bad after Trump was reelected, and I just kept saying, "Hang on, be patient. It's coming. It's coming." They always eat their own. They always turn on themselves. They always shoot themselves out of the saddle. They always snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. And I was confident in saying that. And it seems to be playing out fairly well right now.
It really pisses me off. I'd like for us just to ride the wave one good time. But.
Well, I think that back in the day, 30 years ago, politically correct. Oh, the worst thing in the world to be politically correct. And today, worst thing in the world to be woke. First of all, nobody can really define woke, but don't be woke. And every day of MAGA or 45, every day, several times a day, the overriding, the thing that's written on the wall in Hebrew or whatever.
Aramaic,
yes, indeed. That's the story in the Bible. No, every day in MAGA land, it's like, how can we own the libs? How can we, make the woke go to sleep?
Yeah.
How can we irritate the libs? Well, that's fine. You can probably irritate me without trying too hard, but I don't really care, But I always thought you're politically correct, Lockhart. I feel that politically correct and woke is basically not being a jerk, knowing that you think differently than I do, that you think differently than I do, you and you and you, but I'm not going to go out of my way to offend you because I'm a decent guy.
I'm not going to use a word that clearly infuriates you because I have the freedom to say it, and because I'm not kowtowing to you. My minister used to say, don't worry about being politically correct, but maybe think about being politically polite. And,
I like that. But here's the flip side. So here's the other side of the coin. I look at it as, I don't mind that either. Most of the conservative friends I know would agree with you. What we don't like, or what I don't think anybody likes is when you say we can't define woke or DI, when we start making, you have to say certain things. You have to go through this DEI training. It has nothing to do with it, but we're going to make things happen. You're going to be forced to do this to get this job. I'm not saying that there's not things you have to do to get jobs, but when certain cultural things are imposed on you, and then you either get canceled, you lose your job, or all of a sudden your reputation gets besmirched. Because when you said a minute ago, it's not being a jerk. It's not being a jerk, but there's also such a thing in my mind as toxic compassion. I look at stuff what happened on the border. I look at stuff what's happened to women's sports, these things that culturally everybody goes, it doesn't really matter. It does matter. It affects a lot of people. And there's elections been determined by them over the last 10 years. And so when I look at these things and I see the left focusing on those for 10 years, it's not okay just to be polite and kind anymore. If you're not polite and kind as we define it, we get to call you names. The flip side of this, the filter, and Jeff's admitted to this, there's a lot of people that have been infected with Trump derangement syndrome that they just look for his hair to be out of place and they just, look at his hair. And it's the same on the other side. So some people Trump can't do anything wrong.
He's a target-rich environment.
I understand that, but that doesn't mean, again, because it's target-rich doesn't mean you should pick every target. And the flip side of it is,
I promise you I don't.
Me and Jeff talk about this all the time too. Just because Trump says it doesn't mean as a MAGA guy, you got to go around and say, it's got to be true. He says, how many times?
That's the way he thinks it should be.
He does, but I don't. And so we're having a conversation with me, and my theory is the guy's full of shit half the time he talks. I like his policies better than the left's policies.
If his mouth's open, the chances are very good he's lying. And we see it all the time. He can't help it. I mean, just something as simple, they talk about, hey, Bill Maher is going to be up for the Mark Twain Prize in this June. And the White House issued a statement saying that wasn't true. It is true. Well,
why do they have an opinion on it anyway?
That's what I'm saying. I mean, thank you.
Yeah,
thank you very much. And on the left, I'm going to throw this at you too. I got actually about 2 headlines. But I used to take that same group of people and others that surrounded me, because again, I was a liberal voice on talk radio for years. I was the cheese. The cheese stood alone. I was a voice in the wilderness. So people who agreed with me would come up like I was, Messiah-like, going, dude, we need you so much. We need you so much.
Talk to me in code again.
I would have all of these conversations. I would always say, guys, the left will continue to push until the salt of the earth country people, rural people, and just working folks who aren't that politically enthused one way or the other are going to start pushing back. You're going to get a backlash, and we have that. This is he and they are the backlash. And I'll tell you exactly, and it crossed everybody's line. Virtually 2% of America actually signed on to the remarkable leftist woke agenda. I think it's a compliment personally. I'm like you. It just means I'm trying to understand and not offend. But to me, it was pronouns. The whole pronoun thing. I'm like going, Jesus Christ, you've got to.
I just ignored that.
You did, but it's hard to when you take a job
and
they ask you, and the salesman. I've got people that start Zoom calls and they won't let you join unless you say what pronouns.
Yeah, it's out there. And even if you tell me if you look like a he and you want to be she, okay, tell me that once.
Yeah,
I am not going to call you they. I refuse to call you they and them. I'm not going to do it. That's stupid. And so every once in a while, somebody from the left has got to go, that's stupid. And that would qualify for
I think we miss people like Bill doing that to the left and people like on the right doing the same for the MAGA.
It was all the gay issues for so long. And I remember Brian Stone just had a head explosion, which, by the way, that was coined to describe what Bill Lockhart used to do, head explosions. And Brian Stone goes, who cares? Who cares? You guys all care. You talk about it all the time. Nobody my age gives a damn. We don't care what you do with your pee-pee. Robert T. Nash quote coming on at noon today. We don't care. God doesn't care what you do with your pee-pee. That it just went into this whole, and I think, he's right. I asked my kids about it. They go, no, we don't care. We don't even ask.
God may care, but I'm not God.
Well, and as far as LGBTQ plus rights, yeah. I think that we need to be cognizant, but come on, say if something bothers you, say it. And if you're among a bunch of friends and you may be the one who's the odd person out, not man, not woman, but own up to it. Have a discussion. Look here. Most of the stuff that 45 and 47, the administration has implemented, most of it doesn't affect me at all.
Yeah.
Actually, for taxes and whatever it is, it's okay. It doesn't negatively affect me. But I'll tell you what it does affect. Look, I'm not brown. I'm not in danger of getting snatched off the streets, even though I've been here for 30 years and paying taxes. But that doesn't affect me. I'm not homosexual, but I have loved ones who are. And
what has he done that you think is affecting the homosexual?
I may not agree with you, but I will die. I will die to stand up for your right to say and live the way you want to live. Thomas Jefferson.
I will tell you right now that Obergefell is under attack in state legislatures, and there are a couple of Supreme Court justices who have said, yes, we should revisit Obergefell. That's marriage equality.
Yeah, I know Clarence Thomas ain't going to vote for that because he's got a white wife, but yeah.
Well,
I'm just saying. I understand what you're saying. I don't see that.
What does white wife have to do with?
It's part of the Obergefell.
It's part of Obergefell.
It is. My wife's brown, and her family has to worry about getting yanked up. No,
I bet
it is my job with white privilege. Hell yes, I got white privilege. There's no doubt about that. It's my job, and with the position I've got, to defend people who don't have a voice. That was always part of the job description. Mm-hmm. When there was a debate going on the air, and it was 90-10, 90%, 10%, it was my obligation and my duty to jump over here with the 10%, even if I didn't agree with them, to help get their side out. And I think that's a huge part of what we're talking about here.
I'm going to step out. I will say the one thing about, and I agree with you. I I see people, I know you snatched up off the street. Me and Jeff have had this circular conversation for a couple of months. Those cities that's happening to a lot have put in principle policies the last 20 years where they don't work with the people that if they were doing that with, they wouldn't have to be on the streets. In other words, the sanctuary cities, when you're not working with the federal authorities, so when the Biden administration sues Texas and says the border's our job, immigration's our job, don't put wire up, and they win, okay, it's your job. They go into Minneapolis and Minnesota, and then the government says, we're not going to work with you to do your job. So they go, well, since it's our job, we got to do something. I'm not justifying how it happened. We can have plenty of conversations. But it seems to me where we're at now, which I think it calmed down to where they're at, if they would have done their job to begin with and say, hey, we had this dude in custody. I don't care if he's brown, green, purple, yellow. I think he's got a detainer on him. He's broken the laws here in our city, our state. Instead of calling yourself a sanctuary state where you can run to and hide, just work with the federal authorities. And then you get them out, and maybe you avoid those situations.
But to Bill's earlier point, though, and we're gonna go back to some storytelling in 2 seconds. The idea, you're right, and it has changed. It's changed in the last 2 years. It's changed dramatically. Fox now, when I go to Fox, depending on who's on, I know what I'm going to get. And I've said before, the Fox News gathering apparatus is superior to anything on the planet right now.
They have great polling.
But
no, I
like it.
But the thing is, if I
very accurate.
If I tune into Brett Baer, or if I tune into one of their midday shows, and the names of the people will currently escape me, and they will lead with a news item, and they will give you the news, and then maybe down the road they might do an interview here or throw a personal comment out there that shows you where they lean, but 3/4 of the programming, and it's the same with all the other networks. But 3/4 of the programming, they lead with this. You said they wake up every day thinking, how do we own the Dems? That's exactly what they do. They go, so the whining from the left, the Democratic Party is in full roar today as the liberals continue to be deranged lunatics, and that's the way they lead it, whatever the story is. Every single freaking
on the
time.
Left, they always say stuff like the Republicans are pounds.
CNN is not as bad with leading with their anchors leading in with opinion. The networks are not as bad leaning in with it. They don't start with the opinion. It gets there, but they don't start with it. Fox literally, it doesn't matter what the story is. This morning, I grant you, tune in at 10 o'clock and see if I'm wrong on this. The headline obviously is that the Senate voted unanimously. That's 100 senators.
Hold on a second. Wait a minute. I'll tell you if I like it. Tell me how they voted.
They voted to fund DHS with the exception of ICE and Customs and Border Patrol, CBP. That's the lead story. And I guarantee you that there will be on Fox today, well, President Trump won another victory against the left by da-da-da-da-da-da. Or, the left somehow carved out a little piece, or the right the conservative Republican Party has folded, and their house of cards has fallen down because they've been led around by the nose hairs. That's the way it'll start.
This is a great question for Bill. Maybe we get this up as the storyteller time, because this has changed over the last 30 years, how news and media covers things.
Thank you.
The carrot and the stick used to be, are we dependable, trustworthy, this? I think the media the last 10, 15 years has lost credibility, whether it's CNN or Fox. And I think one of the reasons is because the carrot now, to me, is the click and the share, and it's the outrage. It's not really, are we newsworthy anymore? It's, are we getting the shares so the algorithm feeds us so I can go sell Clint's widget company to say I've got 10 million views. The views are more important than the substance. Does that make sense to you? Did you see that changing or not?
Yes, and the immediacy of media and social media has flipped that narrative just on its ear, and so the clickbait coverage. That's what it's all about. And
that used to be ratings, right?
Yeah. I will say this, and I've got a lot of things I'm not proud of, but I was instrumental in getting Rush Limbaugh on the air in Chattanooga. And if there had not been Rush Limbaugh or Joe Pine before him or whatever, there would not have been MAGA. Because you remember, these great parody songs, My Boy Lollipop, simply because Barney Frank, a United States congressman, he was gay. My boy lollipop. Oh, hardy har freaking har. Isn't that funny? And I ain't got no home, Frogman. This is the homeless anthem. Ho 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 ho.
The vacuum cleaner sound effects when they talked about abortion. It's back when Rush had fun.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Well, that bit, the vacuum cleaner caller abortion thing, that is what tipped me over the edge to get him on the air. Yeah. Went down to New Orleans and for a NAB, RAB, one of the B's, a convention, and that was caller abortion, and I can't believe that. We've got to get this guy, because that's the kind of stuff that gets you talking. I played a part in helping normalize the MAGA.
What was considered to be extreme talk at the time. I'm going to play radio Rorschach test here in 2 seconds.
Okay, because
I'm going to throw stuff at you.
Step out.
Yeah.
I just want to ask this because Rebecca said we need to get back to Bill stories. We are. This is the question I'm going to ask.
Thanks, honey.
Yes, absolutely.
She sent me pictures of my notes, by the way.
You're saving.
She sent me pictures of my notes.
The question I have is that I don't know, because my question to you is, I kind of see what you're saying, but I'm not sure. Without the people like making talk so popular, that was only on AM to come to FM, you would have Jeff Styles. I think my theory is unless you have the precursors of that had the demand that goes, I want to hear a guy that may have a different view like this guy. I think that's one of the reasons I crave Jeff Styles for that. Does that make sense?
Half the people listened because they really liked me. Half the people listened because they couldn't stand me, and they would grip their steering wheel and they pound it, and they would listen every freaking day.
Before you like Rush, I'm not sure, because I think he plowed the field. Maybe I'm wrong.
Oh, he did. He was the Beatles. I've said before.
Well, you don't have to like him to listen. That was another pithy saying that we repeated forever. I think it Rush made it easier for voices like you, Jeff, but unfortunately. And this is in every market all over the country, and this is actually in markets even in talk in the EU. And he's dead now, but it's
a bunch
all
of little
bunch
babies.
of Rush wannabes.
Little baby Rush.
I'm going to tell you what.
Sean is capable. So many of them are not.
He is capable. He knows how to tease ahead. He knows how to just hit the right clickbaits, if you will, if you're doing a podcast or an hour show to it. But now most of them are wannabes. There's only one Rush, and they're trying to be Rush.
And they use the hate part, not the other part.
Yeah.
It's a hate bait click stuff that they do. I'll tell you this, and I'm going to step out. I want y'all to talk.
Yeah, you don't need to go.
No, it gives me a break.
We're going to have fun. I understand.
I'll tell you how I judge talk radio. And you talked to how we sold it earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I used to call it the tunnel effect. So how many times I was a listener, this is fun for me to be in the room with two guys who I disagree with politically, but love, because I love you. I think you're badasses. I would pull over before I went through the Eastridge Tunnel.
Because you didn't want to lose it.
Everybody had stories like that.
One foot in the parking lot. 1 foot in the parking lot test.
To the car.
When you can't leave the car and you need to be in there for the appointment you've got that you're 1 minute late for, and you can't leave.
Whether it was Rush on something, but mostly was it Wally and JR going at it, or you or Dr. I used to sell that all the time. I go, ask people how many times they've waited to go through a tunnel, go into that dead zone, or get out of their car.
I'm gonna throw a bunch of stuff at you. I just want your immediate gut reaction.
Okay.
Right? Names and situations, and we'll flesh it out.
I take the fifth.
All right.
That's your limitation.
Best single radio personality you've ever heard. Short answer.
Gary Burbank.
He was incredibly good. He would do various voices. He had just an entire ensemble cast within himself, and had an uncanny ability to bounce back and forth. And he was so personable and so likable. And we got him down here and just got him stoned to the bone and put him on a cruise, a schmooze cruise out on the Chattanooga Star. And later on that night at the Stone Lion up there at Hoppy's place, he's going, Jesus, I love Chattanooga, man. I love Chattanooga. Do you remember the Grease Man?
Oh, absolutely.
Were you a fan?
Well,
Grease Man.
I was a
he was
fan.
he was popular because he offended people and he didn't care. And that was early. That was the early days of shock jocks.
Yes, and he was on the Big Ape in Jacksonville for forever, and then went to DC to WJFK, and he was very, very offensive. Did not care, and I think that's part of the appeal. It's like this guy's saying whatever he wants to say. Now there is a line, and Don Imus found out what that line was, and it starts with a $.
Yeah.
The comments about nappy-headed hose that didn't
got him fired. He thought he was uncancelable.
Well, now it went on. He had said it, earlier. It was days, maybe even weeks. But you know what got him? It was the sponsors that saying, you know what, get this guy off here, or we're not going to continue to have our relationship. So,
all right, General Manager Don Newberg.
Oh, a giant among broadcasters, told it like it was.
The big guy at the radio station for years and years and years.
Yeah, had a background in news and WJBC in Bloomington, which is where Bloomington Broadcasting, which owned like 15 stations around the country. Ours were a couple of them. But yeah, he said what he meant. He meant what he said. And if you ever got in the crosshairs of the Newberg blast, it was like a dragon.
There are people in this world you don't want to get into an argument with. Don Newberg is definitely one of them. So calm, so cool, so chill until he wasn't. Mm-hmm. And I described it like this. He was like a Wolverine that started just gnawing on your hand. And you're going, and what you don't want to do is hit the Wolverine with your free hand, because then he's going to gnaw both of them. There's no way you're going to win this fight with the Wolverine. And one day, another person you don't want to do this with is James Lee Reynolds III.
Oh, boy.
JR. And I watched the two of them clash of the Titans one time, right outside our full-color weather window into the green room. And it was like watching Godzilla versus Rodan. It was amazing. It was amazing. Okay. Raised voices in the conference room and the hallways of a workplace. Were you comfortable with them? You certainly participated in them. Do you think that was actually productive in the process of being creative on the radio?
No, I do not. That the raised voices should have been raised behind a closed door in a room where they don't get out. However, the creative process and the just the guttural basic need to convince somebody that they were wrong and you were right, I think that's gold. That's gold, Now, if you do it outside of a door where there's an open mic, no, don't, because there's Fs and CFs and CZs and you don't even want to talk about CZs.
Raggle snaggle. Again, Bill is the most creative cursor I've ever known in my entire life. He strings together phrases that are just completely staggering in their complexity and their vileness. It's a wonderful thing to behold. It was. I think I've been on the receiving end of it a couple of times. Problem callers. Bill was absolutely adamant he wanted to get call screeners in there, which we operated without forever. Yeah. We would literally hit the blinking line and say, "Hello, caller, you're on the air. Good morning, caller. What's going on?" We had no idea who they were or what they were up to, what they wanted to talk about. You didn't like that process. You installed a couple of autos.
Yes.
I'm going to get a German guy named Otto, and he got two of them. He got Urban Otto and Twangy Otto, and we started screening calls, and then we started setting caller rules, frequent caller rules. Problem caller versus frequent caller. Talk to me.
Well, we're very lax and lenient about that. And so we got into a situation where there's no call screeners. You know what? I think I heard frequent callers like, let's just say George, Edna, those folks. I think I heard them on every show of that was on our station in a day, maybe 10 times, and even the syndicated shows, because they knew they could get on the air even on
and be somebody
and be somebody. And they didn't have a governor. They didn't have a self limiter, so we had to limit it for them. Here's an example. The frequent caller Dot,
Dorothy Dot. We would have micro Dot moments.
Boy, I tell you what, and you wish you were tripping to get out.
She was hilarious. I think she added so much to the show. Well, I think so.
Well, okay, yeah, and she would say, talk off the top of her head, whatever, and half in the bag. But when it got to a point where, and this is my point. All right, Jeff, Clint, let's say you have your mom, your dad. She's not with her faculties.
Mm-hmm.
She's not all there. Matter of fact, she's
Looney Tunes.
Yeah. Right. Now, would you want your mom going on and talking dementia talk and no telling what she's going to say? Would you every day or several times a day? Would you? It's kind of like you're exploiting her. No, you would not, Jeff, and I wouldn't either, because I had I lost both my folks in around 2000, and either of them had dementia, but I'm telling you, if Dot had been my mama, I would have called that station and I would have said, dude, you and I are going to go in that parking lot, and one of us is going to get in our cars and go. And that's the way it's going.
Kinder, gentler, more nurturing attitude from the woke guy over here. He was thinking about the quality of life and the respect that could be lost to one of our seasoned citizens. Dot was hilarious. My favorite Dot story was when she called up. She told the story about when she and her husband went to England back in the early 60s and mid 60s, and they met this group of young guys that were just playing this pub, and they started talking to him. And this one guy, real cute guy, he was cute, and he was flirting with me, and I just didn't know what to say. And my husband reached over and said, Dot, just let it be. And those were the Beatles. And that's where that song came from. That was Paul. What's his name? Paul McCartney. Yeah, that was Paul. You gave Paul McCartney the "Let It Be" idea. That was me and my husband, and I loved it. All right, June Griffin.
Well,
smart, politically savvy.
Yeah, from Dayton, and I think really fringe and focused political views, John Sevier and the Great Uprising in 1795. I don't know.
The Battle of Kings Mountain.
Thank you. She really believed what she said, what she was saying. I think that she delighted in her eccentricities. I think she delighted in shocking and turning. So some people way agreed with her, but I think most, she was just she came off as kind of kooky. I got respect for her. However, I think she knew exactly what she was doing. And I think she knew that with a phone call, she could shape opinions.
The proudest moment of your career in talk radio?
Ooh.
Day, topic, moment, where you just said, man, this is good. I done good. We done good.
I would say that after the day and the 2 days after 9/11 were good, and it was because it we didn't know what was going on. It was unfolding, and we just did it. And that's what we did.
And it wouldn't happen that way now. We were talking about this the other day. Before I go any further, the most disappointed moment, the moment you went, my people are better than this. My product, my station, I am better than this.
Man, I'm going to say it, and you were already gone by this time.
Good. That means it wasn't me.
They're going to blame you anyway.
This was like July 15th or whatever from 2022. I don't know. But we had short staff issues, and Quake was gone. He had to. He was going to take. He'd already scheduled vacation. Somebody else, and so I had some fill-ins on Sport Talk. And I'm not a sports guy. I mean, I know the top lines, and that's it. No, I was hosted Sport Talk with Andy Holder. Andy did a great job. I was kind of barely hanging on. And we had a call screener, a producer, and he had I don't know, not really Tourette's, but he'd have a thought and he'd just start talking.
It out.
And he did this. I had a little sheet of paper, and I think it was like I lost count at 20 when times that he
just random interruptions.
Yeah,
and that struck you as being the low point.
It was well. Here's what it was like an old man verbal ejaculation.
Yes, this is what we're talking about. Welcome to Talk Radio.
A geezer wet dream.
Yeah, and so. I forget what the what was, and I said, Andy said, "Is everything all right?" I said, "Yeah, nah." This is probably the worst day of my career, and
that's an intensely personal, scenario that you're describing.
Sorry.
So it wasn't an overarching, this is where the station let me down. It was just your moment going, well, it doesn't get any worse than this. I'm hosting a sports show and I got somebody who won't shut up, who's not adding to it.
Yeah.
I was thinking you might say run with scissors.
No, well, that
or how about the drop? That was a different. Yeah. That was a different.
Maybe run with scissors is up there, but.
There's a comedy improv troupe. I used to pick my replacements when I go on vacation. And I came back and Bill was going, that was the worst radio I've ever heard in my life. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. But after that show, I actually thought about
leaving.
Yeah, like I guess do 2 weeks notice, but it was like I can't do this.
Was it because of your performance, or was it because of all the things that the perfect storm of the
a dim, sad light bulb went off?
Yeah, and it was, and then it started flickering a little bit. And it's like
I'm gonna get you to ask you to tell a story. We have our favorite stories. We'll tell a couple of them in just momentarily.
Okay, tell
the story about your job interview. When your shoe became an issue.
Well, it wasn't.
This is one of my favorites. You squoze it up a little bit, but I want to hear it.
I shall. It wasn't actually a job interview, but I was working in Evansville, Indiana, as a radio news guy, and was doing a story on I don't know IRAs. They were brand new. What is an IRA? So I went to bank offices, bank presidents. Can we talk? Okay, sure. So I live downtown in Evansville, so I walk, to my various appointments. So I had these boots, cowboy type boots. They were cheap, I think I got them at Kmart, so they weren't great boots. So walked in. So I'm sitting there at this bank's president's in the old National Bank in Evansville. I'm sitting there, and man, I need to do a little mopping in your restroom there, or something, whatever. And so I'm talking, and man, it just something's not right. So I walk on, and I look, and
you look to see if something was on the bottom of your shoe.
Something was on the bottom of my shoe. Well, I couldn't really see anything. Okay, great. So I go to the next bank officer, and I'm there. I said, "Whoa, this is
stinking.
This is stinking." Whoa! And so I was actually there's carpet, and I'm doing like I'm doing now. I was kind of moving my feet back and forth across the carpet.
Like you do in the yard.
Trying to
like you do in the yard.
Non-existent thing, the offensive material off.
Because something really smells bad, and I'm pretty sure it's on one of my shoes.
And you knew the other guy was smelling it too.
Well, yes, because he was like as far as from me to you and me to you.
Keep going.
Okay. What station you're from? KDQ. Yeah, got it. Okay. And so I walk out, and I have one more appointment, and I look, and dang, where the heel of the boot was, it had worn down, and inside there was kind of a honeycomb. Well, I had stepped
cheap heels,
and I had stepped in some dog excrement at some point on my 5-block walk to the bank, and man, it seemed like I couldn't get. That last interview was really tough.
Because you're sitting there.
He said he realized it had actually compacted and then basically rubbed off around the edges, so it just looked like the black bottom of a boot heel. And he kept looking. He was looking at sheer dog shit, spackled up inside the heel of his boot. It was completely packed in there like a ramrod had been used.
Taking that like
and,
a little gift.
And he kept looking at it, going, "Well, there's nothing there. There's nothing there." And just wafting through the building.
Old National Bank, American National Bank, First Bank of Vanderburg.
Just spread the joy.
Absolutely.
Another one. The Fire Me FU. Is that a true story? Is that a true story?
I'll be right back.
It is. It is. And and this was in Birmingham, and we were talking about somebody had gotten a raw deal in radio. That's kind of par for the course. And I was talking with an engineer at that point in WSGN. They're all union engineers. You had to have a first-class engineer at all times, 24 hours a day. I don't know how they got that deal in 1978, but they did. And so I was talking to the engineer, Michael Fluker, and I didn't see this very often back then, but a mixed race employee in a technical field. This is in Birmingham, right?
Alabama.
And we were talking about it, and I said, well, they said, going to fire me if this. He said, well, I'll tell you what. I would go right in their face, and I would say, no, you go ahead and fire me. Fire me. F you. Fire me. No. Fire. No, go ahead and fire me.
Watch what I do.
Yeah. F you. And so, yes, fire me. F you.
Obviously, most of my favorite stories about you, and I have at least 100 of them, usually involve drinking, usually off the air. and away, from the actual professional aspect of the job. One time you mixed the two, and I just want to get your take on this one. You'd been out on the river all day. I think you had forgotten the fact that you were supposed to do the used car drawing that night at the Lookout Stadium. And when you suddenly remembered, it was too late to undo what you've been doing in the sunshine all day, and went down there and decided to ad lib the reverse drawing, order. And Frank Burke essentially cut you off at one point because you probably should not have been driving a vehicle or operating heavy machinery or been in charge of a live mic.
This is true, and I had been on the river all day, and it was a long day. Now, and I did hand the microphone over to Frank Burke. It was time for me to end my public appearance. But what a lot of folks don't realize is that 30 seconds before I was to do this, I was on the third base side, and they were going to escort me onto where I was supposed to go. And these groundskeepers rakes, they're like as wide as this table is,
yeah.
and they're basically a rake, but the handle is very long and it's like thick. You got to have both hands because you got to have the groundskeeper.
Yeah.
Well, I'm walking, and it is like a doggone cartoon. And I step on the groundskeeper's rake.
And what, bang? I didn't know that. I never knew that part of the story.
It's as big around as a baseball bat, the handle, and it hit me right between the eyes.
That doesn't happen in real life to many people.
I know, but it does to me because I have I'm a little bit uncoordinated. I say I probably trace that back to my mom sneaking those cork tip cools on the back porch of
when she was
of Glendon Drive or wherever. But I was literally seeing stars, but that does not.
It's just too classic. It's too classic because you were doing a great job, and again, it was a reverse selection thing. So there were 20 people on the field, 10, 12, whatever it was, and you were eliminating people as you went. So you pull this person's color, then they don't win, and so you work your way down, and it was just taking a long time. And this was the verbiage I remember: blue. So sad for you. Too bad. Too sad. See you later, alligator. Blue, aqua, turquoise. and Frank Burke was over there just going, what's that? And like a minute and a half, you were extolling the color blue with you had your thesaurus out. And finally,
do you not love Azure? Do you not love Cobalt?
My God, that was too good. That was absolutely too good. Okay. Why didn't you fire me when? Why didn't you fire me, fill in the blank, when you know good and damn well you should have? You should have, and you didn't for some reason. And there were multiple I know. Multiple I know.
Well,
be honest. Be brutal.
There was the deal where, and I'm not quite sure what all the connection was. I kind of sort of am, but it's one of those things I put in my little box of boxes, and I only get out when I want to. So, you had kind of gotten crossways, I guess, with a sponsor, with EPB.
Yeah, Electric Power.
Yeah, it may be one of.
They're one of the sponsors. Yeah, it's not going to bother anybody.
Yeah, okay, but I don't know. EPB didn't like what it was, and
they were our largest advertiser.
Yeah,
they were the largest advertiser in the city of Chattanooga for media, all media, TV, newspapers, billboards, radio. everything.
And y'all got crossways, and it was kind of a meeting of Mohammed and the other deities, I guess, and though EPB's not on the air, and I was advised by
everybody.
I'm trying to think of who the dissenter was. It probably was in this little voice inside of me, but everybody, I was advised to endure.
Fire me and the money comes back.
Well, that was what they said, and that did not. So that was probably it. Look, a lot of the stuff, I guess I was a player's coach, and that I let the players do a lot of stuff that they probably shouldn't.
You let them play.
I let them play.
Well,
no blood, no foul.
I've been watching out here in the green room, so I just want to chime in and say that to me, the thing that made it that way, or that made it so good, was the fact that the players did get to play, and that there was everybody's got an opinion till you've been in the job, right? Everybody, again, going back to kind of how we started, riding those egos is not always an easy thing. I have a question, and we got our next guest will be coming in the next 5 or 10 minutes, but. So, and I don't know if y'all address it. I've been watching, and one of the reasons I'm pulling myself out. It's fun to watch you two talk. They get to hear me and him talk all the time. This is a rarity. This is like the moons aligning and stuff. Did y'all address the any head meltdowns? The best arguments, fights, head meltdowns, just total chaos I've ever seen in the business was in the radio world. I'm just talking about people mad or people having arguments. I've said this to people before. At least in my world, the 90s and early 2000s, we were alluding to HR earlier, had the best head meltdowns, the best just fights amongst
We talked about the Newberg JR fight, but no.
Have you ever seen anything like that?
For those in the HR department out there, whoever you are listening or watching, for those of you out there, and I saw everybody do this at some point multiple times, but I mean, my penultimate, the pinnacle for me was, I don't even remember what it was about, but I got some news up at the front desk from Dorothy Oliver, legendary, director of First Impressions at the station for years and years. And she did practically run the station in many ways, but I got some bad news. And I turned around and looked into Danny Brown's, our general manager then, Dan Brown's office, and went, "This sucks my ass." And I stormed up and down everybody's open door to their offices. Here's Renee, the bookkeeper. Here's all the salespeople, every cubicle going, "This sucks my ass." And I marched back up and I looked at Dan and I said, "I am not going to deal with this anymore." And he was just eyes wide open, just looking around. He goes, "What's happening? What's happening?" And I go in there and I have to get on the mic. I have to go in there and I'm just, I'm like a cartoon with the thermometer going up and blowing out. And I turn on the mic. "Hi, folks. Welcome back to Talk Radio 102.3. Somebody please call. Somebody please call right now. I need to hear some input." Like this. And I see Danny and he peeks around the corner like this. He's looking at me and he comes out to the commie and he's looking at Bill going, "What's happening? What's happening?" I said, How do you not get terminated for doing that? He was literally scared to come around me because I looked like a bunch of, violence that was about to just explode. And I saw that happen all the time with various people.
We let the players play and understand that creative people are, they sometimes the pot boils over. And I don't know about you all, but I'm blow top, whatever. But when it's over, it's over. You got to work with these people.
When it's over, it's over. There shouldn't be permanent scars.
No.
There shouldn't be permanent scars. You remember? I'll remember that. Take a note. Don't go there again.
Or if I do want to go there, say this word. I know what you're going to do.
I know exactly.
Boy, that Trump's got his stuff together, doesn't he?
One last radio Rorschach test. All right, just real rapid fire.
All right,
Jammer.
Well, what a wonderful and great talent. Troubled, but and we all have had our troubles. He was a guy that I knew could do it, and I had a need to put somebody in who had an opinion and
he did,
and would shake it up, and he did.
Focused on schools, kind of became a niche niche. 2 coming in today. Stephanie Birmingham.
Oh, really? Okay.
Mhm.
Yep.
Excellent.
Stephanie.
Wow. Oh, you're asking me?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, anecdote about that Stephanie's involved with. And by the way, she's so smart and so plugged in and
naturally talented.
Naturally talented. Here's the thing. I was this is whenever it was, I don't know, 2000 something or other, and somebody calls me on Monday morning. He said, dude, you need to see the Charlotte Observer, the front page of the business section or the opinion. I said, well, what's in it? You just need to see it. Well, at that time, there's no way, nothing is on the internet. So to get a Charlotte Observer, I had to go to Barnes and Noble. Go Normal, Oklahoma. But to buy it. And so on the front page of the opinion thing, it's like embrace or noose or what have you. And there's 4 pictures. There's a picture of Osama bin Laden. There's a picture of the blind sheikh who the original world.
Timothy
McVeigh. And a picture with a beautiful woman who's holding like a big ass gun.
AR-15.
That's probably about 4 feet long. He's posing with it, and it's my 1 to 3 host, Stephanie Birmingham. And so it didn't say who she was, but it's just somebody in the militia. So that, and I still have that picture, the copy of it, because yes, there's the 3 biggest villains in the world, and my midday host,
Robert T. Nash, last one.
Yeah, good.
He's coming in today.
Well, incredibly talented. I think perhaps one of the top 3 or 4 radio talk hosts that I have heard. And boy, oh boy, he smart, incredibly talented, fancies himself, and maybe he is in many respects the incarnation of Hunter S. Thompson.
And the last one before we go, Clint, thank you for letting us spend just a minute. His question, Mount Rushmore of talk radio locally.
Ooh.
Got 4.
Oh, well, I'm going to say.
I'll tell you in mine. I'll tell you mine.
Yeah.
Me, I'm not going to lie. Me, JR, Dr. B, and either you or Parker Smith. Parker didn't do it long, but when he did it, he was pivotal.
He was a comic.
And you are behind the scenes, but certainly it wouldn't exist without you.
Well, I'm going to say that you, Dr. B, and Robert T. And
the reason I asked that question because when you said that,
yeah, and Jim is in there. Jim Reynolds is in there. Jim is so talented, and he has all these jobs
at everything.
Yeah,
because he's a professional and he's buttoned up too.
Yeah,
he's the best umpire.
Yeah,
he's the best. He's the best eulogy giver.
I think that's his motto, though. If I'm going to do it,
yeah,
I'm going to be it. But anyway, back to you, sir.
Well, yeah, I think that he is so talented and has all these interests and jobs and whatnot that, and he is a Renaissance communicator.
I can't tell you how much I've appreciated this from a guy who went from being a listener, a long time listener, first time caller, never time caller, but I was a long time listener. In my days at that radio ranch that I'm like I've said before, I find it honored to be part of. Started back in the KZ days, transferred over to the talk days, and even oldies GT when I got there, and we just it was a pleasure to get to know the people on the air and to see them, and then to become part of that, even though it was in the sales side of it. If you're in the radio world, you're in the radio world, and you get to walk the halls amongst that. Sometimes you're part of the story. Sometimes you're watching the stories develop. And sometimes you are the story if you have a really good meltdown. I will just say that it was a pleasure being part of it. And I love Lake Newburgh. I love all the stories that really had nothing to do with on the air.
Yeah, yeah.
Most of the good stuff that I took away from my first 8-9 years there and my last couple that I went through the second time around, very little of it was about on-air stuff. All of it was hallways. And even the stuff back then that pissed me off, it's like hearing a bad song now from 30 years ago. even the bad music. Aha is the worst song ever. Take on. It's a shitty song.
It is.
But I listen to it now.
But now you get the nostalgia buzz.
I'm being back to 18.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm
it's like me and Donna Summer.
Yeah.
You would have had to fight me and just wrestle me to the ground to make me listen to Donna Summer in the 70s. Now I hear one of those epic disco anthems. I go, hey man, those were the good old days.
Yes.
The
stuff that made me mad back then, I look at now and go, oh no, I didn't know that was the good stuff that was happening. And real quick, because we do have to roll. Our next guest, Rhonda and Gary Thurman are out here from Guardian Investment. But real quick, when I walked out there, he was watching y'all and he goes, dude, you don't know how many times I didn't miss a show of any of the stuff they're talking about. And I've already got a message right here from Shannon Brown, used on Zaxby's.
Yeah, Shannon.
He goes, dude, I'm listening now. He goes, they don't have any idea how they helped build my business and how entertaining they were. So the messages are coming in. This has got to come back.
Once Bill is out of the room, we'll play Where's Bill? The Where's Bill game. And some of the best stories all begin with Where's Bill? There's the holding up his ticket to his forehead as he stumbles through the crowd at the Steely Dan concert. Where had he been all night long? We didn't know. Where's Bill? We're at a music festival. We're up here. The stage is right over there. Just go right over there, Bill. Where'd he go? He went way over here. He's somewhere at a lake. He's found himself at the shore of a lake. And he's calling people going, where am I? We'll play Where's Bill? When Kevin comes to join us late at a camp out and Bill is passed out and he's covered himself up with leaves and Kevin comes up and he starts setting up his tent on top of Bill as we're all watching him. And he has no idea until Bill goes, and rises up from the dirt and Kevin just about jumped out of his skin. We'll play Where's Bill one day coming soon when he's not here and we can really yuck it up. Last thing I'm going to do is just give a shout out to my daughter, Rhiannon. This is a free commercial.
Okay.
Clint, you've done me for it later.
Yep.
Rhiannon Pelton, if you want to look her up, tax advisor. She can do your taxes. She can answer all your stupid questions about the stupid IRS. You're getting, phone calls and letters you don't understand. Give her a call, 505-8415. I'm doing this because this is her first year, her first season. She's busy, but I just want to help build her business. So I'm going to give her a free plug because she's my daughter. 423-505-8415. Rhiannon, like the song, Pelton, taxes.
I got to say this because we're going to take about a 2-minute break. Don't go anywhere. Come back because we're going to have Rhonda and Gary Thurman. But also, this is all to raise money for Lana's Love and the YMCA YCAP. And so if you would do me a huge favor, we're a little over $5,000. The donations have been silly. They've been very good. Text the word podcast to 44834. Podcast 44834. In the last 5 minutes, I've seen a $50, a $100, $1,000, and $125. So the amount doesn't matter as long as if you can give, it's a weird day, then do give. I appreciate it very much. Everybody stay tuned, and we will be right back with you. Just like that, it says we're back and we're live. Yep, there we go. It looks like it's all working good. Now, last time I did this, I came back and I had no sound. So I don't know what it is about that. So let me go make sure we all have sound. Maybe Tristan can listen on his phone or something. Tell me if you have sound. I'm going to keep talking until I know I do or don't have sound, because we are raising money all day. For 24 hours, we're raising money for Lana's Love and the YCAP organization. I hear us, so we should be okay. And we're trying to reach 15 to 20 grand. You can always give to texting podcast, the word podcast, to 44834. We sound good? Thank you, sir. And but what I'm going to do is I'm going to probably welcome my guests. I'm going to participate in this, but I'm also going to let the pros do what they do. By the way, welcome, Gary.
Thank you, sir. Good to see you, man.
Welcome, Rhonda.
Happy to be here.
Thank you so much. Oh, camera's working. I'll look good. One of the best episodes I think we've done together is the one we had with your lovely wife.
I agree.
Where y'all talked about money and men and women, and it wasn't just money. It was a lot of other stuff. And I got a lot of good response from that. So I think it was smart for you to pick her as a guest today.
Well, that's been something I've been trying to do for years. Finally talked her into it. And what was funny about that, Clint, she thought Tristan was just taking pictures, and he was actually shooting video.
Oh.
And then Tristan reposted just a segment of me in it, very little, of Rhonda, and put it out there in the social media world and got thousands and thousands of views. Yeah. And so after that, I went, I told you. I told you. You need to do this with me.
Well, I'll tell you one of the reasons. I think not only because you're smart and you had a perspective, you've been through a lot of this, you know your stuff, but and I think you'll attest, the world that you're in is heavily dominated by male voices and people that do this. And now you've got this other perspective that can talk the talk and walk the walk and has a completely different, you're getting to the same places, but just two different journeys. I think it adds a lot to it.
I think Ron and I both feel, and being owners of Guardian Investment Advisors together, that we feel it's not his money, it's not her money, it's each of their money. It's everybody is an individual person. Mm-hmm. And I think the old way of thinking, Clint, and me and Rhonda talked about this yesterday in the car, the old way of thinking is that it's a male-dominant world when it comes to your money, your retirement. Things have changed.
Yeah, thank goodness.
Things have changed. Yeah. And, I mean, there's women in our personal lives, they're the breadwinners of the family. You know, and then, even someone, husband, wife, husband, wife. I mean, the world has changed a lot, but we look at everybody as an individual person. Now, we do look at a couple as a team, and that's one of the things we're going to talk about today is I love Rhonda came up with this: one plan, two people. One plan, two people. I thought that was brilliant on her part.
Yeah.
So
sounds like a new book.
Yeah.
Like somebody.
That's a great idea.
That sounds like
that's a great idea. Thanks for the information. Yeah.
Just I just need a little royalty. That's all right, a little bit.
Yeah, just throw some at you.
How do you want to start this one? Do you want to talk? Well, let's do this. Can we real quick?
Sure.
If you don't mind, tell people exactly what you do in case they need to tune out and they go, hey, I want to talk to that guy and girl later.
Yeah. So Guardian Investment Advisors, we're a full-fledged financial planning firm. We help everybody from 30 years old to 100 years old. I mean, we're an open book to helping people as much as we can. We have an office here in Chattanooga, Tennessee. We have an office in Knoxville, Tennessee. And we actually help people all over the country. Brogan and I in Knoxville, we're working with a couple in Texas right now, a couple in Virginia, a couple in Ohio. So we're trying to get the word out because I feel that Guardian Investment Advisors is a little bit different in a couple of ways. One, I love the fact that it's me and Rhonda who own the firm. So that's talking about that new way, right? Because Rhonda brings so much to the firm, it's unreal as a co-owner of the firm. But we just do things differently. You know, I always say the big box stores out there, there's a lot of big box stores. You know, they own football stadiums and all these other different things, blimps that fly around. We're an individual financial planning firm, which means we have so many options to help clients, no matter what stage of life they're in. Because every single person that walks into our office is a different person. They got different needs, different wants, different goals.
Well, that's just like saying, fix my car. Well, what's the problem?
Yeah.
Or what issues do you want? Because sometimes you need the wrench, sometimes you need the screwdriver, sometimes you need the tools you have depends on the issue, what you're trying to do. And do you driving a Ford? You got a Ferrari. What are we doing? Yeah.
I use an analogy all the time about going grocery shopping, and I know it's kind of funny, but if you work with one of the big box stores out there and you go grocery shopping with them, they got 2 or 3 aisles you can shop from. Mm-hmm. But when you come and work with an independent firm like Guardian Investment Advisors, we got the whole store.
Yeah.
So we don't work for the man. Nobody is telling us how to do your retirement planning, how to do your financial planning, how to invest your money. We have avenues and tools, like you just said, for each person. And I just think that makes us different. Oh. I really do. And the fact that I get to go to work every day now with my wife, finally, after begging her to retire for years, she has taken Guardian Investment Advisors to a whole new level, not only with our staff, but with our clients.
Yeah.
And how we're looking at things differently. And it's just made it's been a blessing, to be honest with you, Clint. So, that's who we are. Yeah. That's what we do. We'd love to help everybody.
How do people find it? How do people reach out to you one more time?
Yeah, so here in Chattanooga, 423-710-9199. We do have a Knoxville location. If you're watching on social media, 865-951-7526. You can always go to GIAplantoday.com, GIAplantoday.com. Come see us. We'd love to have a conversation with you.
Yeah, and I'll say, and the guy that was just in the studio, Jeff Stiles, is one of your clients.
So, sure is.
Yeah, and I can tell you right now, if Jeff can use them, so can you. And Jeff can take that any way he wants to. That doesn't bother me.
Can I follow up on that?
Please do.
And we just had a conversation with Jeff. And Jeff came to me probably 3, maybe 4 years ago. And I had a situation going on and has said, hey, how can you... Can we do anything with this, Gary? Can we do anything with this? And it was all based on Social Security.
Yeah.
And he just said to us, he goes, my life is so much better since the day I came in and had that conversation with you. That means everything in the world to me.
Again, conversation.
It was a conversation. And I looked at something that he looked at. He didn't understand it because that's not his world. Mm-hmm. I understood it. And with I think it took 30, 45 days to get things done. Jeff's and Rebecca's life are different now.
Yeah.
Because I was open to that conversation.
Well, look at the screen real quick, Rebecca. Rhonda is amazing. You're pretty great too, Gary. So there we go. That's Jeff. As long as you do that.
Thanks, Rebecca.
As long as you have the two better halves liking each other, that's really what matters. As long as Rebecca likes it, really, Jeff's opinion's out the window.
We love Rebecca. I've done a lot of work with Rebecca on some charity events and stuff like that. She's outstanding. She's awesome.
Well, I'm going to give the floor to you guys for the next 30 minutes or however long this lasts. But again, I just want to say thanks now in case I forget because I got a lot going on for being part of this.
We love it.
I know you do podcasts anyway, but to do podcasts that actually helps folks, I'll have us a total here in a minute on where we're at. And I got to give a shout out. I told him I wouldn't do too much, but Optimize You came in here. Josh Porter, I don't know if y'all heard that earlier. The dude walked out and just dropped it. I was just very happy. Thank you to Josh and Optimize You. They are now an official sponsor of the podcast today.
Well, there you go. Josh Porter is one of our favorite people. We love him. And we love the YCAP. Is amazing. And Lana's Love is something that Guardian's been part of now for probably 5 or 6 years, babe. Cole Webster is one of my favorite people in the world. His dad and what they went through with Lana. I mean, wow, that's tough.
I had this the interview with the lady. I played at 4:30 this morning going into the live. I'll play it again here in a couple hours when I need a break. It's about 15 to 20 minutes long. Her son went through Lana's Love and then went through YCAP. That's why she was on with us. So she got to talk 10, 15 minutes about each. But what they do is unbelievable. And she actually said to go through what they went through and then to actually use that then to help people. It's what you do with the pain.
That's right.
And that's what I've thought. Me and you've done podcasts on this too. What do you do with the things you go through in life? Mm-hmm. I'm not going to hog it up. I want to talk about this topic today. But I also just want to say thank you both for being part of it.
We love it. And thanks for the invite.
Yeah.
Thanks for the invite. It's going to be a lot of fun.
How are we going to talk about it? Let's rock and roll.
So I want to dig into Rhonda here for a few minutes. I kind of set it up, Clint, talking about we don't believe it's his money. We don't believe it's her money. We believe it's our plan. If you're a couple out there, and it doesn't matter, again, if you're male, female, 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 male, male, whatever the case may be, some of our best friends in the world, are living a life together in that old school way of thinking. There's so many old school ways of thinking, Rhonda. And this is, Rhonda and I were driving to Knoxville 2 days ago, and she said, "You know what, Gary? I'm so tired. I'm so tired of that old school mentality."
I just don't like the term women and money.
Right.
As though it's a special situation. It's people and money. And it's almost insulting that, and maybe women in the past have done things to lead to this opinion.
Sure.
But just because you're a female doesn't mean the rules are different.
No.
You still have to be smart with your money, and you still have to communicate to someone who knows more than you, just like you were talking about Jeff doing.
Right.
You have the communication where you say, I have a problem and I don't know what to do about it. It doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman, or if you're in a committed relationship or you're single. You have to have communications with someone who can help you.
I mean, how many women do we know? I mean, look at the lady you had on earlier, Clint. How many women do we know right now that are the CEOs of their company, that are the breadwinners of the family? You know, we just met a couple weeks ago in Knoxville. She goes to work every day. He's a stay-at-home dad because she's got an amazing career, and they just ran the numbers, and it made more sense for him to be home. Now, he does work from home a little bit, but he's with his kids.
Yeah.
And that's a beautiful thing for their relationship. How beautiful of a thing is that for those children?
For the children, yeah.
I mean, it's amazing. So I think that old school way of thinking, I think the last time we were in here, Clint, I told you a story about a male, female came in to our office. He dominated the conversation. And I kept looking at her and asking her questions every single time. And he would cut me off. I handle this. I kept asking her questions. Well, they came back in probably 2 weeks later. She was a whole different person with me because she didn't say much in that first meeting. And she sat there and looked me right in the face and said, the reason we're back is because you care about me. So I do think it's changed though, Rhonda. I mean, I think, we were talking about stories of people that we personally know where the female's I hate to say the dominant, but she's the breadwinner of the family. Or she owns a company.
Her income's just higher. Doesn't mean she's dominant. I mean, her income
she's the
is higher.
breadwinner.
But it's just like in any marriage. Everybody that knows us knows you're better in the kitchen. You cook better than me, but you're on the grill. I'm going to give you the duties of grilling the steaks, but I'm going to tell you how to cook mine.
Yeah.
I want it medium well. And you're going to go and you're going to take that and you're going to do that. So same thing with money. Just because you tend to be better doesn't mean that how I want things done is not important.
I agree with that.
So
it comes down to both people need to be prepared. Both people need to know. Clint, I had a heart attack, right? So, and we're watching a series right now that
Madison, by the way, have you watched it? The new Taylor Sheridan. It's heart wrenching. It really is.
And we turned it off the other night. I said, why are we watching this? Because I'm like crying over here in my recliner. But he passed away all of a sudden, a plane crash, and their lives were upside down. But death happens, illness happens, loss, unfortunately, divorce. Do you know the age bracket right now for the number one divorcees in the United States of America?
I'm guessing over 50.
65 to 70-year-olds.
Wow.
Yeah.
That surprises me.
30, 35 years, and all of a sudden they're retired, and they're like, you know what? I don't like you anymore. It
I understand that too.
Dominated. It's dominated now. And those are the people, in my personal opinion, that need the money the most. One thing that caught my attention this morning when you were talking to the attorney about divorce and all these different things, divorce is ugly. And Ron and I, we've both been through that situation. Divorce is ugly. What makes it more ugly? Where's the money going?
Yeah.
Where's the money going? So I just think things are different now. And to Rhonda's point, I think we need to focus on what couples actually need, not what one person needs.
Yeah, and I will say this. I get to ask questions. That's the reason I love podcasts. I get to ask questions that from an outside perspective with all my guests. The issues may be the same, but how you get there. So when I say women and money, men and money, it's not that it's women and money, it's men and money. It's that we get to the same problems, but maybe our journeys are different. Maybe you get there, or I get there through divorce, and you got there through bad financial decisions and bankruptcies, or you got there through, being scammed for whatever the problem is. It seems to me, or I got laid off. It seems to me that we get to the same juncture, but our journey is how we got there. So I would think a lot of your job is listening. And what I'm about to say is, this is me saying this. I have zero skills on money. If you ask me what to do with your money, I will tell you something, then go do the opposite. You will be fine. But I would say a lot of it is you listening, and you only care about their story because you like them as a person, or you care.
Right.
But the end result is the medication's the medication, whether your story got you to this point because of divorce or because of death. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The journey's only important up to let me know who you are and your and how your goals are set.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I got my tools are my tools. And I think that's pretty unique, because the women and men part only is important because it's yours.
Correct.
I agree.
The medicine's going to be the medicine.
The medicine is the medicine.
I just don't like the medicine when it makes me have to change my stuff.
Yeah.
That's true. But that's where I think when a couple is completely aligned on this is where we want to go, and you're committed to being disciplined and not spending, because we hate the word budget, but you have a spending plan and you try to work on that together. But I feel like the more aligned you are as a couple, whether that be on money or where you're going to go on vacation, just your commitment to each other, and it's sacrifices made for each other.
Absolutely.
I feel like that's the most important thing. It doesn't really matter how much money you lost.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter how much money you make. It's what are you going to do together to overcome the mistakes or however you got there. I just think it's super important that you're on the same team. And in my previous career, and I've mentioned this to you before, I've mentioned how often women, unfortunately, do this more than men, would hide money or have credit cards that their significant other did not know about. But if you're in a relationship like that, there's way bigger troubles than money.
Yeah. Money is just that's the cough and the
absolutely
sneeze. That's not the problem.
You're right.
But it's the number one cause of divorce.
Money.
Yeah. Financial issues. And so I think, in my opinion, hearing what you guys were just talking about, it's all about communication. I wrote a few questions down here that I think couples should be asking each other. What does retirement look like for us?
Right.
Us, not me, not you, us as together. What are our biggest concerns or fears? Got to attack those. And what does financial security mean for us both?
And that changes
all the time.
All the time.
Because life happens.
We try to have a meeting often where we go over our budget, our schedule, the two of us.
Just personal stuff.
Just the two of us.
When you said meeting, I went straight to personal.
No, it's usually weekly. Sometimes we might miss one, but
not much.
But we'll sit down with calendars, checkbooks, budgets, because it changes so much. We have a grandchild now, so that changes everything. And I would encourage everybody on that to go check your beneficiaries on, because you need to add a grandchild. Maybe you didn't. Maybe we haven't yet.
Yeah.
I don't know, but little things like that you have to check in. This is not a
family meeting right here.
I know.
Like,
I thought, because I'm not sure. I'm sitting here thinking I'm not sure Hayes is on my. I gotta change that. But yeah, you have to do that very often, and it's I don't know. It's very beneficial.
Don't you think if you talk about it when it's not the problem,
a point of contention? Yes, I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you.
I don't think it's a finance meeting. I think it's a life conversation.
Correct.
Because I'll go to me and Rhonda. I love using us for an example. There's not a perfect marriage out there. I think we're damn close, excuse my language, to having a perfect marriage.
Oh, don't say that out loud.
Okay.
Now you never know what's going to happen. Yeah. Now you never know what's going to happen.
The guy on the screen,
right?
Filming.
Yeah.
It's okay. Oh, these cameras are very sensitive. Just because he's got, they're doing stuff right. They bring their crew with them.
That's right.
Keep going.
But I do think it's a life conversation. And going back to me and Rhonda, we don't always agree. We don't now, and we said this on the podcast with you before. I'm the spender of this marriage. She's not. She's the most thrifty person in the world. We're changing our studio right now. And the other day, she found the table she wanted. And I said, how much is it? She told me. I said, just get it. She goes, no, I can find it cheaper. I can find a better deal on it. And I'm like, how awesome is that for me?
Uh-huh.
Because my wife's not going to go out and waste money when she knows she can spend a little bit more time.
But it also is an ego check for you, which you're good to handle. And when you say something and she goes, no, you got to be able, it seems like you're doing it, go, okay, I'll let you drive that.
Going back to the studio.
Our whole marriage is that way, though. I mean, because there's times where it's me that's getting put in check. I mean, it's not.
That's the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah, that's the way it's supposed to be. And it's not often that way. But, there's a motive, Sometimes I save money so I can spend it where I really want to spend it.
What's comforting for me,
it's a balance,
Clint, is the fact, I'll use the studio again for an example. We're just changing things up. She'll come to me with a question, or Tristan will come to me with a question, and I'll be like, that's you and Rhonda, buddy.
Yeah.
That's you and Tristan. I don't want to have anything to do with this. I got enough on my plate. And that's a key word, I think, especially with money and finances, retirement planning. The key word is trust.
Mm-hmm.
I know they're not going to overspend. I don't have to worry about that.
If something does happen too, the trust part, if something doesn't go perfectly like you expect, or they somehow, whoever they are, disappoint you, if you trust the person, you know it doesn't come from a place of bad intent or ill intent. So that's how you get mercy and grace. You're like, hey, we screwed up. It's okay. Don't worry about it. It's fine. By the way, do y'all know a comedian, Nate Bargatze?
Mm-hmm.
Do you like him?
Yeah.
Have you watched his most recent special?
I'm not sure I have.
You need to, because
I've been told it was fantastic.
Well, it's unbelievable. He's very clean, but he does a whole piece in there how his wife is the saver and he's the spender.
Yeah, we'll have to watch
y'all
that.
need to watch that segment. It's about 10 minutes long.
Mm-hmm.
It is exactly what y'all were talking about with
funny.
humor.
Yeah.
It's really good.
I'll have to watch it.
By the way, we got a couple quick comments.
Okay,
Russell
good.
Stroud says, hey, I'll see you in 10.5 hours, Clint. Good to see Gary. Used to produce his radio show many months ago. Journey Beyond Divorce. Love the concept of marital financial monthly meetings. Great way to stay on track with calm minds are in control. So that is Karen, the lady that was on with me this morning.
I really want to connect with her.
Karen,
I loved everything she said. Karen, you were wonderful.
Your niche. Y'all need to do your things.
Yes.
They have a podcast. She has the second rated podcast on divorce and relationships.
And I can see why after watching her this morning. She's dropping just golden nuggets constantly. Yes.
She was
It
talking
seems like
common
gold
sense.
nowadays, yeah.
And I know, speaking of that conversation, you guys were talking about the differences and what happens with people, even in friendships, when it comes to different political views and all these different things. So we were listening. I promise we were listening.
I get it. Thank you.
And that even can affect marriage. Yes, it can affect friendships big time. Political views can affect friendships big time. It can affect marriages.
Yeah, and I'm going to help you get back because I know you got stuff you want to cover.
Oh, no, we're good.
Well, I think a lot of the stuff, though, that we're talking about, the money, the politics, all goes back to the key word that everybody uses, but few of us really focus on. That's the communication part.
Mm-hmm.
How we communicate, why we communicate, do we trust the people we communicate with? From that, you get better plans with money. From that, you get better plans on how you spend your time, how you hire in a business, how you guys do
spend your time with.
It's how you do the whole communication thing that everybody goes, yeah, that's important, but. No, if you spend your time on that, you don't have to worry about all the buts over here.
Correct.
That's right.
Yeah.
But it's communication, right?
Yeah, all of it. 100% of it.
I think the biggest thing that couples do incorrectly is actually not have conversation. They avoid it because they know it's going to cause issues. I'm not going to go to Rhonda and talk about this because I know that she's going to 1,000% disagree with me.
Yeah.
That happens, I know, day in and day out, thousands of times all over this great country of ours. But we're at a point, and we run our firm the exact same way, we're at a point where I'm not afraid to go to Rhonda and go, hey, I've got an idea. And she always gives me this little look because she knows I'm about to say we're going to spend X amount of dollars or whatever the case may be.
That's true.
Clint, I love to market.
Yeah.
Marketing is I think we're wonderful business owners. I think we have our team runs our business, which allows me the freedom to get out and do what I love to do, talk to people, communicate with people.
So y'all talk to people on a daily basis. I'm going to add this to the conversation as the lay person again. One of the things that I think men and women will feel in the conversations when we have these communication sessions that usually aren't planned, they're usually because we feel in trouble.
Oh,
I'm in trouble. I don't want to be in trouble with my spouse because I never want to let my wife down. And so when I come to you, where's this $300? Why did you spend that? How have you not paid that bill? What's the problem? Why are you disappointing me? I will avoid those conversations a lot of times because I don't want to feel in trouble. Because again, if the trust isn't there, that you're going to go, we can fix it. Just don't do it. Try not to do it again. It's not that big a deal. I've heard that from my guy friends more than you can shake a stick at. Guys that make a lot more money than me. He goes, dude, if I told that, I'd get in trouble. I'd be like, no, what are we in elementary school?
Females have that same conversation. Often.
Yeah.
Talk about that though. I mean,
often.
We don't.
Is
don't talk
it
about
the
that.
same thing that the like Clint saying, I'm afraid to have that conversation because I don't want to feel like I'm in trouble. Is that how women look at it as well?
Because you're afraid that they'll, blow up because you overspent, or they'll not trust you with the credit card again. They'll pull back. We don't have that problem. So it's very hard for me to understand where people are coming from.
Or they're going to hold it over your head.
But they're going to hold it over.
Yeah.
And another thing, I've got a lot of female friends who don't talk about retirement because they're feeling like they're so behind and that they can never catch up. So they just don't start. Like, let's just don't talk about it. I can pretend it's fine.
Exactly.
I can just pretend it's okay. Ignorance is bliss. Let's don't have the conversation. When honestly, there's so much more peace in having the conversation. You have to go through the tough parts, but then on the other side, it's so worth the digging in and the battling and the getting it out and writing it down and having the peace of mind knowing at the end of the day, if something happens to you, I'm going to be okay. Or maybe when we're 70, because we try to live retirement while we're in our 50s. Like we try to do it now because you don't ever know what's going to happen. But the conversations on where I want to be need to be had. And so many people are they're so scared of the result, they won't have the conversation.
And I don't think a lot of people, I don't know, I'm not saying think big enough. If you were to ask me that when I was married and we were both making good money, go fly back 15 years ago.
Okay.
When you said, where do you want to be? I don't really think I even spent time. I can tell you right now where we wanted to be. We were talking about next month and 6 months. We weren't talking years.
Yeah.
We just weren't. We didn't have anyone like you in our lives. It doesn't mean that we weren't good with money sometimes and bad with money. And I was better at this times and she was better at other times. I just don't think we were thinking.
Yeah.
If we'd have sat down with somebody, so that's why I'm always encouraging people to have the conversation. I don't think you should have the conversation because you know where you want to go yet. I think this conversation with people like you, if you're 35, I'll just shout right now, if you're 35 or 40 and you're married with kids and you're living and you're okay, I got 6 months a year. If you've not sat down and thought, what does life look like after college? It costs, I don't understand. I wish I'd have done that so much.
Yeah.
It would have avoided because
I think it was easy to do then.
Well, and I was busy. And I had stuff to do and we weren't hurting. There was no pain point there. If somebody had just sat down with me and challenged my thinking, I probably would have done it. I just didn't think that it needed to be done. I was doing fine now. I'm going to do fine later.
So yeah,
make it a priority.
I didn't know it needed to be one, really.
Well, I don't think we did either at 35.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
That's what I'm saying. Do it now. Would you sit down with somebody like this? You walk in with this, like Jeff said, this is what we make. And then you got to embarrassingly, and you go, but in 30 years, dude, you and your wife can actually do this. You're like, well, I've never even thought about what that looks like.
Right.
Because I got a 9-year-old and a 12-year-old's got ball practice today. And I've got, $2,000 in the account, which is probably more than most people have.
Agreed.
Oh, yeah.
Agreed.
So, anyway, I don't mean to hijack it. I just think.
No, it's a great point.
Go ahead.
It's a great point. But how do you do that? How do you make someone that's in their 30s realize that? I mean, it's just a class, maybe. Because I don't think the public school system has done a good enough job.
Nope.
We've talked to that many times, but I don't understand how we make I wish somebody had done that. Just like you just said, I just wish somebody had told me in my 30s that just a little tweak in my budget would make such an astronomical difference in my 50s.
And that's a sacrifice.
It is, but
there's a great book out there by David Bach called The Latte Factor.
You mentioned that, yeah.
I say it to younger people all the time. Read that book.
Go buy the book.
It's such an easy read, and you get it on Audible, by the way. But he basically, this older gentleman in New York that owned a coffee shop, there's a young lady that visited every single day, and she was stressed out about money, and he kind of gave her the math That's what this is. It's math. Versus spending that $10 every single day on that latte, what that $10 5 days a week could add up to in 10, 15, 20 years, putting a little interest to it.
Mm-hmm.
If you're younger out there listening, if you're that mid-30s with children, there's two things I really want to get the point across. Term life insurance is so inexpensive in your 30s, and you never know when the good Lord's going to take you home.
Mm-hmm.
Buy some daggum life insurance. That will take care. I hate to use the word cheapest. It's the least expensive way to make sure that your spouse and your children and whomever are taken care of. Because we never know. We never know. I mean, one of my favorite talk show hosts in Knoxville, Tennessee, because I'm a big Tennessee fan, he was in his young 40s, had 2 young children and a wife, sitting still on I-40, and all of a sudden cars start bundling up with each other. All of a sudden transfer truck loses control. He lost his life. This happened about a month ago, 2 months ago.
It's about a month ago.
What's amazing, me and Rhonda had just went through that part of the interstate where this happened, but I hope he had life insurance to take care of his family, take care of his, college and all these different things that you brought up. Another thing I want to preach to anyone that's young out there, please, please, please start a Roth IRA. Please start a Roth IRA because, and I don't care if you put $100 a month into it, it will add up because our national debt is going up by $5 million per minute. So our national debt, we've been on here for 20 minutes or so?
Are you going to make me do math, Gary?
Yeah.
Because that's going to be destructive.
$5 million a minute. And we're in the third lowest tax bracket we've ever been in this great country of ours right now. Mm-hmm. But, we've got almost 29 and 28-year-old. We have 2 28-year-olds. They have to put money back into Roth because there's no telling what our taxes are going to go to, and there's no telling what inflation's going to go to over the next 15, 20, 30 years of their lives. So if you're younger out there, come see us. We can get you some term life insurance. Come see us. We can start a Roth IRA for you. I just think it's vital to anybody young out there listening right now.
I agree. One of the things that did I interrupt you? No. I was just going to say one of the things that I think ought to be mandatory. I mean, I don't know, this is Clint's statement, has nothing to do with Guardian Investment Advisors. But marriage sometimes ends up being a business decision on the front end and the back end if you do it right or wrong. I hate to say that the marriage between you, God, and your spouse is a different thing. That's the stuff I think really matters. But the money part of this is a big deal. That being said, the reason I'm saying it is I wish it was almost mandatory. When you get a marriage license, there is a 2-week course that you have to go through on money. Yeah. You just had to talk about money, what a budget looks like. There are people getting married that never wrote a check. A budget to them is, hey, I've got $1,000. I'm only spending $850 this month. I got $150 to live on, and I'm complaining. And I've lived there, been there, and done that. You know? Yeah, so I guess that's my whole point. I don't understand. And there's organizations like First Things First. I know they do stuff.
They do.
But I would encourage, if you've got any organization that deals with marriages, whether it's a church, if you're not doing Dave Ramsey or whatever, reach out to people like this and go, hey, listen, we do a ton of marriage counseling. We would love to be able to refer you out to, simply because teaching people about money when they're 20 or getting married probably wouldn't pay off because those people end up making more money and then they trust it and they've done better with it early.
Yeah, our cameraman is shaking his head. I've been
the first time he's not been on the screen. I don't care. There he is.
I've been working. Hey, Tress.
There you go. Yeah.
Been working with he and his sweet wife on some budgeting issues, but it would have been. You're 100% correct. It would have been a much more beneficial conversation prior to the marriage, because I think it just lays the groundwork. And I'm happy to do that.
Well,
anybody who
muscle
wants
memory
that
of those meetings, right? Mm-hmm. We're going to
100%.
There's an excellent book. It's called 5-Day Weekend. I would highly recommend everybody picking one of those up too. But there's a budget. It's basically a debt calendar. And you put all your debt into that calendar.
I don't want to play this game. This is a stupid game.
It's a fun game.
It's a dumb game.
It's a fun game.
It's a dumb podcast.
It puts in which debt would be most beneficial for you to pay off. So, but the goal would be to not have the debt in the first place. So I do think you're 100% correct.
Does the
If you
IRS
have,
count as debt? Yes.
Oh, yes,
Unfortunately.
it does.
Can you help with
That's
that at
the
all?
highest interest rate debt you're going to have, buddy.
Hey, guess what? Anytime anybody wants to help me with that one, let me know.
Yeah,
I'll
it's
be your
tough.
best client.
Yeah, that's
no
tough.
kidding.
Yeah.
I
It's
want
the
to go back to what you
worst.
guys were just talking about, though, because they're not teaching this in high school anymore,
Mm-mm.
and they're not teaching
never
it in
were.
college anymore.
Yeah.
You know what? Maybe I'm going to talk my age here for a few minutes. My economics teacher in high school was amazing. She
Good for you.
taught us how to do a checkbook.
So we had home ec for that.
Yeah.
I had
We
learned how
did
to
too.
sew, cooking, and they taught us how to do checkbooks
Yes.
and budgets.
Shout out Teresa Wilhoit. She was the best home ec teacher. I love her. And we did have a very short segment of how to balance a checkbook, but it wasn't as in-depth as it. Nothing was taught about credit, how to build your credit, how to keep it on top, how to pick out the credit card. Oh,
It's a mess right
100%.
now. I mean, if you just look at the world right now is a little bit crazy.
No.
So say
Yeah. I'm not going to get into politics right now, but the world is crazy. But I think that needs to be taught. And, I've actually reached out to local universities, Clint, offered my time for free. I do not want to get paid. Let me come teach a class. Let me teach these children that are in college, 18, 19, 20, 21 years old.
Mm-hmm.
I will come teach that class.
Mm-hmm.
You do not have to pay me. And the reason I'm so passionate about it is because we got boys, and when they both started at their jobs that they're in now, they had a 6% match on their 401k, but neither one of them understood.
They didn't understand how
power,
fantastic that was.
the power of free money. I would love, if anybody's listening out there, I will volunteer my time and come teach these young people because their life, like Rhonda said, if they can attack it now and get educated now, when they're in their 40s and 50s and 60s, you know what? They're not going to struggle. Like even Rhonda and I, we first got married. Wow. I mean, we were in a sticky situation. And it's because I made a lot of bad mistakes. I don't care to say that. I made a lot of bad mistakes. But my wife had faith in me and believed in me. And God has blessed us tremendously from that. But you got to look at each other as one. You're going to think differently. You're going to ask different questions. And you're both going to bring value to the conversation. And you got to look at, what did you call this, Rhonda? One plan, two people.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what I was getting ready to ask. So go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't interrupt you. My fault.
Not everybody's married.
Right.
Not everybody has a significant other. You got you, though.
Mm-hmm.
You got you. But your way might not be right. And that's a hard conversation for us to have for folks.
What is it? We just keep.
What you're doing is setting up a disaster down the road.
Oh, we just keep the same cycle, man. I hate to say this. And this is where, Clint, if you don't relate to this, you're just lying. You're a liar and whatever.
I agree with you.
And here's why. Because almost every problem I've ever had is because I didn't learn the lesson the first time. So I repeat the same thing the second time thinking I'll work harder. I'll do better next time. But I've not changed anything about my thought process. Mm-hmm. So I get the $1,000 and I'm like, oh, I've got the $1,000. And then I go, wait a minute, what happened? I go, it's the same damn thing I did the last time I had $1,000.
Yeah.
You blow it.
Yeah.
It's because I keep thinking the change is out there,
right?
And it's not in here. I have a quick question for you guys. So when you say two people, one plan, is that it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So one account. Can I just kind of rapid fire?
Sure.
Do you think that married couples should have two separate accounts and one account, or one account two? Or is that just dependent on the family structure?
Depends on the income. It depends on the expenses. It depends on. So we did have two separate businesses because I had my own business. He had his own business, and then we had an account together. We've been everywhere. But I think the answer to that question is it's probably wise to have one account because you have to face the spending together.
You can't hide.
Can't.
What do you think, Gary?
I agree with that. I think when we were in different roles,
mm-hmm.
She had to have her business account. I had to have mine. At the time, we had a joint account. At the time, we both had individual accounts. But now, we're in line where we don't do that anymore. Yep. But we don't do that anymore because of the trust we've built with each other.
Yeah, I do think that happened later in the marriage. I don't think
did.
Going in, we were early 40s.
You know,
So
that's a great point you just said.
I was like, I've been through divorce. Let me hang on to my money. You hang on to yours. We'll have a joint account for the expenses that we share. But, let me make sure this is going to stick before I.
A little trust.
I mean, yeah, let's do this slowly. And we did move into that slowly. And I don't think I would advise anybody to do different than that. But
what's really crazy about this, I'm listening to you, and it's just like being an individual. You mature. Your relationship when you're 25 is different than when you're 45.
It certainly is.
If I come to you when I'm 25, what you might tell me is going to be way different. Not simply maybe my money's not changed much, but maybe I've changed a bunch.
Right.
Maybe where I'm at in life has changed a bunch. And
you become more disciplined about your spending.
You hope.
You should.
You hope, yeah.
Well, you hope because we became more disciplined because we set goals
together.
Right. I mean, it's little things like.
Can y'all carry this for 5 minutes while I stop?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Y'all done this before.
We're good.
If you're listening out there, when it comes to setting your goals, I think it's so important because even you and I had different goals.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to work for X amount of years, and your goal was different.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a little bit my fault because I keep changing.
You do. Which goes back to what I said earlier. You have to revisit the goals often because, I mean, it's okay to change. You should be flexible. But I think it's easier when you adjust that on a weekly basis and not maybe once a year sit down, which we do that too.
We do.
But the weekly meetings are, hey, are we sure that what we said we were going to spend for that particular project is enough, or should we dial that back a little bit?
Right.
Or, hey, by the way, we had to get a new roof in the middle of. So things change, and I think it's real important to stay open and trust each other. But yeah, you're right. Goals change often.
So I'm going to put you on the spot. You ready?
I guess. Shoot.
What makes someone feel included in a financial plan?
Transparency. Sitting down and really laying it all out on the table and asking questions and listening to the answer. I don't know. It just being included means being heard. I'm going to say that.
To the answer, do you think tone has anything to do with that?
Well, of course it does.
I usually have that hard, aggressive tone, and sometimes.
Well, and I roll my eyes.
You do, and sometimes it comes through as in like I'm mad or I'm disappointed or what.
Yeah. So the attitude in which the conversation is had really goes a long way on how much you feel included in that conversation. Like, do you feel respected about your idea? Do I feel respected about what I want to do with the money? Do you feel respected about what you want to do with the money? I guess my answer is that's what makes me feel included, is that I feel like my wishes are respected.
Here's another question. What do you think most couples are missing?
Communication and trust.
Yeah.
Bottom line.
Easy.
I can't really elaborate on that. Just trusting each other.
And what do you think a strong financial partnership actually looks like? That's a tough one.
Again, it's probably the answer I just gave. A strong financial partnership means even though one partner might earn more, the other partner has equal say in where the money is allotted.
Partnership.
Complete partnership. And that's going to change, throughout the relationship. It's going to change.
Right.
One person might decide, I need a new motorcycle. And the other person might decide, okay, you can have that motorcycle. But then the next time the other partner wants something, you have to bend. You have to bend and you have to sway and you have to respect each other's wishes. I think that's what makes it strong, is just respect.
I agree.
What do you think?
You just brought up our roof.
So, I sure did.
Yeah. And that was a big one.
That was probably one of the biggest sources of stress for us.
Because I did not want to spend X amount of dollars on the roof that you wanted. I was just like, oh, we'll just get this one. It's so much less expensive. But then when you made a point like, Gary, our house, the design of our house, the value this particular roof is going to bring to our house, that was a hard pill to swallow because that was a lot of money. But we did communicate through it. But there was some pain.
Sure.
There was some pain there. But I think our communication.
There still is.
There's still pain there.
It's still hard.
Being a homeowner is hard.
Yeah, it's hard.
There's always something going on.
Yeah.
And I love what she just said. Actually, money is such a big issue in divorce. when you're dialoguing all along,
Yeah.
you can avoid huge blow-ups and unexpected expenses.
Karen, you are so correct. Because if it's one of those things where, like I just said, if you do this on a weekly basis, okay, it's almost like, let's switch roles, fitness, right? If you work out every day, the end of the month is going to look a whole lot better than if you only hit it a couple of times.
Yeah.
So communication, daily communication, weekly meetings, jotting it all down, it's taking those bite-sized problems one at a time and handling them instead of letting them compound because you've ignored them for months. So it's similar in any source, in any life situation. You just handle it when it comes instead of putting your head down and ignoring it.
And I think it all comes down to readiness for those life situations.
And some of them are harder to be ready for than others, but you're right.
I was not expecting to have to get a new roof for many, many years, but unfortunately, a couple of storms and we had buckets laying around the house. We didn't have a choice, right?
Correct.
So that was a life-changing event for us, but we worked our way through it. I want to switch gears for a few minutes because you just brought this up, and I had it in my notes to talk about earlier, but I kind of forgot about it. How much does your health relate to your retirement planning?
Well, I don't think people take into account enough how much their health care is going to cost, how much staying healthy, it's important. So with us, I think it's instrumental in, we do this on the daily.
It's a priority.
Yes, it is a priority. It's not a priority for everyone. So our parents are post-retirement years, and we can see the effects of not putting your health as a priority.
Right.
Both of our fathers have had a horrible year in the health field. But I think it's, if you don't have it, what good is retirement?
Yeah.
If you're not healthy, it doesn't matter how much money you have.
Clint, we're talking about how much health has to do with your retirement. I got a brand new book coming out called Retire Strong. And the whole point of that book was I've seen so many people retire at 65. I'm just going to use that for an example, years old, and do nothing. And their life expectancy is 7 years. So you work all these years, but Rhonda just brought up both of our fathers just had a rough year. 2025 was a tough year for both of our dads. And they're both, my dad just turned 80. Your dad is 79. But health plays such a big role in a couple of things. One, your marriage.
Yep.
I'll use this morning for an example. We had about a 17-hour day yesterday. Long day. When my clock alarm went off at 5 o'clock this morning, I thought, nope. Not doing it. But then I think about, I want to look good for my wife. I want to have energy for the day. Got my butt out of bed, brother. And that's, I know this has nothing to do with money.
Oh, it does.
But it does.
Yeah, it does because, again, and I'll reiterate it, and if you're okay in about 5 minutes, we'll wrap up.
That'd be good.
Quake is coming on from Sport Talk. Ed Jones from Nutrition. Ed Jones, Nutrition World.
Is he on nicotine?
Or ketamine. He's on something. He's either riding a dragon or he's hyper. I don't know what he'll be doing.
I hope so.
But the reason I wanted to say this is it does have something to do because you've said it a bunch. I know you've already said it. I'll reiterate it because I wasn't in here. It's great to have $1 billion, but if I'm stuck in my room and I can't walk and I can't get out and I can't eat and I can't enjoy life, all I am is an ATM for everybody else that's out there living my life.
Right.
That's right.
And the government. And it's just silly. And I wish more people had that thought. I want to say, to reiterate your point, Josh Porter was on this morning and he said, I want to do this because I'm doing this journey and I want to help other people because my buddy Andy is a client of his too. And he goes, because I want them to be able to play with their kids and do this.
And he said he wanted to look good naked.
For your wife.
Yes.
And
I was like, go, Josh. Laura's a lucky woman.
Absolutely.
Uh-huh.
Real quick.
I'm sorry. Josh is a pretty lucky man, too, because she's
gorgeous. I know.
That's a different podcast.
Uh-huh.
Today. My preacher's watching. So real quick, Karen had said, actually, money is such a big issue in divorce. When you're diagnosed, when you're just dialoguing all along, you can avoid huge blow-ups and unexpected expenses. She said, she rolled, but she would love to connect with you guys later. I just like to read comments because if you're going to take
we addressed it and we said, it was so wonderful.
I'm with professional podcast media folks. I knew they were going to check the damn screen.
I want to close with saying, take care of yourself. A study just came out. This will blow you guys away. I'm talking about inflation a few minutes ago. And from 2024 through 2033, they're expecting healthcare inflation to be at 5.8% a year.
Holy mackerel.
We already know how it's probably the highest inflated program there is. It's about to go even higher. So if you start taking care of yourself now, maybe you don't need those expensive medications. Mm-hmm. Maybe you don't need those expensive surgeries. Mm-hmm. And I think that's what pushes you and I as a married couple to push each other. I mean, because there's times you're like,
and thank you for that. Yeah, because I need it more than you do. You're very good at pushing me.
Well, you're also not fat like me, so that makes a big difference. So
no, I think you've kind of fixed that problem.
He did with Josh's help. Thanks, Josh Porter.
Thank you. He's been a God's grace to me. So, but I do think people need to control their health and their wealth. Yeah, I think they 100%. Go together. And when my new book comes out, I'll be on the podcast here with Clint, telling you guys all about it. It's being published as we speak. So pretty excited about that.
Yeah, I would love to have you back on. And I think maybe when we do that, when we get you back on, let's get Josh and Ed at the same time in here.
Be a blast.
What we really could do is we could have it to where you come on the first 20 minutes, talk about the book itself. And then we bring in the other two that kind of add to it. And that way you get a little bit of just talk about your book.
And both Ed and Josh endorsed my book. So that was a big deal for me to have those two guys.
That was an honor.
My book. Mm-hmm. Pretty awesome. I do have another book. If anybody's interested, it's called Plan Today, Own Tomorrow. Really gives you the 6 things that you should be looking for in retirement planning. If anybody wants a free copy, just go to plantodayoffer.com, plantodayoffer.com. Fill out that information. Rhonda's going to get it. She'll reach out to you and send you a book right out. Absolutely free.
Man, I appreciate it. And what I am going to do is I'm doing some housekeeping here real quick because we're about to bring in my next guest. So I apologize if I seem distracted. It's only because I'm distracted.
You're working.
Yeah, I'm
for 24 hours, bro.
Man, this is when I really need help. I'm going to pull this up on the screen because we're going to tease Quake is going to be in here with us in just a second. That guy right there is about to come in with us. Gary, Rhonda. If you
want to know anything about sports, stay tuned.
And we got some stories to share too. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah, now we're back. Now I bet we're back. Come on in, dude. Have a seat anywhere you want, Bubba. When you walk in, you're going to be on camera, big man.
Okay.
You're going to sit at mic number 3, I do believe.
3.
How you doing, buddy?
Mac Earnhardt. I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Once you get so, look at there. It zooms right in on you, man. Look at this.
That's scary. Oh, where am I looking? Right here?
Yeah, you don't look at me. No, we'll just talk like this. It picks you up no matter where you're at, man.
Okay.
That's an amazing contraption. I don't know how it works, but when I first started this, I was going to have to get like 4 cameras and lenses, and I was like, I'm not that technical. And I saw this thing online, and I was like, oh, okay. This thing works. It picks everybody up around the table. If I stand up, it focuses up. If I go down, I don't know how it focuses. It's got to be mirrors or witchcraft.
I think it's witchcraft.
So did you see earlier who we had in here earlier?
I did not.
So Jeff Styles.
I knew Jeff Styles and Bill
You
were
brought
coming.
in Bill B. Lockhart.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
I hadn't
awesome.
seen Bill since he really retired. Oh, there we go. I was making sure we can hear each other. Yeah, I hadn't seen Bill since he retired, and so we shared a bunch of Bill B. Lockhart stories.
Oh, those are fantastic.
The best
Those are fantastic.
Lockhartisms of all time, man. I still use some of his quotes. We talked about the number 2 pencil.
Yeah.
Correctly, jam it in my eye. And then while he's sitting here, he's making up stuff. And the way his brain just puts stuff together is crazy. It's nuts.
The best vocabulary artist I think I've ever been around.
He would take cuss words that were offensive and make them not offensive, and then take words that were like you could say in church,
right?
But somehow use them in a way
They're
that you're like,
offensive.
dude, that's disgusting. Why would you say that?
Mm-hmm.
How would you use platypus like that? That's a weird use of platypus. Man, so just how long have you been on Sport Talk now? And by the way, you ready? It's not what? Sports Talk.
It's not sports talk. It's sport talk.
How long have you been on that thing?
Well, consistently, since April of 1990.
Holy mackerel.
So 36 years almost next month. I've been doing a little research of the show. And the reason it's called Sport Talk is the guy that you've probably heard this, but the guy that originally started the show, J. David Miller, he was the pro football editor of Sport Magazine. So you and I are about the same age. Mm-hmm. And if you're a man or woman of our age, you remember that there was only, Sports Illustrated.
Right.
And then Sport Magazine came along to try and compete with Sports Illustrated. J. David was, he lives out in California now, but he was the pro football editor of Sport Magazine. So that's why they initially called it Sport Talk. Right. So he had written a big scathing article in 1987, would have come out in September or October of 87, about how Tennessee was cheating in football. Had, all kinds of, it was in-depth research.
So he had his receipts?
He had his tapes and recordings of people talking.
Oh, wow.
Including, and of course, it never went to court, so nobody ever saw or heard them. But according to J. David Miller, he had Reggie White on tape. He had Terry McDaniels on tape.
I've never heard this part of the story.
He had all these people on tape talking about basically $100 handshakes, right? But the big thing that Tennessee, actually the NCAA had a minor infraction, so a minor, what would you call it? The
discretion. You're talking about
a penalty.
Yeah, penalty. Yeah,
but it wasn't like they were losing games or the death penalty or anything like SMU. But apparently, they were selling tickets. Players were selling their tickets to boosters for, and this is 1987 again, $2,000 and $3,000. A ticket,
making side money.
They were making side money.
Yeah.
Well, that was illegal.
Yeah.
So they had so eventually the NCAA got them on that, which again was no big deal on them.
I hate to say this, and I'm not giving an excuse, and we'll let you finish the story, but every college on the planet was doing that back in those days.
Yeah.
If you were in the top 20, top 10, shut up. I mean, it was just I just hate it. When your school got caught, you're cheaters.
Right.
Yeah, I'm an Alabama fan.
But
Damn Tennessee cheaters.
Everybody
How about
else is-
Alabama? Those Tennessee cheaters. I don't
exactly.
Yeah.
And then Auburn's cheating.
Absolutely.
Everybody's
Your
cheating.
sin's way worse than my sin.
Right.
That's the way it's always been.
That's exactly the way it was. So anyway, Gary Mack, Gary Mack and Jim Reynolds, who of course is still there on the radio station, but JR was the sports, sports department head. Gary Mack was the program director at WJW AM 1150. And
that was on the Eastgate?
No,
before?
this is where we are now.
Really?
So this was like I said, 87, I guess November of 87 it started. And they hired him because they knew there was going to be a big controversy about this article, right? So it was, he got death threats, and I mean, it was serious. They were giving death threats to his wife and all kinds of crazy
before
stuff.
Politics, we just really tried to kill people over football.
Yeah,
and
that's exactly what it was.
We didn't care about your politics.
That's exactly what it was.
Yeah.
So he did that from November, and I remember running the board for him because a lot of times he was in Knoxville, so he would do the show over the phone for 2 hours, which nowadays, oh my gosh, can you imagine? That is painful.
Yeah, and real quick, and then we'll get back to it. I think that is one of the things that has interviews where you can't see people just lose a little bit. And y'all did a ton of phone interviews, so you had to get used to it. But you don't know people's cadence. Or am I getting ready to talk over them? If you don't talk soon enough, there's awkward silence. And getting used to that is just it can be very challenging.
It is. And I think, in any kind of broadcasting, whether it's radio, television, podcast, whatever, knowing when to shut up is as strong as knowing when to jump in and say something, I mean, that's
sorry.
That's a big part of it. So just getting used to, like you're saying, the cadence of when you think that person's going to finish their point or whatever.
Yeah.
So anyway, Jay David, but he didn't like baseball. He hated baseball. He was a big football and boxing guy. So and I don't even really think he liked basketball a whole lot. But either way, he was going into the 1990 year. I'd run the board for him and produced for, I never talked, but in 89. So going on into the spring of 90, when baseball started coming around, April, he didn't want to do the show anymore. Haskew Brothers offered to do it.
Yeah.
How you doing, Ed?
Yep. This is podcasting, everybody. That's how it works. We're going to have Ed Jones join us. But he's telling us the story of how Sport Talk got started. So we're out in the middle. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. So basically, once he turned it over to Gary and Jerry Haskew, then they started doing it day in and day out. They loved baseball. They loved doing it. And then, they wanted – there were 3 producers at the time. Chris I can't remember her last name, but she worked with us for a while. She was in traffic. Chris Broyles?
Yeah, Broyles.
Okay.
Broyles. Yeah.
So
she was there for quite a while in traffic when I was there. She was there for years.
So she started off as a producer like I was. And, there was 3 of us. And the other 2 didn't really, including Chris, didn't really care about sports or know anything or wanted to be a part of that.
Right.
So Gary and Jerry wanted me. They were like, okay, well, some sports. Why don't you be our guy? And that's how it happened.
Well,
right place at the right time, basically.
Absolutely. Well, and so when did it come from Eastgate, though, to talk? Because you said it was before. I thought it came over in the early 90s.
It did. The Bloomington Broadcasting, which was what it was at the time, they acquired an FM station, which is now 107.9.
Okay.
And they wanted to take talk to the FM, right? That would have been, back then, that was pretty gutsy move, right?
Nobody, it was all AM. Talk was all mostly AM.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
So they want to take it to the FM. Bloomington corporate said, no, we're going to do an oldie station, blah, blah, blah. So that kind of got under the skin of the Haskew brothers, and they started looking around, and Herb Adcox had a FM radio station over there at Eastgate and wanted to move it to talk. And when they first started, it was talk during the day, and it was classic rock like at night and on the weekends, it was a combo kind of format, which is very odd.
It was really weird. But, we just had Bill on and Jeff and talk about it was magic. It was right time.
Yeah.
I mean, I started over there in 96 or 97. I stayed the first time through till 2005. Then went back in 10, stayed till 12 or 13. So it was just magic. And it was good when I went back the second time. But that period between early 90s, but really 95 to about 2010-ish, At least for me, because that's, the best times are the ones I'm there with, right?
Exactly.
I'm not
Those are the
there
ones you
now.
remember.
Now it sucks. Why? Because I'm not there. That just sucks. Before I ask you a question, because I've got 2 stories I want to get from you. Ed Jones in Nutrition World, how you doing, sir?
I am one step closer to the divine cosmos that my path is following in my life.
Nice. Wow.
Yes, one step closer.
You look like you are.
I
You look
am.
fantastic.
Listen, he smiled before he answered, because every time I ask him this stupid question, he's got to come up with some new way to frustrate my brain. Let me show you again how grown-ups do it. Watch this. Scott, how you doing today?
Good. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. See, that took 12 seconds. I didn't go, I'm a platypus in a world full of unicorns, Clint, and an orange riding an apple. I don't have to do that.
I don't care for liars, and everybody lies when they say good. And
I like that lie.
They're going bankrupt in the vaccines. They're not having sex with any females if they're a man.
Right. Yeah.
And they feel terrible. Their bodies are hurting.
Uh-huh.
So there's a whole laundry list of what's not right. Now, I don't want you to counsel with me. I don't want to know everything. But I
do
like
that next
the
time.
scoring. I like the 0 to 10. How are you? I'm a 7 on a scale of 1 to 10. You don't
This
need
is
to tell me
coming.
the problem.
You're talking like a guy that works for somebody that you can't get fired by. You just said a whole bunch of stuff that everybody corporate goes, I can't believe you said that. Yeah, because you have an HR department. He is the HR department. That's why he'll go back and go, you know what? Give me a raise. I said some really good stuff.
Right. Because in the corporate world, I get, hey, how you doing? Good. Why not great?
Oh.
Yesterday you were great. Why not great?
Right,
I don't
what
understand.
happened?
I feel like sales. Clint, you were 120% last month. Bob's only at 87. Can you make up that 13% next month? Or
Right.
corporate world will always ask you to do more. All right, so I want to talk about health in just a minute, but I need you to tell a quick story if you're comfortable. And if you're not comfortable, just say you don't remember.
I don't care.
One of my favorite stories you ever told. Do you remember when you said that you learned how to be tough in radio when JR had the meltdown on you when you were the board op?
Oh.
Do you remember that?
Is JR going to hear this?
Oh, yeah.
He's already heard it. Anyway.
Well, I just think, and the reason I say it is what me and Jeff and Bill were talking about. It used to be in the world I grew up in, and then when I saw it day to day at talk radio, you used to be able to have problems with each other. Me and you would have a disagreement.
Sure.
And then go have lunch.
Yeah.
Or you would have a disagreement and come into work the next day and you go, sorry about yesterday. Be like, what are you talking about?
Right. Right.
That's the way it used to be.
Yes.
Yeah.
But JR kind of let you know real quick that the world you were moving into is a professional world.
Yes. Yeah. So it was mocks at Tennessee Tech in basketball. And I was running the board, playing the commercials, in and out, taking them in and out of the commercial breaks. And we get to the very end of the game. And he said, we'll be back after this final break and we'll wrap up the game on the Mock Sports Network. Yeah. So we go to the commercial break. I hit the commercials. It's a 2-minute stop set. It plays out. The rejoin comes back and there's no JR, right? There's nothing there. I pot him up. There's nothing. It disconnected somehow.
Yeah.
So I'm like, we carried the whole game. We carried the post game. All the spots aired. Okay. We technical difficulties at the end. We're done. So I take it back to our, what was the network feed then. And JR calls on the phone. He's like, what happened? I'm like, man, I potted you back up and you weren't there. It wasn't, I figured the end of the thing.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
bull.
BS.
He's like, man, you're going to find out on Monday that you're losing your job. I'm going to go talk to Don Newberg and your ass is going to be without a job. And I was just like, but I didn't do anything really.
Yeah,
I mean, it was on your end. I did everything I'm supposed to do.
Yeah.
I didn't understand. That's not good enough, So all weekend long, I worried about losing this opportunity and this job because really since 8th grade, that's all I wanted to do was be in sports radio,
Yeah.
So I'm like, oh my gosh, I've just absolutely urinated this away. And all weekend long, it just drove me crazy. And when I get in there on Monday, I kind of come in, looking around everything. And I saw Don Newberg and he was like, how you doing, Scott? And, JR never said a word.
But it taught you, though, to be on your game, communicate.
Yeah. I mean, the threat of it changed my attitude on, okay.
There's serious stuff.
You can cut a lot of corners. You can do a lot of stuff. And I think all of us are seeing that as, people that have been around for a while in our industries or in our profession to where, you can, that's good enough.
You can get by.
Yeah, that's good enough, that type of stuff. But back, 2-3 decades ago, there was a standard that you that's not good enough.
But that's why we were talking about JR. To me, is one of the most professionals at everything he does, whether it's umpiring, whether it's radio, whether it's calling the games.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
He is dialed in, and that's why he's in the radio hall. For that is why he is, who he is. I'll tell my last story, and then come to you, Ed. So I'm at a remote. I'd been there maybe 6 months to a year. I love selling remotes, Sport Talk remotes, where they cost a lot of money back in the day. I don't know what they cost now. They cost a lot because they brought a lot. It was big. And I'm sitting there, and we had a listener come up, and it's me and Scott. And before you leave today, we're going to talk about some of the same old stuff we've talked about. But it's me and Scott. And Scott, how tall are you?
6'5".
Yeah, okay. I'm not. I'm 5'10". His nickname on the radio is Quake. Mm-hmm. So I'm standing there. I don't know if you even remember this. I think we were at a Sprint or something. This lady walks up, and I kid you not, she looks at me, she goes, And then she looked back at me, and she goes, "Are you Quake?" And I went, "Why in the hell would you think I'm the guy?" I said, "No, I'm Aftershock. He's Quake." What'd you even make the mistake of that? She's just like, "Oh, sorry." I'm like, "Yeah, you're one of those listeners then, if you can't put two and two together." Nutrition world, real quick. Let's just pan right over. I would just had Gary Thurman in here with us.
Oh, great.
We were talking about his health journey. I'd had Josh Porter in earlier today. How long have you owned Nutrition World now?
47 years.
Wow.
We will be celebrating. Katie's already talking about my daughter celebrating the 50th anniversary of Nutrition World. And we had a huge 40th anniversary, and she was in charge of that. So it'll be interesting. If I'm still putting around, it's going to be a great moment.
Yeah, I think you'll be fine. I
think you'll be fine.
I think you'll be fine. Me and Quake may have some problems, but I think you'll be okay. You're the one that's kept up with everything.
Yeah, but Clint knows all my legal issues, so we can't really go there. So
different podcast, man. I will ask this, and you're not prepared for this, and because I didn't send you questions, but what are the 2 or 3 biggest changes in the world, the health world, the nutrition world you live in? That holistic approach to health. You've been in it for this long. What are the 2 or 3 things that have changed the most? And it can be good or bad, whatever you want to do.
The biggest change was when a bill passed in 1994 called DSHEA. DSHEA it stands for Dietary Supplement Health and Education Act. And what it did was, before DSHEA, and these were dark times in my industry, if we had a section of vitamin C right here, and I had put a pamphlet that said vitamin C helps you get over colds quicker, if it was not a certain feet from that, we could go to jail. So we would have to measure anything that's made any claims about nutrients. We would have to measure it to make sure that I wasn't going to go to jail. And they were putting people in prison for doing this because it was practicing medicine without a license. You can't give any health advice. And so it was a scary time. Several times I was set up by the government officials. They would come in and say, "Do you have this and this? What does it do?" And then, "Hey, I'm from so-and-so. Let's go to the back room." The dietitians jumped on me. I had 6 charges, had to go to Nashville to defend myself for 2 years, ended up winning in court against all of the dietitians' 6 charges. But once DSHEA passed, it did free up some of the freedoms. Actually, the dietitians was after DSHEA, so it didn't completely do that. But it was a dark time. And now, I still agree that we have to have laws. We have to have different regulations. We can't have people hanging shingles saying, "Hey, I can cure cancer with herbs." That's a ridiculous place to be. But there's a middle ground of the green pharmacy has so much credibility now, which is not the pharmaceutical drugs, not synthetics, but botanicals and natural remedies that are scientifically made. You cannot ignore the value of a green pharmacy. The issue is, and I'm going to give a speech tonight at the Walden Club, and I've been thinking about what I will speak about. I began my life thinking of this when I was about 6 years old, and I'm going to recall a story not here, but tonight. And I've always had this passion when I hear, see, or feel sick people, or people who've aged too quick, or people who are frail. The 3 letters, WHY. Why did that happen? And the why, to me, is the key to determining what can we do about it. And if you want to be taught the why, you never go to medical school. Medical school will never teach you why you got diabetes. Why did you get heart disease? Why did you get Alzheimer's? They don't train them. It's not the individual doc's fault. It's the system's fault. We have to have a better system that trains how to fix it, because you dig deeper for the why is how you determine how you get better. And there's only windows of opportunity that give us so much time. Once you've had something for too long, you're pretty much probably going to have to hang with it forever. The why is too late. So I'm a why person. That's the biggest change that I have seen. And the fact that I really evolved with mentally thinking what could serve Chattanooga the best. It's not me selling supplements. It's me having 17 practitioners who are pharmacists, nurse practitioners, PAs, chiropractors. We have a pediatrician, all on staff of the Wellness Corner. That's what I call it, because we can no longer ignore the Green Pharmacy, and these people have learned how to advise people.
Yeah, and I think COVID released, and I actually brought this up with Andy, my buddy Andy and Josh, and then we're going to go all over the place. This is why I love. This is only entertaining because you have people that are never around each other like this. But I was talking. COVID changed my mind on a lot of it because I'm in the middle ground. I lost a lot of trust in experts during that period, but I got a lot of trust in other experts from other areas. So it's not that I lost trust everywhere. I just learned to be more cautious where I put it. But when I heard experts not saying things about vitamin D and zinc and magnesium, I mean, the people wearing the white jackets were telling me things not to do or mandating certain things. I kept waiting because I've heard these conversations for years. I kept waiting for them to come out and say, now, run alongside this stuff, get some sunlight, drink plenty of fluids, take your vitamin D with K2, get your zinc, magnesium, melatonin, whatever. Well, I just kept waiting for the health part of it instead of the medical part of it. And I didn't get that. And I thought, wait a minute, then maybe I should have at least another voice that I'm listening to say, okay, I'll trust this, maybe not, but I'll trust this maybe or maybe not too. I just needed to invite different voices into the conversation.
Yeah. And you are so right about COVID. COVID was an instrumental change as far as the attitude of people in this country.
It changed practitioners too.
And
like legitimate
it changed practitioners.
It changed their minds.
Now, some practitioners became more ingrained in their own philosophical approach of worshiping their medical school training. That to me is disastrous. I loved flying my airplane. I'm an aviator. I've been flying for about 15 years. I've had about 12 different instructors, none of which I think wrote the Bible on aviation. I'm learning from all of these 12 instructors. But this doesn't happen after you get out of medical school unless the door cracks open. COVID cracked that door open for many physicians. We had, during the worst parts of COVID, they were lined up, customers down to the street corner. We would let 3 people in at a time. We would shop for them, running to get their pills. They'd come in and say, hey, I got those little brown pills last time. I got 8,000 products. So they had to describe.
Oh, they're brown.
Yeah.
The little brown. Not the big brown one, Scott. Damn.
Yeah.
Be specific.
But it was wonderful how many physicians sent their patients in to get higher dose vitamin D, to get quercetin, to get NAC that helps the lungs not have as much congestion. And the fact that 2.3 times death rate in Black individuals is due mainly to the fact that dark skin cannot convert the sun to vitamin D. It blocks it.
Yeah.
So they're a lot lower on vitamin D.
But
normally.
we didn't get that from health experts.
Nope, we didn't get it from those, but we knew for a fact it was truth.
Right.
But none of that. It was actually the cancel culture prevented other companies from even saying it.
I'm going to move into some restaurants, but I need to thank my sponsors for today because we're trying to raise money for 2 great organizations, Lana's Loves and YCAP. You can text the word podcast to 44834. I just had somebody walk in and he missed his appointment this morning, so he felt guilty. My main man, Joe Smith, don't feel bad. He dropped $500 and said, hey, he donated it and said, thank you for that. My sponsors are Quality Tire, The Barn Nursery, Ballinger & Associates, Eric Buchanan & Associates, Chattanooga Fitness Expo. They're actually sponsoring the hour today at 5 o'clock. Team Monteith, Grindhead Coffee, and Ruth Chris. So they're going to bring in some lunch in just a minute.
Oh.
Great segue. I want to show you the difference. And so I'm not going to take a lot of time on this, but me and him are going to dive into a story. I'm going to use this for us. Do you have a routine on where you go eat lunch, different places?
Oh, I just go wherever I want. Yes,
yeah, okay,
Clint,
give me
I
some
have
of
a
the
routine.
restaurants you go to, and then I want to show you the difference between how you're living and how we lived.
Oh,
so
great.
I'm going to. So give me just the 3 or 4 places. Where are the restaurants you go to? Give me your
Southern Star 4 days a week because I can make choices that are healthy.
Okay.
And of course, I go to Malone's. I go to Harry's because there I can get a great salad with low carb everything. And
Do you go to Sweet Basil?
Sweet Basil once a month, but I got to pick carefully because continuous glucose monitor shows many of those foods. Went to Kava today so I could get here early.
Yeah, thank you for doing that. By the way.
And I actually went on AI and asking it what foods can I eat at Kava, and it told me, so I knew what to eat.
Great. Okay.
Can
I show you the difference real quick? What's this? What's this? Okay. Hey, when we work together, let's talk about where we used to go eat. You ready for this? Once a week, one week we'd go to Merv's.
Yeah.
Oh, best burger in the. We actually talked about this with Andy Peters, who was on. They used to bring. Now they give a lot of fries, but back then, it was as big as this daggum laptop, dude. You remember the basket of fries?
Oh yeah.
And we just did March Madness. Those were some good times. If I was hitting sales goal, I was going to be in March Madness around 11, and I'd leave sometime when I wanted to.
Yeah, that was it.
Well, so we had
bacon cheeseburger, chicken fries, which are really
no.
healthy.
So here's what you do. This is if he got chicken fries, I just hey man, let me still call them chicken fries. I got regular fries. I would trade 3 regular fries for 1 chicken fry.
What is a chicken fry?
It's chicken cut into fries, and then fried.
Oh,
yeah.
It's really.
This is why he and I are limping when we leave, and you're going to sprint out of here.
That's pretty much true, right there.
Absolutely. So then
home folks. I mean, come on, that would be Ed's favorite place. Home folks, you got to get the extra ice cream at the end, and
he knows what I'm going to do. So the funniest thing about home folks is we called it Catfish Friday.
Yep.
They have this buffet that was just so good. I don't know if it's catfish, but it was fish. It was some sort of fish.
It was good.
But at the end of it, we'd always get dessert. And sometimes it was 5 or 6 of us. Sometimes it was 2 or 3 of us. But Quake, you know where I'm going, right?
Oh, yeah.
Quake would always go. We'd all go get ice cream, a little dish. Yeah. We bet me and Dan would sit, and Joe, we like, watch this. He'd walk up, he'd get his ice cream. He'd either come and sit down or be halfway back and go, damn. He'd forget his spoon. It was every single time. It became folklore that he was going to forget.
It was a good joke.
We had Shuford's, man. Shuford's Barbecue. I did not know it had moved back over to its old original spot. Have you eaten there since it's?
I have not. No, I haven't eaten there.
Their barbecue at Shuford's.
How about bees? Y'all eat bees a lot?
We went to bees. Yeah,
God, exactly. We go to bees. Yeah. And the rule of bees is if you touch the chicken, you take the chicken. Don't be fumbling it around.
Right. No, you can't do that.
We had
that was Wally's place.
I was going to say we'd go with Wally, who the only guy that would stutter and still had a job on radio was. If you didn't know Wally, let me explain it to you. He was about as tall as you, maybe your height, but he weighed 400 pounds.
Easy.
Oh yeah, easy. 4 bills easy. And had a personality way bigger than him.
Yeah,
way bigger than him.
Well, I used to go down there for about 3, 4, or 5 years.
They had good food.
No, I'm talking about GOW, and I would go in the studio, and Wally and you and the people and Jet or whoever would be there at the time, and that's when we sponsored Duke and the Doctor.
Yeah.
Oh,
and I would go in there pretty dang regularly, at least once a month, and enjoyed it. Always enjoyed coming in.
Wally, to me, again with that Bill Lockhart earlier, Wally was just one of those little seasoning on the meals, man, that was so big at talk radio back in those days. We go to Jenkins. That fried chicken at Jenkins.
Now, Jenkins was one I did enjoy because you had enough variety to make wise choices.
Yeah.
Again, I didn't eat the fried chicken.
Ours was not about wise choices.
No,
I know
they
that.
did a lot of veggies.
Which made us feel better.
Green beans,
absolutely soaked in some sort of fat.
Let's see, canned green beans, and then you probably call corn and potatoes vegetables, which they're not, and you probably loaded that up.
Well, you didn't know I was getting here to get your ass chewed out, did you? By the way, it's an intervention, Scott. I was wondering, how do you define vegetables, Scott? You know, am I getting?
Did you or did you not just have a donut? I don't know.
The whole kitchen's full of good stuff.
I saw that when I passed by.
I've had a lot of people. I've been blessed.
Your mom's strawberry cookies now. That's a game changer.
Listen, you got to manage your insulin well during the holidays when she's doing that. You just have to.
I bet.
Okay, so where else did we go? There was a couple other places I thought we went to that Chinese restaurant up the corner until we saw the roaches on the wall during what you're eating. We left that place.
Yeah,
that was on the corner. I'm trying to remember if any place else we went to. I thought a couple more. Shuford's, Merv's, I can't remember, but those were some good times. We'd rotate through whenever we went, and whenever now and then we'd go downtown. Oh, Sticky Fingers. Remember the bread you get at Sticky Fingers that they said they never had? They had this bread at Sticky Fingers that wasn't offered to the public, but you had to ask for it specifically. It was honey butter with the bread. And if you asked for it specifically, it was always a pain. They'd be like, okay, we'll make it, but it wasn't on the menu.
It wasn't honey butter. It was honey margarine.
Yeah, it was what we call it was it was churned by angels in the back.
By
the seraphim back there of high cholesterol. It was fantastic. I got a question. So moving back off restaurants, one of the things I was going to ask you is you're always big on this. You take 60-something pills a day.
At least, no more than 70.
Okay.
I've cut it back.
Do you take a lot of vitamins? Do you take a lot of supplements in the morning? I've gotten to where I do now, but I didn't always.
And no one needs to take that many.
No.
Please understand that.
Well, but I was going to ask, I don't know what you take if you want to share it, but I know you got your core 4. Give your core 4 very quickly, but is there anything that you think people should be taking that they don't take?
Well, I came up with the word core 4 based on the fact of, at that point, 37 years of experience. And when we have 8,000 products in the store, I kept knowing the frustration level of individuals, men and women, who walk in and say, what in the world? Where do I start? Well, we're good at helping, but is there like one plan that would at least apply to 85% of everyone who walks in? And there is, because I get to see blood work of people before and after, back in the day when their doctor did it. And then he said, wow, you've improved over here. Or because we have a clinic called Be Well that you can go to right down the street. And the website's beginwithlabs.com. You get your own blood work and you can compare the now and 90 days. The thing that made the biggest difference on all the factors that create aging and fast damage to the body were reduced. Kidney function improved, liver function improved, inflammation numbers have improved. Then that is the right multivitamin, which is usually 2 pills a day, not 1. Capsules are better. 2 is magnesium. Magnesium's needed by 300 plus systems of the body. There's no other nutrient that relies on this one molecule more than magnesium. And then omega-3, which half of your brain should be made of omega-3s, and generally it's not, because some people eat fried chicken, which is made from bad oils, and yeah, yes.
My finger flew up there when I saw that.
And vitamin D, and getting blood testing's pretty important for that. You don't have to.
And by the way, we're giving away a vitamin D test from Be Well today.
Oh, good.
We've got 3 of them. So if anybody, the first 3 to text or respond back vitamin D, I'll just give you one of the, it's a $45, $50 value from Be Well. I got it tested. He's way healthier than me, but I don't need as much vitamin D as he does because my body was more normal. He needs more vitamin D. It's very individualized.
I had to get about 9 different tests because I couldn't get my vitamin D to be at the really optimal levels. I had to continue going up. He takes a lot less than I do, and he has better numbers than I do.
And I'm taking an extra couple today, 1 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon, 1 in the evening, because it helps protect people, being around people, being tired and all that stuff. Yeah. Do you take anything specific like he's talking about, or just multivitamin, or is none of my business?
Multivitamin, and I've found that the beets, beets really improved
circulation,
blood pressure, and everything. I just really, on last time I had our physical last summer, I'd been taking them for probably about 6 months or so at that point, and she kind of compared one year to the next and was like, "Wow, I can't believe it. You sure that's the only thing you're doing?" I said, "That's the only thing I've added." So
that's a good testament right there to that. I asked Bill this when he was in, and I don't know if you want to address it too much. Radio's changed a little bit. You still like your gig, and it's in a weird spot for us right now as sports fans. And I remember being in the building with you guys back when Dr. B was there. But my question is, this lull, football just got over with. Now we're moving into baseball. March Madness is if there's this dead time. This is when Dr. B would talk golf a lot, golf without the L. He would talk Black Creek golf, a lot of stuff. Is it that time of year, or is it starting to crank up a little bit? Or has sports changed because of the news cycles?
Well, see, a couple things. First of all, I love football, but I also love other sports too.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you look at what's, we're in March Madness, you got the Masters coming up here in a couple of weeks. My wife and I love watching the ponies run, so we big Kentucky Derby people. But the thing about this year, and we've been talking about this on the radio a bunch ever since the start of the year, you had the college football championship, and then you had the Super Bowl. And then right after the Super Bowl, you had the Winter Olympics. Yep. And then the Winter Olympics turned to March Madness. And now March Madness is turning into, like I said, Augusta and the Masters the second week in April. And then you're going to have baseball starting. Baseball started this week. And then this year, you're going to have the World Cup in the United States or in, North America which is a pretty cool thing. We're going to see a lot of action. Well, that is it. Spain. One of the teams is their central hub is here in Chattanooga. They're going to be at Baylor School for their workouts this summer. So we're seeing all this sports, and then you throw in the 250th anniversary of America on July 4th. So you got a lot of stuff coming up this year in sports other than football. So to me, it doesn't really die down, really. I mean, I enjoy it.
The nature of headlines in general, whether it's politics or sports, that's kind of what I was alluding to. It just seems like things that might have gotten lost 20, 30 years ago because we didn't have the internet, so we didn't know about the great story maybe that was happening 2 states over or 2 countries over.
Right.
Now we have access to so much. It seems like it ought to be able to come in and go, it's really not that slow anymore.
Well,
I think it may have not been slow. Before.
Yeah, and you know why that is because most people, sports fans, I think, most people in our society in general, especially if you're 35 to 40 and younger, it's not really about the games. It's not about the X's and O's and are we going to run the football or throw it here or all that kind of stuff. It's about the drama of who said something to who, dissed someone on Twitter, and now they're going to come back and tell them, it's all about that drama back and forth on social media. Excuse me.
Yeah, it's okay.
And that's what it's about, 100%.
It used to be about betting was driving the undercurrent a lot of stuff. Dr. B talked about this. Right, real quick. Sure. Rebecca said T-bones. Don't forget T-bones.
T-bones.
I've got all that T-bones.
Of course, T-bones.
Where up until the very end, you could walk in there and have to walk through the haze of smoke like it's a 1980s band bar again.
Like Bud's.
Bud's. Bud's has a place. At least there they have a little respite. You'd walk in T-bones and it was like, to get in, you had to get some girl that talked like Marge. What can I get you? Absolutely. Sorry about that.
So anyway, there was some point I was.
Well, you were just saying how it's not really changed. You got a lot of stuff going on in sports today. So you're probably at the beginning of the year. It's not really a dead zone anymore.
No, it's not. You know, when it gets to, and again, I think we'll have World Cup through mid to late July, I believe. So this year it may be a little bit different. 2 years ago we had the Summer Olympics, which is another additional thing that I enjoy. I like the Winter Olympics better than summer. But
do you really?
Might be
I'm a Summer Olympics
Pennsylvania roots type of thing. But the point is, that lull typically throughout the years has been through when the NBA playoffs are done, and then the start of college football. So you have a June 20th ish through August 10th, 15th, when everybody starts to get there.
I am such a virgin with all sports. I have not even had a television on in 12 years. I am connected. But so people under 40, it's not about having a favorite team and rooting like it used to be.
I mean, they still have their favorite team, but it's about more of the trash talking on Instagram or Twitter X.
So is that why I see sometimes headlines of some of the big players doing more trash talk? Are they doing more trash talk to create this kind of?
I don't think they're doing it to create it. I think they're just that they feel like that's their voice. So here's what the big switch is, Ed, really is. Before you would, if you're an athlete or a coach or a team or whatever, you would call a news conference and reporters would come and they'd sit in the room and they'd ask you questions, right? Well, now with a lot of schools, especially at the SEC level or whatever, they want to control the narrative. They don't want crazy questions from the idiot in the back that was me 20 years ago. They want to be able to have their own type of deal. So they'll have it more controlled. So it turns into less of access to those guys. But now the athlete, especially the professional athlete, feels like Twitter or whatever social media you want to talk about is their voice. So I don't need to be asked a question. I can tell you what I think right here, right now. And if I had a beef with somebody, I think that guy sucks. And here's why. 1, 2, 3. Well, then that gets out there. People start commenting, all the stuff. Then all of a sudden that person who was downgraded, they got to come back and tell you why you suck.
Right? Like rap battle.
Goes back. So it's a rap battle.
It's a rap battle. By the way, do you know, I thought about this the other day. You want to hear random thoughts of an older dude? This is when, I don't know why this came up. Do you know the first place I ever heard Eminem was in your Jeep on the way to home, folks?
Really?
With your doors off. We were going about.
I don't know why.
I don't know how
you remember that.
I was listening to him and I go, because I remember you like, have you heard this guy? And I was like, really? This guy? Halfway back, I'm like, All right. Now, next thing you know, dude's, but I was like, this new guy coming on, like, that's kind of weird.
Yeah.
That's tattooed on your brain. That one moment.
That
in
one
time.
moment of all this. I can't remember what I do with my car keys. And that guy I've met 40 times. I don't remember your name, but I can remember that. Like it's that white Jeep.
That's funny.
It was,
that's funny.
But yeah, so the sports thing was always a big deal for me as far as this time of year was kind of, I thought, slow. That's when Gary would start talking about other stuff. But now with betting is, it used to be where betting in sports were boom. Now betting in sports is this.
Yeah.
NIL, the transfer portal, all of these different things that are contributing to it. You got betting organizations sponsoring games. Like this game brought to you by
DraftKings.
Yeah, but bet on us and loseyourshit.com.
Yeah.
And it's the world is upside down. I think personally, I don't watch as much sports. This is an old dude. This is why us old people fade away because of that. I don't know if Quake could be on a different team 5 times in 4 years.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
And now you're seeing that where?
High school.
College.
In college.
And they're getting ready. I'm glad you brought that up. Ed, you probably haven't heard of this, but we actually talked with Stephen Hargis about it yesterday from the Times Free Press. TSSAA just passed a bill to where any high school student, male, female, doesn't matter about the grade or anything, can have a one-time transfer rule. So at the end of this school year, which is going to be around Memorial Day, you're going to see all these people, all these athletes transfer to wherever they want. It doesn't matter about
zoning. And they couldn't do that before.
No, because you were zoned for Ottawa, or you were
okay.
zoned for Central, or you were zoned for Hickson. So you had to go there, or you could go to a private school. But now it's going to be a transfer wherever you want to go. So we were talking about it yesterday. Okay, who's been the best public school?
You don't have to go to the school you're zoned for anymore?
No.
See, this is why I'm sorry.
And this is going to happen, and this is going to happen at the end of May when this school year's up. Ooh. So what typically, and we could argue all kinds of different stuff, but typically I'm going to say that Red Bank High School has been the most successful public school in Chattanooga. So let's just say if Eastridge wasn't that good, Hickson wasn't that good, Signal Mountain wasn't that good. I mean, this is hypothetical again, but the folks at Red Bank said, hey, we'd love to have the best 3 players from Hickson, the best 3 players from Eastridge, the best 3 players from Central. Hey, come on, you're very much welcome here. Now you're putting together an all-star team for one team. And I'm not saying this is happening. I'm saying it could happen. You got an all-star team basically of that region, Central and Eastridge and Hickson. And well, I guess Central's not anymore, but Eastridge, Hickson, Signal Mountain, Red Bank, they're all in the same region. And you could literally have their players decide to come over and play for you. So now you've got a region all-star team that's going to go compete. But one thing they're going to do is stomp everybody else in their region because they've got all the better players.
Wow. So how long is it before you start having alumni become donors? It's going to pull whatever was happening in college 20 years ago it's going to pull it down to that level.
Well, it's always trickled down. It's always trickled down. I mean, that's why, once these professional athletes, let's just use football as an example. Football's making great money. Patrick Mahomes makes $45-50 million a year, whatever the case is. And you're seeing coaches make great money. And then you started seeing college football coaches making great money, and they're making 10 million plus and all this stuff. And the guys that are out there giving the blood, sweat, and tears can't drum up enough money to take a girlfriend out on a date. Yeah. That's where all this changed with NIL.
But don't you think?
Because now you're seeing how much money was made off these players' backs, whether it be basketball, football, men's and women's basketball too. Now that's women's basketball has really jumped up. But you're seeing how much money was made, and those folks never legally saw a dime of it.
So to me, this is why I think the pendulum's almost like politics, and then we'll pull you into it, Ed, as we wrap this up in the next 10 minutes. This is the problem I had, though, because in the middle is a solution. In the middle, somewhere. But my point, instead of saying you can't do a job, why didn't we just knowingly, common sense wise, go, wait a minute, hold on a second. They are full-time athletes, really. We're quasi, you're getting punished if you don't show up for the non-required practices, but the coaches are noticing. And Clint didn't come to the volunteer practice. And you can't have a job even in off seasons, a lot of times, or during Bob can take his girlfriend to the movies and you're having to borrow money to put gas in your car. It was silly. And there's a middle ground there. So instead they're like, you know what? It's bullshit. It's pro sports. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm just not watching as much.
Well, the reason that happened was because the NCAA decided that they weren't going to have any teeth in any of their rules because they didn't want to go to litigation constantly.
Right.
They didn't want to be taken to court and sued and all that stuff over and over again. So they just basically, threw their hands in the air and were just like, okay, whatever you guys want to do, figure it out.
And that's the part where it frustrates me a little bit because in all of that should have been somewhere where we could have just come up with a really good plan.
So you're talking about examples. And 2 years ago, Ohio State wins the national championship in football with a $20 million payroll. All right. You think, wow, that's pretty significant, right? Well, according to reports, Texas has been the team that's gone out and done it this year. Guess what their payroll will be? Now, this is 2 years removed from a $20 million payroll winning the national championship. Texas is spending up to $60 million on their roster this year. And there's no regulation. There's no spending cut. There's no salary cap, if you will. It's just
holy. And that's unbelievable.
Yeah.
See, this is why I don't listen. I wouldn't be more mad about this than politics. I'm like, they're destroying the thing I loved. They're destroying the very thing I love.
Well, here's a funny story real quick, and then I'll let you wrap it up.
Yeah.
So one of our old neighbors, his name's David Collette, and he went to Saudy Daisy High School, and he lived with us, lived across the street from us. So long story short, he was a kicker at Tech. He tried out for the Colts and made it to the last cut, whatever. So his son became a really good kicker and was at Heritage High School in Ringgold. Was a senior this past year. Well, monster leg. He can boom it, right? So Texas comes and tries to, they want to recruit him big time because they've seen what he can do. So he signs with Texas. He enrolls early. He gets down there, and I just talked to his dad, David, a couple weeks ago. They go to their winter workouts, and they after the third winter workout, it's check time, and they have all the team come in there, and they start handing out NIL checks to everybody, not the kicker, long snapper, or punter, okay, but the running backs, wide receivers, quarterbacks, all that stuff, right?
Right.
So Jake Collette is his name. And I hope he does big things at Texas. But it was funny because he said everybody left with their checks. And the next day when we had winter workouts, everybody pulled up in Lamborghinis and Porsches and Mercedes and all these big SUVs. That's what kind of money is being thrown around in college football out there now.
Well, and to your point, that's the problem. It's been the minor leagues. It's the major leagues now, but it's become the minor leagues of pro sports.
Of the NFL, sure.
That's all it is. They are getting away with it. And I still watch more college football. I don't watch any pro football. I haven't watched a pro football game. I didn't watch the Super Bowl, really. I haven't watched a pro football game in years. I watch a lot of college. I don't watch much college basketball because it's not Duke and North Carolina anymore because the schools, there's just not the same players on the teams. I want to do this, though, because I know Ed's got to go, too. And I think our next guest is coming in who you might know a little bit. If I know you have 17 different things you do. Vital Health Radio is one of them. I'm lucky enough to co-host, but you also have the Holistic Navigator you're firing back up. But if people want to find out more about all the events that Nutrition World does to educate people, more about your podcasting, nutritionw.com, is that where you send everybody?
That's where it's at, and go to events if you would like to see. We have one on gut health coming up in just the next week.
But the reason I was bringing that up is I don't care if it's Quake or if it's me, my sister. I've tried my best to tell people you do one-on-one, and I know you don't take a lot, so you're very selective. But you have other coaches there that if you're listening to this and you go, I've got gut problems, I got energy problems, I got joint pain problems, I don't sleep well, whatever the problem is, you have 3 or 4 or 5 coaches there that you can set up one-on-ones with, and you're included in that loop sometimes if it warrants it. But is that through Nutrition W too?
It is, and you can make an appointment on the website for those. We're not treating a medical condition. We're empowering people to be knowledgeable so they can fix their own self along the journey of health. Now, we have about 10 other practitioners who are not on the website who have their own individual sites, and just you can talk to us about that.
Yeah, from hyperbaric chambers to the acupuncture to whatever you do.
Yes, well, almost whatever. I say we do everything but surgery now.
Yeah.
really and truly. And I brought you some low carb pita chips, cinnamon that we make no money on. I've been selling these for 20 years because they will satisfy any sweet craving. And I know you got tons of crappy cookies and seed oils and terrible oils in that other room.
You're busted.
And the best water for hydration, Penta. You know about Penta because you help us promote it back in your old days.
Yeah.
And I love Penta because one reason, if you're going to go out drinking, this will prevent a hangover.
I don't drink, but I'll need it today.
I know you will.
I'll need it today.
Super
I appreciate
hydration.
it. I'm going to do me a favor. We're gonna roll out of here. I'm gonna bring my next guest in. We'll be back in about let's see here, in about 3 minutes. I'm gonna make it 3 minutes so I can go. I may actually have to take a little bit of a potty break, as they call it in the world. There we go. All right, we're gonna be right back, guys. Thanks for coming out. By the way, I know that sometimes these conversations don't seem like they're going to match on paper, but this is why we get to talk across, and you never get to see this anywhere else, really.
Yeah.
So I appreciate you helping with
and
this.
I enjoyed it. This is all
Yeah,
interesting
I did too.
conversation that I never get a part of.
Well, again, all coming in for the calls, and I appreciate it very much, guys.
Thank you,
all.
Clint.
No problem. Thank you. Julie.
Oh, really? Well, Quake, you had offered to sit in because Chase couldn't find us, but thank you, sir.
Well, he's my boss, so I figured.
I forgot.
I figured I'd kiss ass a little bit.
That's absolutely. You said a wordy nerd. You're going to be on video if you walk in here.
Whatever.
Come on, look at it. You're going to be on video, Bubba. Sit down.
Woo! There you go. Well, woo! The rocker. Hey, buddy. How are you? Man, I got to pee.
We got a bathroom, man. Take him to the left.
Where is it?
Thank you, buddy. Go to your left, sir. I appreciate it. Boy, the listeners are going to go up now. Anytime that Chase starts off, he doesn't understand that this is live, so I don't get to take a break. So we're just going to sit here and talk a minute until Scott Chase gets finished. By the way, Julie, there's coffee and food in there if you'd like some. Make yourself at home. Yes, ma'am. So the man, the myth, the legend, Scott Chase is going to be joining us here in just a minute. He may or may not have a guest with him, but either way, we're going to spend a few minutes before the 1 o'clock hour, which will bring in Stephanie and Lucy Birmingham. And Quake had offered to sit in, and I don't know if you heard that. He said, well, he is my boss, so I'm trying to kiss ass a little bit and buying some time till he gets here. Thanks to Ed Jones, who brought me a good, healthy snack to help fill me up. My girlfriend Jennifer brought in some vegetables earlier. Fruit earlier this morning. Penta water they sell at Nutrition World as well. I helped Ed get started into Penta water back in the late 90s. He brought it to Chattanooga. Man,
where you may be here,
you pick a seat, baby. All I got to do is turn on the mic.
I move around. I'm gonna be here.
The camera's gonna pick you up. All you gotta do is listen. That mic is set up perfect.
This one?
You just talk right into it. Look at there. There you are on camera. Bam, baby. Bam. You just look at me. We're ready to go. You just look over here, man.
I'm looking all around, man.
You like the sound deadening? It's pretty good. Not bad. It's not bad.
How you been, buddy?
I'm good, man. Thank you for doing this.
No problem. Thanks for inviting me.
Yeah, I had a guy getting ready to come in. He called in with the flu. And that's why I sent a bunch of emails out, because this happens. And I'm
so
pretty
when
flexible.
Did you begin?
I began this morning at 4:30. I end tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock.
So you'll stay the whole time.
Absolutely. We did it last year. We raised $12,000. This year we're trying to raise $15,000 for Lana's Love and YCAP. If anybody wants to give money, you just text the word podcast to 44834. I think we're, probably close to $6,000, $7,000 right now.
So what's playing right now?
Me and you.
That's that right?
Me and you are live, baby, on the interweb. She's watching it right out there on that computer. We're right there, baby.
So you're raising some money for a couple of great causes, dude.
I am, man.
Your directions, by the way, I had to tell you. I don't know if it was me or you. I thought I was coming to a therapy session. Is that not right?
It's an intervention, really. There's 3 family members who like to talk to you, Scott, about your behavior recently.
Well, we're going to be here. We may be here till tomorrow morning at 4:30.
Confession, man. Do you know who we had in earlier today?
Santa Claus?
No, we had Jeff Styles and Bill B. Lockhart was on with us.
At the same time?
Yes.
How'd that go, man?
It went very well.
I saw Bill. Bill stopped by the radio station about, I don't know, it's been probably 2 weeks ago, out of nowhere. And I think he came by to see Andy about something or other. And it was good to catch up, because we have been talking about getting together and having whatever it might be, probably Manhattan or cold beer. Yeah. Or what's the place got the old styles there on Main Street? What is the name of that place? Little place. Great cheeseburgers.
Not Clyde's.
No. It's on down. It's on down there a little ways. Somebody knows, but I don't.
State of Confusion has a good one.
No, it's a way on down toward right before you get to Dodge Avenue. I should know.
Well, it used to be Anchors.
It used to be. It's right next to a record store.
I thought it was the same place, because there's where the old Anchors used to be over there?
I do.
The ladies, or whoever owns Scotty's by the river, they own that now. They got great hamburgers there now, too.
I like old Scotty's on the river, too.
Yeah, same people own that.
That's cool.
Own that. How's life been, man?
Life is good, man. At the radio station, John Boy and Billy retired on December 31st, and they had been on KZ for a long time, 29 years. And so that was a big change for us. We were like, man, what are we going to do? And so we thought about it, and there's several different syndications out there that we could have done.
Yeah.
And, but I thought, anything that we do in reference to that is going to be compared to John Boy and Billy, probably negatively. And so we went for a local host. We ran the ad nationwide and talked to, I interviewed probably 70 people. And we landed with a guy named Jeremy Loper.
I was going to ask, is he coming in or could he?
He's going to work out today, and he had a trainer, and he couldn't get away from it. So that's what he's doing right now. But he last was in Nashville.
Yeah.
And but he's done some stuff at West Palm Beach, and was in Columbus doing mornings at a rock station for probably 14 years. And he's just a great dude, man. Yeah. He grew up in West Palm Beach. He worked in Miami at Zeta 4 for a while, and he's just doing a great job. The interesting thing about him, because with John Boy and Billy, there was not as much ability to talk to the guys,
That's what I was writing it down. What is one of the advantages?
Well, one of the advantages that you can call 423-642-9106 anytime, and you can talk to the bloker. You get on the radio and spill your guts and tell them what's on your mind, which I think is pretty cool.
By the way, Barry Corder said Low Main.
Yes, that's it.
Thank you, Barry.
You the dude.
Barry's my favorite liberal, and I'm hoping I'm one of his favorite conservatives. We argue. I get great texts from Barry when he listens to me and Jeff Styles rant.
Is it between he and Bill Lockhart? Or
yeah, here's what's funny about Bill and Jeff. Barry's not as bad, but they all talk about, and I love them, but I'm more conservative.
Yeah,
and they talk about being nice people until they start talking about politics and conservatives, and their face changes, and they get like
kind of contorted.
No, but thank you, Barry, for doing that. Yeah,
I appreciate it. That's a good place too. Yeah, those guys they were in Chicago for a while, and they brought back old style, which is good, and it's fresh and it's good. Man, and their cheeseburgers are good. And Bill and I go way back drinking old fashions and Manhattans together. Brandy Manhattans.
I love old fashioned.
I do too. I do too.
You know where I got surprised? I had a good one a couple of months ago, and I don't drink as much anymore, but I had one at Community
Pie. Yeah.
Over by Hamilton Place.
Yeah.
I walked in and my girlfriend, of course, she drinks some light beer and everything. And I'm like, I want an old fashioned. And he goes, do you want this special one, the old and the smoked? I'm like, man,
do it.
Hair of Newt. Put whatever you want into witchcraft. Just see what you got. He brought this thing over to me, and it was good.
Next thing you know,
it was really good. It had a big round ice ball in it. I'm like, yes.
Yeah, man. I thought you were going to have some of those here. That's one of the reasons I came by.
What are you talking about?
Hey, man, look. You probably want a sticker on your phone. My little granddaughter Adeline put that on there.
Oh, did she? What is that?
I don't know.
Hold it up to the
that's
huh?
Yeah,
just like that right there. There you see. There you go.
That's Bluey, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No. Yeah, that's right, Bluey.
It's okay.
She's so cool.
Grandkids?
I took her to school this morning. Julie and I did, and she's just awesome, man. Just love her. Golly.
I always hear this. I'm not there yet. I'm probably get there here sooner rather than later. But, my parents always tell me that they got to actually, the parent part, they love to do. They love being parents. You love being a parent. I love being a parent. My favorite thing.
Yes.
But the grandkids it's the parents without the parenting. Like you get a lot of, I'm not saying you can't let them just run wild, but you get to do the parenting.
You do.
Without I don't really give a shit if you just say, have a cookie.
Have a candy. You also, how about some gum?
What is it? There's a video going around. And
you know what you need? A Mellow Yellow or a Mountain Dew.
It's almost bad. And then shake them up and hand them off to your kid.
She's incredible, man. She'll be up the top of the hill because we live, where we live is back behind the Rainer Baptist Church there. Right. And we got one street where we've got a triplex where my nephew lives and a couple other people have been there for a long time. And then our house up the hill. And then my oldest son, Tanner, and then my youngest son, or our youngest son, Mason, at the top of the hill. So in the morning, man, she'll come down. She goes, Papa, I'm coming down. So I'll go out there and she'll run down the hill, man. It's the best, dude.
Man.
And I'm there the other day, and yesterday, she goes, hey, will you take me to school? I go, get in.
You kidding?
Will I? Yeah.
There's the video running around about right now. There's a mom, her daughter's sitting here, and she hears her mom, which would be that little kid's grandmother, in another room. Yeah. And the little kid goes, Granny, can I have a cookie? And the mom's just listening. And the grandmother goes, have you had your dinner yet? And she goes, no. She goes, only one. And the mom's like, looks at the camera like, who in the hell? Where did that lady go? She's only one.
Mason says the same thing. It's so funny, man. Wow. We were talking about that the other day. He was with me. We have done the Rock City Enchanted Garden of Lights commercial for, well over 20 years.
Yeah.
And Mason was, I think, probably, I don't know, 4, 5, 6, about Adeline's age right now. When we did it years ago, we used to go in and do it, and it'd be probably Dylan would do the production on it at the radio station. We'd go on a Sunday night, and back in the 8-track room, and we go back there, we hang out there, probably be hot, with the whole family be gathered in there, and the boys be there, and like, I go, they'd be reading their lines, and I'd lean in, I go, man, smile a little bit, would you? Can you not be happy, son? Get a smile on your face. It's about Christmas time.
Come on,
get happy. And then, and years ago, Mason did pull out the, how many lights are there? It's 1 million lights. And we played every year. We pulled that part out and played it forever. And so she got to the point where she's talking and hanging out. She go, well, we got to pass the baton. So we're teaching her, how many lights are there? Well, there's 1 million lights. And so we got her where she, voice of it? Oh yeah, she was great. I wish I had it right now where we could play it too. But, we were in there and we were knocking it out. And she did a couple of things, and I said, do you want to do it one more time? No, Papa, I'm tired. And I'll go, okay, honey, it's okay. Mason looks at me like, what? It's okay. There's not, do it again. Put a smile on your face. Santa's not going to come and see you.
You're not convincing at all. You don't have no career in this business. 9-year-old kid.
But she was nailing her lines. I mean, she's like a natural. So that's cool. I want to talk.
A natural would be, right?
Oh gosh, she's so cool. Yes, that's good. Hey man, this is something we're doing.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can even see it. Maybe you can see it.
Oh, is that the?
This is the bracket, the classic rock bracket.
We played that, don't you? Me and Jeff. I got a whole podcast where we played the KZ106 rock bracket for you. We released a podcast where me and Jeff went live.
I didn't know. I need to follow you closer. You're pretty cool.
I'm pretty consistent. I'm not very cool. I encouraged everybody to go play it. Well, because this is great.
How about the fact that Leonard Skinner beat Led Zeppelin yesterday?
Oh, really? So I didn't
take a look. Get an update on the bracket there, man. Read it off.
All right, so we got Led Zeppelin and Def Leppard, Zeppelin.
Yes.
Aerosmith, Leonard Skinner. Rolling Stones, Van Halen, Rolling Stones, Eagles, and Guns N' Roses. Eagles, that's a no-brainer. Come on. Let's go to the other side of the bracket. The Beatles and Ozzy. Boy, that's going to piss Jeff Styles off. By the way, hold on a second. Let me do a Danny Brown. That's what I told you, Jeff. The most overrated band ever. Right now, Barry Quarter and Jeff Styles' heads are exploding. Pink Floyd and Metallica. See, that's the one that got me because they're so different.
They are.
I would have picked Metallica because I'm not a Pink Floyd, not my favorite. But Metallica, really diametrically opposed. ACD and Fleetwood Mac, another one.
Very different. But what do you I'll tell you how we put this together too. Yeah. We thought about it 6 ways to Sunday, man. Right. And we thought, no, because we only had so many slots and people were like, well, why do you put Kiss on there? Why do you put Malahatchee? Why, so there's only so many slots. And so we decided, so I mashed them up. We spent the day and finally I said, you know what? I think I got to take my personal out of this and just put it in AI and let AI. And so, really? So that's how we came up with the original. And I like it because they are so diverse.
If you had put AC/DC against Metallica,
then what?
It'd have been tough for me. And if you'd have put Pink Floyd against Fleetwood Mac, that'd have been harder for people. I would have gone with Fleetwood over Pink Floyd. And ACD and Metallica, I've gone with AC/DC over Metallica.
I think I would too.
Yeah,
I would.
So we have Pink Floyd and Metallica. Pink Floyd won. AC/DC and Fleetwood Mac. AC/DC won. I love AC/DC. I would have picked them over Metallica, but I would pick Fleetwood over AC/DC.
How about that?
As rock bands.
Cool.
Queen and the Who. Queen.
Big,
yeah. And so right now that's where we're at. The only one that has come out of the semifinal or going to the quarterfinals is Led Zeppelin. And Leonard Skinner beat Led Zeppelin
yesterday, pretty handily too.
Really?
It surprised me. Other than the fact we are broadcasting from the Gateway to the Deep South. I mean, think about it.
Right,
and today, so we'll see what happens. But it's been fun.
Who do you got though? Who would you pick? You're used to driving. Who are you picking on?
Man, I love Leonard Skinner.
I do too.
I'm a Zeppelin fan. Don't get me wrong. I love Leonard Skinner. I love Led Zeppelin, AC/DC.
Who would you have, Rolling Stones and the Eagles? Who you got coming out of that one?
Rolling Stones.
Really?
I just love the Rolling Stones.
See, and I'd gone with the Eagles.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go with the Eagles.
I love the Eagles. Don't get me wrong.
This isn't I don't love the other. It's the best of the two.
We saw the Eagles at Sphere in Vegas last year, and without a doubt, I've been to a lot of concerts. I've never been to a better show. Eagles, awesome. Vince Gill, his part, incredible. But the venue, man. Las Vegas is fun.
Yeah.
The Sphere is like nothing I've ever seen, inside and out. I think there's somewhere in the neighborhood of 182,000 or some enormous number of speakers in there.
Really?
So good. So
Who you got, Ozzy and Pink Floyd? Who would you pick? See, to me, I don't like. I would have picked.
I'd probably go.
I'd pick Metallica, but they didn't.
I'd probably go with Pink Floyd.
Okay, I would too. Even though I like Ozzy, and I'm not a Pink fan, but between the two,
yeah.
Who you got? AC/DC and Queen. To me, this is the easiest one.
What about who?
Queen and AC/DC.
Man, that the Bohemian Rhapsody movie inspired me all over again with Queen, but I pick AC/DC.
I would too.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite out of this whole group down there? So if you're four, is there somebody you would have just picked? You're like, that to me would have won this thing. Have you played the game, in other words? Have y'all played the game internally?
No.
You haven't?
No, it's just interesting to see how everybody plays. I have my ideas as to who ought to do what, but, it's just fun to let people play and the text thing. And it's pretty cool. And it's for certified Angus beef from Food City. We give away $25 worth for everybody that plays and text either one of the bands in at 423-642-9106. So you get that. Everybody who wins the daily prize qualifies for $500 worth of that Food City certified Angus beef, man. And also a $500 gift card to go to Eller's Ace Hardware and pick yourself out a grill.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is called a radio professional. It is so ingrained. I could wake him up from a nap and I could stick him with a pen and he would wake up going, $500 worth of Angus beef from Food City and $500. That's what he does. He's been doing it for so long. That's fantastic, dude. That's killer.
Oh, man. It's fun. I love what I do, man. So Loper is fantastic. Morning guy. Give him a listen. I was a huge John Boy and Billy fan myself for years, have been.
Yeah.
But, they rolled off to the sunset and good for them.
I think it was time. As a consumer, I grew up, listening to KZ. I was turn and burn from the early 80s.
Right.
So I remember when you had to put pause and record and play at the same time when I'd call in. I'm like, could you play it for Dorothy and tell her sorry?
I love you.
Whatever it was, Guns N' Roses or something. So I remember that, but I think I liked them the first 5 or 10 years, and something happened to me about 10 years ago now.
Wow.
On the syndicated stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that I don't like it. I'm not talking bad about anybody. I'm just saying if local stuff, I just kind of started.
I agree.
It started disappearing more and more. I started gravitating more and more to it.
But I can tell you though, Steve Gorman,
that's another, but he makes it feel local.
Well, he's good.
Yeah.
He is so good. And he's good for a lot of reasons. The fact he's a good announcer is one, but man, the fact that he played drums, an original founding member of the Black Crowes, he's been on stage with everybody. Yeah. I mean, everybody. He's been in the same room with Jimmy Page and Robert Plant. He goes in. I'm sitting there one time and Robert Plant's in the room and the door opens and in walks Jimmy Page. And I'm like, wow, think about that. I said, well, who's your favorite drummer?
Oh,
okay, he's a drummer. Who's your favorite drummer? He said Ringo Starr, without a doubt.
Really?
Ringo Starr, best drummer ever. He's got those stories. I mean, he's been to Ringo's house. I mean, the guy's and it's it's on a bunch of radio stations, but it's really, really good. And he comes to town, and his band plays in town some. So
he's got great stories. And I've just between me and you, I've listened to him quite a bit. I like him.
Yep.
And I keep thinking, I know he's telling some good parts of stories, but I would love to have him on a podcast where he can be a little unfiltered.
Yeah.
And talk a little longer.
He can certainly get unfiltered about the Robinson brothers and about his challenges being out on the road with them when there was conflict. I'll say
it's almost like on a bigger level, but maybe not. Dixie Fuller. I've been in the room with Dixie Fuller. He's been on 4 or 5 times. He was supposed to come in today. I don't know if he's going to be able to make it, but later today. But Dixie's got his stories.
You're great.
I just don't know.
Guitar tech for Fleetwood Mac. Think about that for a second.
When he got left at the truck stop in Nebraska at 2:00 in the morning when he was playing with Alabama.
Yeah.
And he's in his boxers and t-shirt, and the cops he's got 3 state police chasing him down. Open the windows, there's all the pot smoke coming out of it. He goes, there's a picture in the Alabama Hall of Fame down there with us on the side of the road.
Oh, wow.
Those kind of stories. Are you kidding me?
And all the stuff he did prior to Riverbend, but all the stuff he did at Riverbend. Think of the people that played at Ross's Landing over the years, man.
Yeah.
I mean, in your mind, I start recreating it sometimes, and it's like amazing.
Well, and if you think about them now, like if I say ZZ Top now, everybody thinks of the ZZ Top now. No, they were playing when they were ZZ Top.
Oh, yeah.
You see what I'm saying? A lot of the bands, if I were to bring their names up, Bad Company, you go, well, they're 112 years old or whatever happened.
Paul Rogers still one of the best frontmen ever, I think.
But they played when they were that.
They did. Oh, yeah, they played. Yeah, River. Man, ZZ Top, hot. great, fantastic.
I
I mean,
think
Glenn Fry and Joe Walsh played Riverbend.
That's right.
Together way back
And
when.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, I can't remember, but I think I brought this up on the last podcast with you, is that there was a documentary on Netflix that, hold on a second. Oh, thank you.
I know who that is out there.
I didn't see who. What was it, Stephanie?
Yep.
Yep.
I haven't seen her forever, man. That'll be good to see
Her and
her.
her daughter are coming in.
That's cool.
Yeah, so there was a documentary on Netflix about ZZ Top. I had no idea they started off as a clean cut,
Oh, yeah.
buttoned up Christian almost, and then country, and they were trying to find their thing, and all of a sudden they found their thing.
But Billy Gibbons played with Jimi Hendrix.
See, I didn't. Yeah.
Think about that.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been in the same room with those guys a bunch of different times. We had, and I cannot think of the guy here in town that built a guitar, and we gave it to Billy Gibbons backstage. And he was like so gracious and so nice and so appreciative. Billy Gibbons, man, I tell you what, he used to love to come to Chattanooga. He liked Big River beer.
Oh, really?
He was a Big River beer fan. So he would come in a couple of days early before they would play, and he'd hang out. And I've had a beer down at when it was open.
I've asked Dixie about this. Me and my girlfriend have talked about this because she's worked at Tivoli for some stuff, and so she's got to meet some people. I've met some people, maybe probably more in the sports arena, some pro sports and pro athletes. There's nothing worse than to meet someone that you looked up to that turns out to be a complete asshole.
John Mellencamp with me.
So that one is, I've said this story to people, and John Mellencamp has come up probably 5 out of 10 times.
Well, what do you think? But maybe it's true.
That's what I'm saying.
I was born in Indiana, Evansville, Indiana. Lived there, lived in Kentucky, and then moved down here. So I grew up with John Mellencamp. Yeah, I took listeners back to meet him backstage, and he just wasn't. He wasn't nice. It kind of broke my heart, to be honest with you.
That's what happens. It's just the glamour comes off, and you're like, oh no.
But
was he mean? When you
he
say
just was just harsh and not a very appreciative.
Bristly.
Yeah. I remember some of them. I remember taking listeners back to meet Motley Crue, and those guys weren't particularly nice too.
Really?
Yeah, but everybody that I've ever met backstage was very nice and very cordial. Yeah. And very appreciative of their fan base, because when you do the backstage pass thing, I'm kind of over the backstage. I've done enough of that and worrying about being here or there and wherever. But it's when you take listeners back there and they've gone out of the way to win an opportunity to be in the same room and shake the hand, and get a picture with somebody that they've admired their work, and then they don't seem gracious.
Well, that just goes to show you how easy it is to, and I hate to say this old quote, just forget where you came from, man. Without a million of those people, nobody gives a shit who you are.
You're right.
I don't care who you are. When you act like that in person, I write you off. I don't really care. I've never been an autograph guy anyway.
It's so weird when that word came out of your mouth right there. And I've been shit.
You said it like you're
because every mic's a live mic. Watch what you say. And I thought,
my bad, dude.
Oh, it's all good, man. I'm not offended by it at all. It's just weird saying it in front of these, because I know.
You know why I know you're not offended? I've been in a building with you for 12 or 13 years. You've heard way worse than shit. Bill Lockhart. I'll share it. Then we got about 10 or 15 minutes. And then the feed, by the way, everybody, in about 15 minutes, this feed stops, because you can only stay live on Facebook for 8 hours at a time. It's going to come right back on immediately. It'll be about a 10-minute thing. I'm going to have a guest on talking about Lana's Love and YCAP, and then we're going to have Lucy and Stephanie Birmingham on. But anyway,
sweet. Okay.
So we shared the story today, and if you've heard it, I'm sorry, but
go ahead, let her fly.
Bill Lockhart, first time I ever met him, since people here have heard it today already. I've been there 3 months. I'm in a room with you, Jeff Stiles, Wally Wachowski, Dan Brown, Kendra Yamada, all the salespeople, all the people from traffic. It's one of those meetings where everybody in the building, if you ain't on the radio right now, you're up. We had them standing outside the door in the conference rooms, and we're all listening to some big, I don't know. I'm there 3 months. I have no idea what's going on. Big ideas were going around the table for promotions.
Uh-huh.
And everybody's got an opinion. Dr. B, Wally's, everybody. And Bill's sitting here like this, and everybody goes, well, Bill, you haven't said a lot. And Bill goes, he looks at me, he goes, I'll clean the language up for you. But he goes, he reaches over and grabs that pencil, and he goes, I would rather take this number 2 lead pencil. He looks around everybody and goes, and jam it, stab it into my eye, than to have this effing conversation one more effing time. That's what I think.
Bill
I
Lockhart.
I found my truck.
Bill Lockhart and I, see, we worked together before here.
Oh, I didn't know that.
We worked in the Evansville market and a station in Henderson, Kentucky together. And he left and went to Cincinnati to go to work. And I stayed at the radio station for a while, and then it was sold to Bristol Broadcasting. The guy has a big old country station in Johnson City and Bristol. And the station was top 40 at that point. We were like, probably format's going to change. We don't know what's going to happen. And I'm like, so I worked with Gabe Hobbs was there and a guy named Ron Payne. Ron Payne was there. And so Ron Payne was the PD. I was assistant PD at that station. Bill had already left. Got sold, and I'm thinking, well, what should I do? They're going to change the format. They're going to blow me out. Probably that's what they're going to do. About that time, I had worked with the people that bought KZ106 back in 1978 up in Evansville, in the Evansville market. And Eric Page, who was the morning guy
Is
here.
this when it was Bloomington Broadcasting?
It was.
Yeah, that's what it was.
It was Bloomington Broadcasting in Evansville, and then they bought this one, and they bought Johnson City, and then they bought Columbia. And anyway, so they were in need of a program director here, and I didn't know it. So Eric Page calls me, and we meet at the Ramada Inn up there where my dad was a bartender, restaurant manager, and he goes, man, and he had worked with Greg Schaefer and myself, and I was the PD at this album rock station in Evansville. He was the night guy. He was not Eric Page there. He was Eric Stone, the Stone Man, the Stoner. And then he was Eric Page. So anyway, Schaefer and he talk about it, and he comes up there to recruit me. And it was the perfect time. He's like, man, why don't you come down to Chattanooga? And I really don't like working for anybody, but you come down and be my boss. That'd be kind of cool. So I thought, you know what? I'm going to. It was 263 miles away from my home. I was moving away. So I left the nest, moved down here, and never looked back, man. It's been an incredible, wonderful life and career that I've had on KZ106 and in Chattanooga.
Well, I'll say this, and my final question, or one of them, as we get ready to roll out of here.
Are you getting rid of me, basically?
No, I'm not getting ready to. Facebook's about to get rid of us here in about 9 minutes. And thanks for rolling in.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
No, I've been inviting you, and I know you're super busy, and you'd have had a different time slot, but man, I couldn't think of when this happened this morning. Robert, he got the flu or whatever, and he was like, man, I can't make it in. I was like, I don't know. I sent you a message and 2 other people, and you were the first one to respond. I'm
awesome.
Like, thank God.
Cool.
Thank God. What is the trick into hanging into radio after it's changed so much? And you don't have to do political. You don't have to talk bad about it. But I've watched people fall in and fall off like apples off the tree. Mm-hmm. And a lot of times I fell out of it on the sales side because it became corporate. I got my reasons. You've had 1,000 reasons because it's changed.
It's changed. It's changed ownership 5 times since I've been there. We've had, I guess, Don Newberg, Danny Brown, Chuck, 5 different, now John Lewis, 5 different market managers there. But you know what I do? What I do on the radio, what I do when I go out to open a show at Songbirds or Barrel House Ballroom, or go and shake some hands and take some pictures, and people say, man, I've listened to you a long time. It's the same. That's all the same. And the corporate people, they're good with me. As long as KZ does well and makes money, which it does well and makes money, I'm all good. I'm all about, when I was having lunch a while back and the lady walks out and she's like, Scott Chase, I get a chance to meet you in person. Wow. I said, sure you do, man. What's going on? She goes, I got to tell you. And she starts tearing up. And she goes, I just wanted to say that I've listened to you for my whole life, and you've been with me, and you've been like one of the constants in my whole life. No matter if it was high or low or everything in between, whether the things were going good or bad, I knew I could always listen to you on the radio, and you were going to be consistent, and you're going to be up and positive. And I thought to myself, man, I made the right career move.
You 100% did. I'll tell people this all the time, and I'm not, Scott said he was trying to kiss your ass because I didn't know if you were going to be in here on time. He said, man, I can hang out 15 minutes. And you walked in and said, I got to pee. And you walked out of the room. And I go, well, thanks for hanging out. He goes, well, he's my boss. I was just trying to kiss him.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Quake.
But my point on all that was, when you walk into a room, dude, you bring the energy, man. And I know you don't always feel that way. That, to me, is a deal of being a professional and a good person. There are days when you walk in a room, not just you, but as an adult, You've got marriage issues, you got kids issues, you got money issues, there's health issues, the world's going to hell in a handbasket. There's a billion reasons to walk in and somebody go, hey, and you go, hey. And I've known you since 1995, 6.
Wow.
And every time you've walked into a room, I could not tell you were having a bad day.
That's good.
And I'm not saying you don't. I'm not saying I don't.
Well, Julie's in the next room. You could ask her.
She's commenting. Bullshit. No, but I guess that's my point. So you bring that energy and it transfers over the radio and in the rooms you walk into. And man, there's 1,000 reasons people can find not to like things or go on. But I've never known you walk into a room and leave the room with less energy than when you walked in.
You're such a good man.
No, I think that's a good thing. That's a compliment. So, yeah.
Well, I accept it and appreciate it too. Thank you very, very much.
So how do people play this game real quick? And then I'm going to go ahead and remember
6 o'clock in the morning, Loper opens it up. We're up the text lines then. He'll tell you what the two bands that are squaring off against one another. And throughout the day, you can text whichever band name to 423-642-9106 up until 6. So 6 to 6. And then we tally up, pick a winner, and they advance from that point. And you can win that Food City certified beef or win that grill from Ace Hardware.
And here's the deal. I'm doing this till 5 o'clock in the morning. This is going to have people moving in and out all day. I've already had it happen twice. If later you get a wild hair and say, I'm going to run by and see who's in the studio.
I can do it.
You can, absolutely. Because it's going
I don't have to have like a backstage pass or anything. Or
you're cool. You're at the cool table.
Hell,
you're not at the nerd table.
Scott,
you moved up. Thank you, dude, for coming in. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
All right, man. I'm gonna hide this real quick. And the guys, don't forget, we'll be back in just a few minutes. I've just got to restart this broadcast. Thanks. Thank you, dude.